30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes.
This is Lincoln, Nebraska, home of the Cornhuskers, where football is more than a game. It's a way of life. But today, the spotlight shifts from the gridiron to the gravel, from the heart of Husker Nation to the open roads that define the Great Plains. This city knows toughness, and today, it meets its match. Welcome to the Garmin Gravel Worlds, where 150 miles of Nebraska's finest gravel roads await. It's not just the flatlands. This terrain demands strategy, endurance, and pure grit. This is the proving ground for the world's best gravel racers. From the roaring crowd at Memorial Stadium to the rolling hills of Nebraska's heartland, we know what it takes to be a champion. This is not just a race. It's a battle for greatness. Adventure awaits. Join us.
Good morning and welcome to our live coverage of the 2024 Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. The live broadcast today is brought to you by Good Life Brands. We are super pumped to bring you all the action from Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm Matt Lieto, and joining me today is Didi Griesbauer for, again, action-packed day start to finish. The athletes are lining up, Didi.
They are, Matt, and this is a race where the world's top gravel riders will come to prove themselves on one of the most challenging courses around. This is a deceiving course, Matt. We call it never-ending rollers. It's not super technical, but over the course of 150 miles, this course is going to chew these athletes up, and the leading character today may end up being the hot, humid weather we're expecting.
Yeah, that, and it's 150 miles at 10,000 feet of elevation gain. So, yeah, I think a lot of times you look at the topography of these races, and you see races in Colorado or whatever. You're like, oh, look at all that climbing. That's going to be super tough. And this race, you know, people may think is just flat, but 10,000 feet, and it's just not ever really flat.
Yeah.
Right. So it's relentless for sure, and you could see the nerves on the faces of some of our athletes out there.
Yeah, our athletes getting lined up, getting ready to get underway here. We've got some of the top names in gravel riding going after our $40,000 prize purse up for grabs for our professional athletes today.
Yeah, no, lots of money up for grabs, Didi, and some creative ways to get it as well. We're going to see some of those. We'll get a little bit more into it, but the elite women having a little extra bonus to try to stay in front of the chasing groups behind. But as we saw there, some of the best athletes in the sport. The men starting up first, so we saw Pete Stetina there, John Borselman, but all in that corral getting ready to go.
That's right. Our professional men will get underway at 5 to the hour. Our professional women will start 10 minutes later with our general field following suit about 20 minutes after that.
Yeah. So a lot of action, and kind of the basis behind that, women's bonus is if they make it to a certain point on course without the chasing men's group to catch them, to get an extra $500. So a lot of money up for grabs here, but it's more about having that title, Gravel Worlds champion.
Well, that as well as this race in particular celebrates the first to the last place finisher. So it's going to be a party all day long at the well, not quite until the first athlete finishes, but after that, it's going to be a party all night long, celebrating every single athlete, not only the elites, but the age groupers as well.
Oh, for sure. And here we go, some of our athletes on screen. A little selfie action, maybe. You got to get if it's not on Insta, it didn't happen, and it looks like it officially has happened for that athlete there. But again, a lot of you can see. The focus on the look of these athletes' face, a little bit different than most of the gravel races that we see, where It's dark outside, Dee.
It's dark outside.
It's a little bit different.
Good choice on the glasses. That a lot of the athletes taking some clear glasses to start the day. Let's take a look at some of our professional notables on the women's side.
Yeah. So we got Lauren Stevens. She's coming off of a win just last week over at SBT. Current gravel national champion. Izzy King in there as well. Caroline Migon, Whitney Allison. She's always been a force here at this race. Emily Newsom, Cassia Boglio, and Leah Vanderlinden. And no doubt, there's some sizzling 7. And, it's going to be a tight group. So these women are all starting on their own. So they're going to have to kind of make that race on their own. And whoever has the most horsepower is going to, split that race apart whenever that opportunity presents itself. And let's look at some of these men.
Yeah, some of the men, of course, John Borselman, he is the tied for the leadingest winner on this course. Basically, this is his race, but there's going to be a lot of guys that have something to say about it. We've got Chase Wark, Adam Roberge, Griffin, Easter, Tobias Kongstead, and Simeon Northall Svensson, and
We got Pete Stetina.
Yep.
He's a pre-race favorite in there as well of Inekativi Savalov. But Chase Wark, second place last year, 2022 Gravel World Champ. Adam Roberge. There's a lot of firepower, and no doubt there's going to be a lot of different kind of ways that this race could unfold. But luckily, we have some insiders down on course that are going to help tell us before it happens how it's going to unfold. Let's throw it down to Bill Scheiken and Amanda Nauman. What's going on, guys?
You guys are doing in just a few years.
Hey, thanks, Matt and Dee Dee. We're here at the start. We're going to just really quick tell you about the excitement that's at the start line before we get going, and then we need to rush ahead so we can catch all of the action on course. Amanda, what should we expect just from this start?
Not super big fireworks. Women have their own start, so I think they're going to roll out and just kind of see how it feels. What about the men? It's a much bigger field.
Yeah, this is the best weather we're going to get of the day. It's probably in the high 60s right now. It's going up probably mid-90s, so I have a feeling that they're going to be heading out here fast, trying to establish something from the start.
Right on the road, left, right. We're going to crest, and as soon as we crest...
Just one quick question, guys.
We can send it back to you all. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. One quick question if we have it. Amanda, do you think with that, the motivation of that extra cash, that the women's race is going to be kind of still on gas, or do you think people are going to be watching each other for the first little bit?
The pro field this year is almost as big as...
Yeah, I think they're going to try and work together a little bit in the beginning. I've heard some women say they want to keep those speeds up high, so it's going to be interesting. It's around mile 85, so it's a long ways in, but I'm excited to see if they work together up to that point.
And they are the
Awesome.
ones
Sweet. Well, we'll let you guys go. We know you got to get out in front of those athletes. We look forward to seeing and hearing more from you as the day goes.
One moment today that you stop and...
All right, good stuff. Well, as our elite men get lined up here, we see them lining up in the corral. Matt, tell me, how are our guys lining up here? Do our top-seeded athletes get priority at the front of the line, or is it just whoever gets there first?
It's kind of a whoever gets there first situation, but depending on the vibe of the athlete, the athletes that think they deserve it might go up there and just take it. So it's not that tight of a corral. If there's plenty of room for everybody, and in the end, the athletes that have done all this before know that, if I start in 20th position, I could get to first in the first quarter mile anyways. Nice open road. So
with the bigger elite men's field, do you anticipate a more aggressive start? Are guys going to try to get after it early, or do you think with the fact that it's still dark that it's going to be a more gradual? Who's going to attack off the line?
Yeah, I don't. Every once in a while you'll get someone looking. One of our not favorites looking for a break early to try to get away and maybe surprise the field. And because often, especially when it's this early and it's dark, what you want to do is just kind of roll out and chat with some buddies or make some new pals out there. And if somebody that you don't know or think might be a risk to the race goes off the front, you're like, let them have it. Let's chat for a little bit more. But I don't expect to see too much aggressive racing in gravel, especially Gravel Worlds here, 150 miles, 10,000 feet of climbing. We know that in the end, it comes down to kind of a time trial effort to an extent anyways. Yes, there will be a group at the end. It could be a sprint finish, but it ends up being an effort at the end. You have to have the gas the last 2 hours, right? So if you're spending too much energy early, it's just going to come back and get you. So some patience will be a thing here, but we've got 10 seconds to go, Dee Dee, and Gravel Worlds is going to be here. There we go. Countdown. And can you tell, is Jason excited about the race start?
Skipping backwards, is he do that for the whole 150 miles, you think?
Look, you should see his calves. He's a great backwards skipper. We see race directors giving high fives at the finish line. Jason gives them at the start. There's nobody that expresses what we talk about being the spirit of gravel more than Jason, the race director here, does. So love seeing him out there and giving the energy. He loves it. He loves it. And this will be a time, just like the athletes to a certain extent, where a race director, the nerves kind of go away to an extent.
Right.
Because you're like, okay, we're finally here. Now I know what to do. We can handle this. And tell us, Didi, how is that from like an athlete's perspective?
I think the worst anticipation is the lining up on the start line. You're sort of looking around, making some nervous chatter with your fellow athletes there.
Yeah.
But now that the proverbial gun has fired and they're off the start line, to your point, Matt, they all just settle in now. Now it's just about having fun and riding bikes.
Yeah, and it's to me, Didi, I love this overhead shot, and you can see some of the athletes in the back. Like all these athletes we can see have their lights on. You can see some in the back that didn't, right? So it's like, okay, they're going to get in the back, try to make sure they can pick their way through. But very important to have a light on there that actually allows you to see. There's sometimes, I know it's funny, but people are like, oh, you're supposed to have a light, so I'll do this tiny one so it's lighter. But it's like, hey, it turns out, see the large pieces of gravel? Like if you hit enough of those,
yep,
because you're not paying attention, you are going to get a flat tire, have mechanical. We see John Borselman on the right-hand side of the screen, Pete Stetina just behind them. Those are definitely two athletes that are going to be kind of dictating early pace. On a group ride, there's always kind of the father of the group ride, or the godfather, you might say. And
the guy at the front calling the shots.
Yeah, and John Borselman does not have that personality per se, but he's got that respect from everybody around him. So we'll expect that from John. And, we might hear some barking around if people aren't taking their turns once we get rolling here. But I got a feeling it's going to be pretty chill till the sun greets us here in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Well, safety first, and as you said, some of those guys down there without lights this morning, whether that was oversight and oh shoot, I didn't realize it was going to be that dark,
yeah.
Or whether they're just looking to shave a little bit of weight there. So our men underway, our women going to be underway at 5 past the hour, so they are now back at the start corral, getting themselves lined up and sorted. Much smaller group in our professional women's field. What do you expect? Who are some of our top women here today that you expect to sort of dictate the pace in the early going?
Yeah, I mean, it's, unfortunately, Lauren LDC, our prior champion, crashed out at SBT Gravel last week, so she has broken collarbone. As we look at the weather here in Lincoln, 70 degrees, currently 80 degrees or 80% humidity. That's gonna feel a little bit muggy once that sun comes out, but they'll be good. But yeah, so Lauren unfortunately had a crash at SBT, broken collarbone, so she's out, and that's a lot of the horsepower. Like if in a race, if you have a group and you're like, oh, there's one person who just knows they're stronger than everybody else and just on the front pulling, doesn't care if you pull through, that's Lauren.
Yeah.
And she's not going to be there. Lauren Stevens obviously is here. She won SBT Gravel last week. She has just as much horsepower, tends to be a little bit more of a tactical racer, so I don't see her just sitting on the front of a group. If she gets away, could see her definitely pushing the pace. But, Crystal Anthony, she's got tons of power. Whit Allison, huge experience in the sport in road and gravel. One of the first women to go over to the gravel. Promotes Foco Fondo as well, but very, very strong athlete. Cassia Boglio won Sea Otter Gravel this year. She's got the horsepower as well. Emily Newsom, Izzy King, and she was at SBT last week as well. So a lot of the ladies kind of doing the double. Emma Grant from Colorado. She had a great race at Steamboat Gravel last week. Huge past experiences in road racing, so a bunch of horsepower. She's gotten podiums in big road stage races, so she can go day after day, and we can see some of these athletes on screen, but that's some of our favorites there. We see Whit there, but lining up, and as we said, a little bit smaller of a group, but incentive to keep the pace up. That Gravel Worlds champion moniker is one that everybody wants. A lot of prize money up for grabs, and again, that bonus money for $500 for getting to mile 85 before the first men.
And a real opportunity for some of the women here, as you said, without one of the, I'll use air quotes, favorites injured out and not starting. A real opportunity for some of these other women to stand up and seize that role.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is a rad shot from the front of our men's race. Looks like they're out there doing it. We could see, it's always gear talk in all these races, but we could see the athletes here using kind of high volume tires in general, more of a slick casing. So not you don't need a lot of sidewall or side knobs on this course. Pretty flat and fast forward.
Because it's not as technical, the nature of the gravel. What dictates that tire selection?
Yeah, no, it's the type of gravel, how much technical, turning we're going to have, as far as the course goes, if you're going through actually like double track. Gravel is a very broad term, right? So if you come to a race in Oregon that I put on or a race in Colorado, you're on dirt roads that are a double track, and people are like, that's not gravel. Well, that actually is gravel here, right? So, but here in Lincoln, Nebraska, there's a lot of pea gravel, some bigger sections of gravel, but not sections where you're coming down a hairpin turn and turning on quote unquote baby heads. You don't need that traction, right? So it's more about limiting as much rolling resistance as possible. So that's why we see the athletes with kind of a larger volume tire with minimal tread. And you could actually see, Didi, that last shot we had of the men's race, that John was pushing the pace and, kind of riding tempo, maybe trying to warm up, get things rolling. But he's that diesel engine. He can go all day long. And he's coming straight off of a lot of altitude racing, and he's back.
It's all the oxygen down there in Lincoln, Nebraska,
back
right?
where he wants to be.
Look at all the oxygen.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned a lot of these athletes doubling up off a steamboat last weekend. What does that do to the legs, and how much fatigue are they carrying from that? And is that a disadvantage for any of these athletes?
I think these athletes really like exercising, Didi. So I think
they like riding bikes.
They really do.
Who doesn't?
So they probably feel more at home having that in their legs. If they were at home, they'd be doing a big ride anyways. But yeah, I think at a certain point it does diminish your ability to have the sharpness. But if you look like athletes like Pete Stetina and I think Griffin Easter, like they did Leadville the week before Steamboat. So we're talking about athletes that have done 2 7-hour bike races the last 2 weekends, and then they're going to have another one this weekend. And if you train properly for it, it's not going to be a big deal, and you're ready for it. And if you don't, and you're like,
our hardest working race director in the world down there, greeting all of the
hugs
elite athletes down there, and
everybody gets a
everyone
hug.
Gets a hug.
You get a hug. You get a hug. You get a hug.
Was he in there doing that with the men?
I didn't see it. I believe that he did because that's, like I said, the vibes that Jason has. But great stuff. People are stoked for sure. But there's some athletes with some tired legs in here, but this is what they love doing. And Gravel Worlds is an important race and has been in the gravel community for years. We see Crystal Anthony there and Izzy King on the start line getting ready to go. So definitely, no matter what happens in the schedule, these athletes are always going to make time to get out to Lincoln, Nebraska and race with Jason and the crew at Good Life for Gravel Worlds.
I mean, it's been a celebration all weekend. We had some of the running races yesterday, and we've got the multi-sport event coming tomorrow, and a lot of our age group athletes partaking in the trifecta of races out there. So something going on for everyone out there.
Yeah, no, tons. And it's a community event, right? And, as many locals as come out to this race as any other participants, and also athletes from all over the country. Last I talked to Jason, it was like 48 or 49 of the 50 states were represented in participants over the different courses. So here we go. There is our man, Jason, getting ready. He's got less than a minute to get these women off. And he's going to be here for a while, Didi, because there's a lot more racing coming up besides what we're going to have on screen. For the live coverage, we're going to have a finish line cam once our pros cross the finish line, our elite categories, but a lot of other races happening today as well.
Absolutely. There's something for everyone. We have about 30 seconds before our elite women get underway. But, of course, our Garmin Gravel Worlds long voyage, that's 300 miles, that's presented by Gooder. They're obviously underway. and we'll have the 75-mile privateer presented by Good Life Cyclery. So all sorts of different distances, events. The Garmin Gravel Worlds Buccaneer, that's 50K. That's presented by Pan Racer. That's none of these events are for the faint of heart, but there is something for everybody and every ability level. But our professional women getting underway.
And they are off.
They're off. I'm noticing, I can't see a bib number, but there's one woman there at the front who doesn't have a light.
I was going to say 4 out of 5 women at the front line. Choose lights.
Choose lights.
But no, I think and with a smaller group, it's a little bit easier to pick around, and it's not going to be dark for too long. I could see why athletes would think it would be reasonable to not have lights, but there's a little bit of, for me, comfort being able to see where I'm going.
Well, and how much? They're probably mooching off of somebody else's light, right? Stay close to somebody with a light.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Follow that line. Follow the wheel as opposed to the road.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. You just got to make sure nobody cuts in front of you too last minute, and then you're I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. So yeah, just smooth little rollout, kind of getting out of the compound here this morning. But yeah, just for note for people checking in, all of our Garmin Gravel Worlds events are self-supported, so you can see most of these athletes have camelback, extra stuff, stuffed in their jersey. So true grassroots style. You're only allowed to use what you bring with you or what you can actually find along the route. So you're not going to see a bunch of hand-ups, none of that.
No, but what you will see aid stations. So there is support out there for the athletes. They just have to get it themselves. So they'll have water coolers, water jugs, etc.
Yep.
There are a number of convenient stores and gas stations along the route. So if an athlete wants to pull over and stop in and load up on calories, but as you can see, the pack she's got here on her back, that's full of her fluids, her electrolytes, probably some pockets in there, some calorie sources as well. So all of the athletes, it's 150 miles. These athletes are going to be out here for 7, 8, 9 hours, depending on the conditions on the day, and so they need to obviously fuel and get some hydration on board. We talked about the weather being, we're going to get up into higher than 90 degrees today. And with the humidity, that is one of the features of racing here in Nebraska. Hydration is going to be of the utmost importance, certainly not in the early going here, but if you get behind, it's really, really hard to catch back up. So being on the hydration early is going to be important.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you've got to start early. Once you think that you need it or you're behind, that's a little bit too late, unfortunately. So we can see that ladies definitely a slow rollout at this point. I think once they kind of get out of this compound, we could see where the men started pushing the pace. We might see a little more impetus because, again, some of these athletes, I thought it was kind of a brilliant problem solving by the crew here at Gravel Worlds to, the women deserve their own start and the ability to determine how their race is going to unfold. Where in the past we've had the women start with the main field, and it kind of becomes a competition of who can keep up with the group the longest.
Talk about that, like the strategy. I mean, for a beginner, for someone who is just turning into gravel for the very first time, what difference does it make if the women had started 10 minutes ago with the men? How does that impact the race strategy for the women and how the race might unfold? Just leveraging the power of some of the men and sitting in more?
It's whoever can keep up the longest. Obviously, there's a big advantage being in a draft, especially if you're a draft in a big group. So the longest, the women that can stay with those moves the longest, and then the faster men's groups can kind of get pulled along further up the road until it becomes their own effort. As we see these ladies taking a right-hand corner on the road, that's Leah van der Linden at the front of the race. But
look at that shot. Beautiful sunrise.
Beautiful. Yeah, the pace would be a little bit faster because of it, but then again, the women are not really determining kind of, their legs aren't what's determining the race being broken up. It's who can stay on the longest, which has to do obviously with their strength, but it's a little bit different. We're now starting 10 minutes behind. We don't need to worry about that. But the issue in theory, people have thought by having these separate starts is that, then maybe there isn't as much impetus for people to go hard and really keep the pace up. especially if the groups are a little bit smaller. You can see this women's field is a little bit smaller, so it's hard to have, like, you don't have as many personalities that are like, oh, I'll just go hard type of thing. Maybe people are watching each other more because there's that prize money up for grabs. Where if you have what these race promoters have done and what we've done is put $500 on the line, where if you don't make it to mile 85 before that chasing group behind you catches you, you're out $500. So that gives motivation for when they're riding, be like, man, why am I riding? Oh, shoot, I'm riding hard because we all need to get there before mile 85. So there's kind of this like group dynamic and a motivation that's like, it would feel like there's a group up the road and you're all trying to chase to catch up, right? Because, hey, you know what would be great? If all of us had an extra $500 at the end of the day to pay for our hotel room or our flight or whatever, covering costs, because a lot of these athletes are professional athletes. We're doing this for a living. So back on the men's race, it does look like we've got the paces strung out a little bit. Nothing too crazy at the moment. Yeah, we see elbow flicks already. Whoever's at the front, he's had enough of his turn. He flicks the elbow, means wants the next rider to come on through. So they've got like a little Paceline here going. That's Griffin Easter there coming through the front right now. Griffin also raced at SBT last week. Got a Panama rider just behind him. So Griffin pulling off to the right. So Paceline.
They're getting organized. They're getting well organized out there in the early stages.
They're actually quite disorganized. Usually if you have one on the left and one on the right, it means we haven't picked what side we're pulling off of yet. So they'll figure it out. I think Griffin decided that other athlete was picking the non-wind side to pull off of. So that's what that Paceline will do, is they're protecting all these other riders from the wind when you're pulling off to the right. I mean, the wind would be coming from the left-hand side of the road.
And how long in a race of this distance? So we're talking, again, 150 miles, 10,000 feet of climbing. With a group of this size, how long is it going to take for them to get themselves organized at the front? And how much communication is going on here?
And one thing that's good to note is that rules of the road are a thing out here. So we see all those athletes and the lead car stop for that traffic signal there and get right ahead. But, you know, the organization kind of comes down to the vibe in the group, right? And
because these athletes, they're racing each other, to your point, weekend after weekend. They're just traveling around the country and sometimes the world, doing these races. So these are familiar names, familiar faces. These guys know each other's strengths and weaknesses, certainly at the pointy end.
Yeah.
And what's the strategy early on? You're keeping an eye on your competitors and trying to...
Yeah. I mean, you've always got somebody, athletes in the group that want to keep the pace up. Hey, let's get rolling fast. And then there's other athletes that are trying to do solo breakaways or trying to get a small group to go so that they're not pulling the entire group. So if it's quote unquote organized and everybody's taking a pull, there's always people that are not, right, that are in the back and they're kind of just hanger-oners, right? So that's where you might see people try to get little breakaways going and moving outside of kind of that group dynamic. And, it's kind of feeling it out, seeing who's strong, seeing who's not. And generally in a race like this, until there is a challenge of a steeper hill, you're probably going to see more athletes working together and just kind of doing these, rotating pulls, again, kind of quasi-Paceline effort. Right now, a lot less effort than was before when we saw Griffin and those other athletes coming through. But we see, again, this Panama rider, talking, hey guys, let's get the pace going, let's move it up. And an athlete like that is going to start to get frustrated if he doesn't get help, and then you'll see someone like him try to go on a bit of a breakaway and break this group up. But 18 minutes in, and actually is almost a small break already right now. You can see things being strung out. The elastic is starting to stretch at the back of the group. 20 minutes in, do we need to really race hard yet in a race that's 150 miles? Probably not.
No, but if it thins the herd a little bit, makes it a smaller, more manageable group so that they can be better organized, you see the strategy there, right? Particularly in our men's field, which is larger than our women's field. You just want to shed some of the
for sure
extra weight.
To an extent. I do times think that that's, maybe not necessary. If you can drop someone in the first 5 miles,
they weren't going to be there anyway.
Probably not going to have to worry about them down the road anyways. Good stuff. Good stuff there. We see them take a left-hand corner on this more narrow road, but we're going to get more of this action when we get back from this commercial break.
We're all quite alike, really. A bit odd in the things we share. The joy of suffering. The love or hate of hills. Raindrops. Tight corners. The shared memory of the best, worst day.
And we are back at Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. We could see things are starting to spread out a little bit.
Aggressive. It's getting a little aggressive out there.
Yeah, it's you know, we've got some of these rollers, some of these turns, and Didi, you know, when I say the elastic, you know, you think of a waistband of you know, your tighty whities maybe. You know, you pull that tight, it snaps back. The more
I like
turns,
my tighty whities a little looser.
Do you?
Mine aren't so snappy.
Hey, you got a belt on
I like
yours.
a loose fit.
Yeah, you can see on these corners and these ups and downs, you know, you go down a hill, up the hill, the elastic stretches out, and then it comes back together. And that's what we're going to see happen a lot early on. And that motivation and knowing that's happening behind kind of motivates the athletes in the front to keep that pace up because they're not really feeling that elastic. But these athletes, like you see the athlete on the back left-hand side of the screen, he is...
If you could see his face, it would be a
He's
little bit
effort.
of,
Yeah,
a
right
little bit
now,
of gritting teeth.
He's not at 7-hour pace effort output right there, right? Like that is him trying to bring back that little gap, and that's going to continue to happen as we get
You can
back
see
to
the
our
difference in the women's pace right now. Like the people at the back of the pack here just coasting. This is still a pretty, maybe the people at the front starting to open things up a little bit, but still pretty cruisy pace for our women's field. Talk about the course here, Matt, at Garmin Gravel Worlds. We've talked about, you know, 10,000 feet of climbing over 150 miles. How is this distinct from other major gravel races on the professional circuit, and what sort of athlete will thrive on this as compared to some of the other majors? A lot of everybody, you know, a lot of the athletes doing the double coming off a Steamboat a week ago. How is this course different, and what sort of athlete does that, you know, suit as opposed to another course?
Yeah, I mean, you could think of, you know, generally more of a like roller athlete is going to do well in a course like Garmin Worlds. We see, looks like maybe just the front end of our men's group, maybe 3 athletes kind of off the front there. We'll get more details on exactly race dynamics as we get them, but 3 athletes right here. I think this is just camera 1 at the front of our race. So yeah, that's just the front of the men's group there. And just cruising, but I forgot your question, Didi.
The course and how what sort of athlete and how it's distinct from other sort of major gravel races. I mean, a lot of athletes, you know, putting this race in particular on the calendar. But how is this course distinct from other sort of major gravel events? Yeah, it's you know, it's you can sometimes like see what a race is going to be like just geographically where they are in the United States, right? So like this is going to be similar to other events in the area,
you know, you get out to Colorado, you can assume that there's going to be some longer sustained climbs. You get even further to the West Coast in Oregon or Northern California, you're going to have some steep climbs. You're probably going to have a lot looser, more technical terrain. Some of those races might feel a little bit more mountain bikey than road racy, where Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf is definitely more the road racing kind of side of things. Still definitely some chunky gravel and some bits you got to pay attention to.
We've got a mechanical here in the early going already.
Could have a flat already.
That's bad news.
Yeah, some of these bigger the pieces of gravel or rock sections that are out there, you can see a little bit of mechanicals are gonna be a thing, especially if you're more to the end of that group. You can't really see what's coming as much, but you could see more like a John Borselman, you know, that athlete we talked about, one here a few times before. He's a unit. He's a big dude, right? And we're back to the women's field where we have Leah Vanderlinden, it looks like pushing the pace up one of these early climbs, and so this is an effort that is taking some effort, obviously some energy out of her, but she's just trying to stretch her legs. See Lauren Stevens in the back left-hand side. She is just kind of hanging on as well as we see Leah take, pull out to the side, let somebody else take a turn as they push through. But a course like this, it's never ending on the rollers, so it's gonna suit an athlete that is able to put shorter, harder efforts in and recover quickly, and maybe even have that diesel engine where an athlete that's great, that does something good at Leadville, that can do a sustained climb for an hour and a half better than anybody else. Doesn't
of course,
really
Leadville
suit
being
them.
way more technical as well, so this is a little bit more forgiving technically.
Yeah, I would say nobody's ever accused Leadville of being technical, but compared to this race, it's probably a little bit so. But it's certainly going to be more the sustained output needed in certain sections is a lot less, right? So it's less of a threshold contest. Like someone like Pete Stetina, and he's an outlier. He could still totally win this race because he has road tactics. He knows how to sit on wheels. But you wouldn't look at someone that weighs 135, 140 pounds like Pete Stetina, who lives at altitude, can climb better than anybody else in the world. You wouldn't see him beating John Borselman, who weighs 175, 80 pounds and can ride 400 watts all day long, right? So, but tactics could allow Pete to just sit on John's wheel if he's not there at the right time. So, a lot of different things could come. Like Izzy King, she's someone who hasn't had great results at like those higher altitude races, but a race like this, with the kind of shorter efforts that are needed to do well, it's a course that suits her really well.
As we see the sun starting to come up, some of our women climbing on these rollers. Let's take a look at where we are. Of course, we are here in Lincoln, Nebraska. Great network of gravel roads here around Lincoln. Just gravel for days and days and days, making this really the ideal location for the Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. But let's take a look at our map here, the course that our athletes will tackle today. Of course, this is the 150-mile race that we are focusing on with our elites / professionals. But of course, we have multiple races and multiple distances going on here today, which is what makes it such a great event. Bring the whole family in, and there's really something for everyone.
Yeah, and you can see we got some road crossings, highway crossings that are spots where everybody has to stop. We got the general store on there. Again, the athletes can stop and get some different food if they want it. We've got our water oasis presented by Garmin there as the athletes go around Lincoln, another highway crossing. A bunch of checkpoints out there as well, for athletes to get fueled up if needed. But Casey's gas station, the last gas station on the course. Casey, I'm sure, pretty popular by the end of the day.
Well, particularly we've mentioned the weather. It's cool this morning. It was about 70 degrees with 80% humidity. I think that humidity is not going to decline much, but those temperatures certainly are going to creep higher. There was quite a bit of nerves earlier in the week when they had forecast temperatures upwards of 100 degrees. That settled a little bit. We're going to be in the low to mid 90s, still not cool. And with that humidity, fueling and hydration certainly going to be on the top of most of our athletes' minds today. And of course, we are self-supported. So everything that the athletes need, they need to either carry with them or grab from one of our aid stations. We saw the water oasis or from a convenience store. And talk about that strategy, because it is self-supported. Does that change the strategy of the riders, say, as we get to an aid station? Do you put in a surge if you're needing to stop? Are you putting more, how are you setting up your bike differently because it's self-supported? Are you throwing on an extra bottle cage perhaps? Or, you know, how does that impact the athlete's strategy?
Yeah, you can see most of these athletes on the women's side with some hydration packs on. That is often a place where, you know, you can hold, you know, 50 to 70 ounces of fluids in there. Most of these athletes also have 2 bottles on their bike, so there has been contention in the past in these races on, hey, are people agreed we're going to stop, and then people don't, type of thing, right? So like a lot of people have that pack as an insurance policy so that they don't have to stop if the rest of the people don't have to as well. They'll probably have a contingency plan where, you know, they're going to refill a bottle at a certain point, or some of these athletes are like, you know what, I'm going to be that person that's going to try to go on a breakaway all day. I want to be doing all this on my own. They're going to carry every single ounce of fluid and nutrition calories that they need for the entire day. So you can see almost all of these women with packs on their back. Smart choice. Again, as we said, once you realize that you need more fluids, it's kind of a little bit too late. And we're back from the women's camera to the men's camera, and it looks like this is the lead. So we do have a small group of athletes off the front. We'll try to get bibs and numbers or names of these athletes as soon as we can get them. Can't recognize them from this angle. Looks like bib 78 right there. So that's 3 athletes that have separated themselves from the front of the group. Again, Didi, pretty early move here, just a half
bib
hour
78,
into the race.
that is Trevor August. Bib
76.
76 is Steven Schaefer from Lakewood, Colorado, and bib number 68, that's Javier Perez.
There you go. And you know, these are names of athletes that we don't necessarily recognize as pre-race favorites.
Call it right now. Does this breakaway stick?
No, it does not. And just as we don't necessarily immediately recognize these athletes, that's why these 3 athletes are quote-unquote allowed to go up the road, right? If one of these was John Borselman,
everybody would respond.
Yeah, right?
Yep.
So, like, there's a point where you see, if you watch the bigger bike races in Europe, where it's like, hey, we let the brake go, and then there's less, that's the brake that's gone. So now there aren't more people, like, trying to do this brake, or try to get away or like split up the field. Then it just becomes the field trying to pull this brake back at a more steady pace. So it seems contrary, but for a while after a break like this is established, the pace in the group will actually slow because it's less hectic. There's less like people trying to get away because the group that is getting away
What's
has
the
gotten
strategy
away
of the 3 at the front? I mean, they're not, obviously, and there's no disrespect to these athletes, but what's the strategy of a 3-man breakaway this early on? Are they just having fun?
There's probably some fun. There's a lot of different tactics that could come in, right? Like these 3 athletes think maybe they could win the race by doing this, right? And that's a long, long move, and sometimes that can happen. And if you're someone who's underestimated and given a leash of 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, then yeah, maybe you can outride John Borselman. He's going to be coming down on you pretty hard the last couple hours of that race. But often, too, and I've done this in races where it's like, man, you know what I'm not good at is these little hard efforts. Like, so when the brake is trying to go and everybody's like attacking, that roaches my legs. So if I go on a breakaway with 3 dudes, and once we get away, I can ride steady and tempo and then let all that other crazy action happen in the group behind where they're all attacking each other, then I've actually saved my legs and like played my strength a little bit. So I've actually put out less effort and been out on the front while like the race has gotten hard behind, if that makes sense.
Oh, what a great shot. Our sun coming up here. I think athletes a little relieved. Obviously, with the sun comes better visibility. We've seen just one athlete so far that we've seen go down with what we're assuming is a puncture. Could have been a mechanical, but so when the sun comes up, those become slightly more avoidable.
Yeah, and we did look actually, or I did see that athlete was back in the group. So he might have had something small, or could have had a flat and just plugged his tire right quick and got back on it. But that athlete is back on there. But we're back here with the age group start, as we expected, 25 minutes after our elite women.
Now these are the athletes who are chasing down, not really, but chasing down our elite women, or who our elite women are trying to stay away from. Again, we have that extra $10,000 bonus on offer for our elite women, to upwards of the top 20. Well, we don't have 20 women, but the women who get to checkpoint 2 before the general field. So they've had a 25-minute head start, but some of the pointy end of this race will be chasing them down. But if those women get to that checkpoint 2, $500 bonus. We've talked about that. That's some nice cash, a good incentive. And our age group athletes are off.
They are, and they've got a long day ahead of them, just like our elite athletes did. But again, just kind of cruising the start of this race, just letting it all kind of settle in. But we see a lot more light available for the athletes than there was just 35 minutes ago when we had our pro men or elite men start the race today. But awesome overhead shot of our main field for today, getting out on the 150-mile course.
Let's talk a little bit about the migration to gravel. We've got a really good, I mean, you can see the number of athletes that are signed up today. What has been, particularly over the last decade, probably 2 decades, but certainly in the last decade, we're hearing a lot more of athletes who used to ride their bikes, used to go out for even the weekend warriors used to go out and ride their bikes, on a Saturday on the road, but now moving to gravel. What's the appeal of gravel?
Yeah, you get to go kind of different spaces, and I think a lot of the appeal of gravel has been actually some of these events, right? People looking at kind of these epic spots and these adventures that these athletes on screen are going to have today, and kind of want to be a part of it. And it's more approachable. It's a little less sketchy feeling than jumping in a road race. I don't know if you've ever done a road race, but not the most welcoming crew at times. So the gravel scene definitely is more of a welcoming and all-inclusive one. And then just for kind of athletes getting out and new people getting on bikes, because, I mean, realistically, gravel bikes has really just been the last 5 years that it's taken off and become mainstream. And it's the more approachable bike for folks. Mountain bike can be intimidating. Road bike can be so for kind of the reasons I said already. And a gravel bike can kind of take you wherever you want, right? So you're off the roads. You don't necessarily have as much worry about vehicular interactions, which is a big part of it. And there's more of a sense of adventure where you can just kind of point it and, let the bike take you where it wants to.
You can get off the beaten path a little bit more, so a little bit less traffic, feel like you're more at one with nature.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and I think you look at a gravel bike and it looks like a road bike, but a lot of the innovation and the reason why so many people have gone there, it's as simple as, in my opinion, disc brakes. Once disc brakes became something drop bar bikes were using, then you have tire clearance, and then once tire clearance became less of an issue, you start throwing these bigger tires on, and you're like, oh, wait, this bike can actually do a lot. We're not restricted by a brake caliber that used to only be able to hold 25 or 28 cc tires. So now we've got the ability to have 50s, 2.1s. You see athletes riding 2.25s now, so those bikes really can take you wherever you want to go, and they're
so that is the primary difference then between a road bike and a gravel bike. If I'm new to gravel, or if I have a road bike in my garage and there's some new gravel roads I want to check out, can I just put different tires on my road bike and go ride gravel as a beginner?
Yeah, depending on kind of the type of gravel. If it's just pea gravel, certainly you could. And depending now, most of the new new road bikes also have disc brakes, more clearance as well. So you could maybe hold 35 cc tires in there. Also, the geometry is a little bit different. It's a little more laid back, a little less aggressive, less snappy or twitchy. But generally a little bit different than a road bike, but you can always start your gravel adventure on a road bike as well.
Well, as our athletes are underway here, let's take a look at some of the other great events that are going on here this weekend. Of course, we are focusing on the Garmin Gravel Worlds 150-mile race, which is where our professionals are competing. But some of the other events we have going on, Matt, we have the 300-mile. How long is that going to take?
A long time.
That's 2 days. That's 2 days listed on there. Those athletes are going to be out there a good long time. We've got the Privateer 75-mile race. We've got the Buccaneer 50K race. We had the Land Ho run series yesterday, both a 25K distance and a 10K distance. And of course, tomorrow, some of the athletes actually doubling and even tripling up. We've got the Great Plains Gravel Triathlon, an Olympic distance there with 1.5 kilometers of swimming, 40 kilometers of biking, gravel biking, and 10 kilometers of running. That will take place tomorrow.
Yeah, we got all the different events. There's definitely no excuse to not be involved in an event out here in Lincoln.
And if you're just out there being an athletic supporter, all kinds of parties, concerts, music,
totally.
education. We've had a great expo there with a lot of great partners and vendors. So a real fun event just to bring the family to and chill out, listen to some music, get some good food, cheer on some really outstanding, inspiring athletes.
Yeah, and obviously a beautiful spot to do so as well. Look at this awesome overhead shot that our crew has brought to us. Yeah, amazing stuff, wide open roads. And yeah, you look at it and you'd be like, man, you sure they're going to get 10,000 feet of climbing in today?
Right? It's
No.
deceiving, right?
Yeah,
You think
super deceiving.
it's the Great Plains.
Yeah, well, there's some pain out in those plains for sure, and those little rollers will kind of catch up to these athletes as the day goes on for sure.
So when we talk a little bit, again, we've talked about athletes getting into gravel. Is there, and sort of the appeal of going from road to gravel, less traffic, at one with nature, sort of the flexibility to do both. If I'm a road rider, am I more likely to go to gravel, or like the mountain bikers? Is this where they intersect? Road riders and mountain bikers sort of meet at gravel?
They certainly have met at gravel a lot more in the last few years than in years prior, for sure. But yeah, and I think the mountain bikers are now coming in a little bit more. The road racers, I think there's probably a higher percentage of those athletes in there. But this is a great shot, Didi, of the front, and this is our group of three, and this is a good gap.
Yeah.
This is a solid gap, and it looks like at this point we're probably through mile 10, which is that railroad crossing that if there is a train, get the shaka from our second athlete from Landis Cyclery. If there's a train at mile 10, you have to stop and the race is neutralized. So these athletes, it looks like 40 minutes in, we should be through that 10-mile spot at this point. And that gap behind was at least 30 seconds. To my eyes, it was probably over a minute, but we didn't see that group behind and don't have a time check.
Explain that again, the 10-mile rule.
There's a railroad crossing, and if there's a train there, the race is neutralized.
Gotcha.
But looks like these athletes have gone through that. They're all good to go. So that kind of a risk of taking that breakaway early is null at this point, right? These guys have gotten through, and so now it's a group of three with a nice little gap, and we'll get that time gap to you as soon as we can. And here we go. We're going to explain to you a little bit more about kind of that train crossing, Didi.
All right, since we just had that little train stop kerfuffle, Bill, what just happened?
All right, so we had a split in the field, and since now somebody is ahead of the train and a lot of bodies are behind the train, the race organizers don't want to create an unsafe situation. They don't want to incentivize people to do something dumb and cross in front of a train before it gets there. So what the plan is to neutralize the whole race. Otherwise, they're going to stop the lead group and just make them stay in place, and then they're going to wait until that train has cleared and the chase group gets to start again, and then they'll start the leaders as well, and then everybody will be on the same foot. The break will be exactly as it was before the train came. And Amanda, there's also a little wrinkle in this because that's going to add time into the finishing time for everyone, or the checkpoint time. So how does that affect the preem?
Yeah, so if the women have to stop for any reason and wait out for this situation, they're basically going to add and count the amount of minutes, seconds that takes away from them and add it to the preem. So even if the men in those amateur fields get there ahead of them, they're going to kind of give them that grace period, subtract the time from it, and they'll still be able to win the money.
There you go. Thanks to those two for explaining that to us. Clearly, we didn't have a kerfuffle this time, but if that happens, or if it happens,
there could be a kerfuffle in the age group race.
Yeah, there could, and there still could be one between the women's race. But these front men are now through mile 16, so they're past that, and no possibilities of that issue there. So these three athletes working together, and they're kind of taking. Steady turns instead of just kind of a rolling pace line, which often is a little bit better in a break. We see that athlete, Didi, flick his left elbow. That means he's done with his turn. He wants the athletes behind to pull on through, and then they'll kind of take 30-second or minute gaps. They'll kind of communicate non-verbally to a certain extent and establish an amount of time each athlete is kind of taking a pull. And yeah, we can see behind cars a fair bit behind, so we can assume that that's where our chase group is. We can actually see some of the cyclists behind. So yeah, that's now got brought back a little bit, and it looks like,
I was gonna say, it looks like that's coming back to them a little bit.
Yeah, and it could be some 1s and 2s in there too coming across. That often will bring that pace up and shorten that gap up. So that looks more like 15-20 seconds at this point, Didi.
Which again, depending on the topography, right? Like we call this endless rollers. On some of those longer climbs, they may sort of lose sight of them, but then on those sort of bits of descent, the guys back in the chase pack will be like, oh yeah, they're still right there. We got no sweat, nothing to worry about as we come back to our women's race here.
Yeah, it looks like women are working well. There's definitely some power on those pedals for sure, riding a good tempo at this point. It seems like the way they're rolling through, they're all working together. Yeah, so that's double Paceline right there. The riders on the right-hand side of our screen.
Not surprising at all. Our women got organized faster than our men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the athletes on the right-hand side of the screen are the ones moving forward. And once they're done with their pull, they'll move to the left-hand side of the screen. And that rider that is now on the front will have been protected from the wind as they went. So the wind, theoretically, if there is, it's coming from the right side. So those athletes on the left are protected as they come through, and then they take their turn. And, you think, with looking at what our men's group was doing with that group of three, they were all working quite hard when they're at the front. When you're in a rolling pace line, if you're doing it effectively, when you're at the front, you're actually not really working much harder than you were when you're behind. And if you are, it's only for a few seconds, then you go back. So that's why that group can really bring back a larger group can really bring back a smaller group much easier.
And yeah, our women obviously organized, trying to keep those paces up in pursuit of that $10,000 bonus if they can make it to checkpoint 2 ahead of the general field. That's a bonus of $500 for each rider that makes it there. So good incentive to keep that pace up and work together to get that done.
There you go. We see get some information on some of our athletes. We got Trevor August is at the front there in that group of 3. That's number 78. He's from Pittsford, New York. Rides for Above Beyond Cancer team as these athletes take right-hand turn. You can see a little bit of deeper gravel in the inside of that turn as they get to the outside into that new road. It's nice and firm again, so looking over their shoulder, getting back to the pace. But Trevor's was 3rd in team pursuit at Track Nationals, which is it shows that he has a ton of power. You definitely need that power on the track, and is more of a road racer in general. But back to that women's field, again, working together, a little disjointed at this point, but I don't think anybody's really trying to make any moves as we see Leah at the front just trying to get a steady pace on.
And of course, along the bottom of your screen there, we've got the course profile. You can see both where on the course our lead men and, well, our entire women's field, because it's still very much together in the early stages. But you can take a look at the topography, which, again, you look at the map at the bottom, and sometimes it doesn't equal what you're seeing on the road because it is so sort of gradual. But yeah, interesting to see what they have going. pretty good, some pretty good climbing coming before they get to just before halfway. So a lot of the elevation gain and then net downhill from there. But you can follow along the course profile there along the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, and it's it looks there's a lot of little squiggly up and downs there, Dee. That's where the pain comes.
That's where you get that 10,000 feet of climbing, right?
Yeah, geez, that looks hard. Yeah, again, looks all pretty reasonable. We see Lauren Stevens at the front of the women's group there on the left, kind of the left side of those two groups at the front of that left group. Again, women working well together and certainly motivated as you would be generally in a bike race, but for maybe that $500 as well. Cool overhead shot of our women up there. We've got Dee, we've got some of these ladies with some aero bars on, some without, different tactics there, and just a choice for comfort over the distance. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of and particularly as we saw the athlete there on the front get down into those bars, gives you just a little bit of an aerodynamic advantage when you're at the front, and to your point, a little bit of comfort across 150 miles. Sometimes the ability to change your position, take a little bit of pressure off, stretches out the back a little bit. So not many of the athletes opting for those bars. If you get sort of dispensed from the group and end up as a solo rider, I think those bars might come in a little bit more handy. You might utilize them a little bit more, but most of the athletes wanted to keep their hands there on the bars. Better control, obviously, but nice to break it up a little bit and some better position options if you do have those bars on top.
Yep, absolutely. And we're back with our little group of three off the front. To get word that we've had a few athletes kind of coming off of that main group. It looks like Sam Weinberg is gotten dropped off the front of the group. Actually, no, this is now, it looks like rider has come across, or multiple riders have come across. We'll get a shot here if it was just that one rider. So that rider in second position bridged across, it looks like 51.
New to the group.
That is Joe Godel from Sandy, Utah. So that is, if he's really here on his own, that was impressive bridge, Dee. And he's someone obviously who saw this group of three, respected kind of the vibes of the early move, and he's got more energy. So like he wants this to be at a higher octane than it currently is. Clearly, for him to be able to bridge across, it wasn't that great of a pace that these guys had off the front. And now he's like, okay, maybe they underestimated, and we're like, hey, we'll let 3 guys off, but now it's 4, and let's see if we can make something happen here. And if you can get a group of 4, and there's a point, Dee, where like until you have like 2 to 4 minutes, you might as well not kind of be in a break, right? Like we know that can come back with like just a few minutes of racing behind, right? In a half hour of heavy racing, a 2-minute gap's going to get brought back. But if you're over that and you stretch it out to 4, then you can really start to settle in your own pace. And then if 1s and 2s come across to you, or if that group comes across to you, it'll be much smaller by the time they do. And looking here, trying to get vision of this looks like the group chasing from behind Dee. So definitely spread out at this point. We see Griffin Easter moving through to the left-hand side of the screen, and yeah, all together now. So no worries about 2 or 4 minutes.
The group is back. Yes,
it's back together, and now is when, if you were going to have a counterattack and you were someone that wanted to take advantage and didn't make that first group of 3 on that breakaway and want to try to get away, now would be the time to do it. Not specifically like right now on this downhill, but to be able to wait till maybe a climb, but catch people off guard after the group is caught. Like, oh, we caught the group, but maybe they didn't see when you slipped away, or that bridge was challenging, so maybe they're a little bit more tired and can't do it. So that's John Borselman at the front there, Griffin Easter right behind him, and 76, who we had been chatting about earlier, Steven Schaefer at the front as well. So they're on that right side of the screen. Griffin Easter on the right gutter as far as the racing lane goes. Yeah, trying to keep that pace up.
And we're going to throw it down to Amanda on our course, who's got some insight. Amanda, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, Matt and Dee Dee. I am sitting in the back of the truck right now, so you should be seeing the back of the women's field. They've been kind of floating around like 14 to 20 miles per hour, but I'm kind of surprised they're not like really throttling it. So it doesn't seem like the idea of like going as fast as they can for that money is a priority at the moment. They're all kind of just chilling. And the surprising thing to me is they were doing a cool Paceline. So that was one of the things we noticed back here, is that it seems like there is some talk, a little bit of, coordinating. They were doing a Paceline in the 2 tire tracks on the right side. So yeah, it's been cool to see. They've been kind of working together, and I like seeing that. But like I said, I'm mostly surprised about the speed. They're not going super fast, but they are working together.
And Amanda, just a follow-up question there. Who seems to be the organizer of the group? You said there is a little bit of chatter between the women trying to get organized. You had the Paceline going. Who is emerging as sort of the leader in trying to get this group organized?
Honestly, it doesn't look, from my perspective, like somebody is, throwing an arm up and telling people to rotate anything like that. It kind of looks a little bit more natural, but you can see here Lauren Stevens is at the back. So I would say that the women who are trying to be the most efficient seem to be doing the least amount of work, as they should, and they're hanging back a little bit more as everybody's rotating through. But it seems like there are some women at the front driving the pace a little bit more, but those rotations are kind of happening a little bit slower. We're ramping up to about 28 miles per hour now, so they're picking it up. Maybe someone told them that they need to start hustling.
Another question for you, Amanda. Do you think at a certain point that will become kind of part of the tactic with that, trying to get to 85 miles and that extra cash, is that if you're Lauren Stevens, you're trying to win, right? So there's a lot more money at stake than that extra $500. Do we think that dynamic is going to come in, not with Lauren specifically, but with those athletes maybe that are trying to win this race? At a certain point, maybe there isn't as much incentive for actually the stronger athletes to work to try to get there in time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the surprising thing, I talked to Lauren. She did a bike check with us that will probably play later on the broadcast.
Great.
And I asked her beforehand, what's the strategy, and do you think the men are actually going to catch them? And she thinks they're going to catch them before 85. So from her perspective, I think she sees no reason to go for that $500 because she doesn't think it's going to happen. So I'm not surprised to see her at the back of this group here, not because from what it sounded like, she thinks they're going to get caught anyways, and that nobody might get the money. So, like I said, I was kind of surprised to see them not fully throttling it, but and they start speeding up and working together more.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Amanda. We'll keep throwing back to you when you've got some insights, some great insights, as you do. But it looks like going into this little roller here, things are starting to pep up a bit on the women's race.
Yeah, so interesting that $10,000, even at the onset, the women are like, it might not be worth going to the effort because they don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, it's hard, though, because, as I said, that person that she talked to about that, Lauren Stevens, is the favorite to win this race. Gravel national champ at the back of the group, very road tactic savvy. Does it matter? Does $500 matter if you're trying to get the big piece of the pie, right? So like she's not going to try. That's not important to her at all. Where the athletes that are like, man, I'm hoping to get top 10. That means I get $0 unless
I get the $500.
We get the $500, right? So like I think that's where I think she probably, to a certain extent, her personality's like her. If that happens, if we can't assume that that's happening, that is actually going to disrupt the group working together enough where they 100% will not get there before the men if that's the case. As we're back to the front men
yeah,
on the elite side of things.
good point in that it takes, because the women's field is so small, it takes all of them to embrace that strategy in order for it to work, or at least a good percentage of them.
Actually, almost the opposite, not to be disagreeable, but if one person isn't, or two people aren't, and they're the strongest, then everybody's like, well, screw you then.
Yeah.
Right? It's more that than like everybody needs to pitch in. It's like, well, I don't want to pull her around so that then she can go win the race.
Right.
But right now, these are some athletes putting in the effort
Disc wheel.
on their own there. Yeah, that's it's going to be aerodynamic, and it's definitely going to keep things rolling, through some of those faster sections. That's Chase Work. I think we actually had a little look at his bike earlier. We might be able to take a peek at that at some point as well. But some of these athletes off the front, I think this was the athlete, Didi, that we saw earlier bridge that gap to those group of three, or the first one in that group that made that bridge. So definitely some athletes with some good legs and good motivation.
And you can see there is some good communication going on there as the athletes pull through here. It looks like another small break from the main group. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 athletes here as they come into this right-hand turn. Again, it is these corners where some of that gravel tends to bunch up. So the athletes taking a little extra caution there, because that's where things can get a little slippy with some deeper pockets of the gravel, but all the athletes slowing down and clear through that. And looks like this group here, they're taking a look over their shoulder. There's so much awareness going on, right? I mean, you make a move like this, and athletes always looking over their shoulder to see, was it effective? How many people? Where are we? Is this sort of a significant break? And of course, then if we were to be back at the Chasers, there's a bunch of banter at the front of that group saying, we can let that one go. They're going to come back just like they did, with the original group of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that's Chase Work in the aero bars and the disc wheel pulling through the front there, as we have the 2 athletes in the back kind of making their way back to that group. So organized in the sense they're all working together, but not the smoothest yet, because they're still really on the pressure, right? So right now is when the strongest athletes out of this group really just need to put their effort down and push, and you're not really flicking the elbow yet. You're not really looking at everybody else. You're just kind of taking what each person can give, because right now is when you have to put the most effort to just establish that gap and to separate yourself from those athletes chasing behind. Again, as we see Chase now rotating through to the back of that group.
So he's got the bars and the disc wheels. Talk a little bit about sort of bike tech. We've seen evolution in road bikes, evolution certainly in time trial bikes. What has the evolution been, technically speaking, with gravel bikes? Lighter?
Yeah, no, it kind of all the things that we would expect. Again, kind of that, the biggest improvements and changes have been kind of on that acceptance of bigger tires. We don't want to burn all our matches here, Didi, because we've got so much tech stuff to talk about throughout the day. But as far as gear ratios go, you can have a kind of a road gear set now. SRAM just released a group that has 13 speeds, a 1x13 speed setup, where traditional bikes, we call them 10 speeds, but they've been 11 speed for a long time. But so a lot of different innovation there. Kind of the old school setup, actually having that gravel bike with aero bars, is actually like very old school gravel. Kind of before it became huge groups and pro peloton effort. It ended up being, you'd start with other people, but you're out there all day, so might as well have aero bars, because you're out there doing it on your own, literally all day. So the more gravel progresses, we actually see maybe less aero bars. But every once in a while, we'll see somebody with a disc wheel out there. You don't see it too often. That's somebody who almost certainly gets that wheel for free, or has a buddy who doesn't mind giving them that wheel. But it's not a wheel you can use all that often. There are some downsides. It doesn't accelerate probably as quickly. It's a much stiffer wheel, so not as important if you can have a wider tire on the back of that. But certainly in a cross tailwind, or kind of in any wind situation, it is so much faster once you're at speed.
Well, and you take a look at this course, these athletes, and while we don't anticipate the wind to be a huge factor today, these athletes are exposed. So it is a benefit if you are having getting some wind exposure to have that option. But as you can see, not many of our athletes out there today riding the disc.
No, and here we go back to the women's fields. They take this left-hand corner. We see Leah on the front left-hand side of our screen. Yeah, still kind of wide spread out, so we can tell the pace isn't too heavy right now. They're just kind of cruising. And, yeah, I think, from what Amanda said, that Lauren said, and what it looks like right now, it kind of obviously depends on the group behind, but it's going to be hard for these women to earn that extra $500 if they don't start getting on the pace a little bit. We're almost an hour in and haven't covered too much ground. They're definitely going to need to be closer to 20-mile-an-hour average for them to be able to get that money. And again, it's not important to some of those athletes, and to some it's a little bit more so. But they're going to have to start pushing that pace if they want to get that extra cash. We see athletes kind of choosing different sides of the road there. We had athletes on their left, kind of camera right, in that gutter on that side. That looked like a smoother road to them, so they went over there, and we're going to see here now. We're back at the start, Didi, of one of our other events.
Yeah, this is our start of our 75-mile race. Here, again, lots of different distances going on today, but today this is the 75-mile privateer presented by Good Life Cyclery. So lots of athletes choosing this particular distance. It's sort of in the case of the Three Bears, it's the one that's just right. It's not the 300-mile, but it's a little bit more aggressive. So it's fits like a glove for quite a few of our athletes out here today. So the start of our 75-mile privateer presented by Good Life Cyclery. And that Good Life Cyclery just having their grand opening. So if you are in the Lincoln, Nebraska area, go check out that new shop there, part of the Good Life family of brands. Some good folks there. It's just a whole company really about lifestyle, as we can see this entire weekend celebrating active, healthy lifestyles, whether that's, certified Piedmontese and the Good Life food brands, the restaurants, all of it. And of course, these activities out there getting the whole community together in the name of good times, good food, good health.
Absolutely. Good times indeed. You can see those athletes pump themselves up as they start the course.
Let's check in one of our athletes doing the 75-mile race today. We're going to check in with Isabel.
When I moved to the United States, my first vehicle here was a bicycle. And that's how I got to know the city and the lay of the land a little bit. And I never quit cycling, absolutely. That was my first Gravel Worlds in 2017. That was the year where the privateer was launched. And that was a fantastic moment for me. I had always been intimidated by the 150-mile challenge of Gravel Worlds, but 75 miles, I knew I could do it. 2018 was the year where I rode the privateer, so the 75 miles, on a single speed bike. I had just a month before ridden the Cornhusker State Games and wasn't able to finish that ride. That was one of my first DNFs, and it really it was hard. It was harsh for me to deal with that. And a friend came up to me and said, you know what? I want you to try riding the single speed bike. I want you to put 400 miles on this within a month leading up to Gravel Worlds, and then just try it. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I learned so much about myself, about riding, how to ride resourceful, coming into this finish, and somebody shouted across the balcony, did you just ride that on a single speed? And I said, yes. And the whole balcony erupted in cheers. And I've never had a moment like that. It's literally giving me goosebumps just thinking about it. It's wonderful. Such a touching and moving moment to feel completely embraced and included, especially as somebody who rides with an added layer of challenge due to my size. For me, as an immigrant specifically, I have no family here. Not in this town, not in this state, not in this country. this family really has embraced me and has given me so much friendship and support and kindness. The Gravel family, it's like a huge reunion of everyone that you love, admire, you hug people, you make new friends. It's wonderful. It's become for me a lot about community, and Gravel Worlds growing is one of the best things that I can even think of. It's gotten so much more inclusive, and so many people are showing up. That is so exciting. I love it. The challenges that we face are there to make us grow. And you can grow really with with a sport athletic challenge like Gravel Worlds. You can have so much personal growth, experiencing your resilience and your resolve, and making it to that finish line is something that absolutely sticks with you.
I love that message, Matt. I think it's fantastic how she sort of discovered this whole new side of herself through cycling, the community here, particularly in Lincoln. And it's not just the gravel scene. It's just, you saw her there on mountain bikes and just getting out and being active in the community that you find and the personal challenge. And really a great message of what it's all about and what this whole weekend is about.
Yeah, no doubt that is that's the spirit of gravel, Didi. Pretty awesome stuff. Amazing.
Well, the spirit of bikes.
We can't take it. It's spirit of gravel. All bikes don't get it. 5 athletes. A beautiful, beautiful shot of these 5 athletes with Chase Work at the front, taking his pole, throwing his elbow out. Wants somebody else to take theirs. But it makes sense that he would take the kind of faster pace poles when there's more speed. You've got to love a shot, Didi, where there's gravel actually in the shot.
I can feel the gravel in my teeth.
Yeah, I think some of our athletes could too. But on that kind of wider shot we had just about 30 seconds ago, I could see 2 athletes, it looked like, trying to bridge across to this group of 5, and then that main group, or the quote-unquote peloton, we can call it, just a few seconds behind those athletes too. So it looks like we've got quite a dynamic race happening on the men's side right now. So definitely pushing that pace. They're through mile 26 already through an hour and 10 minutes. So they're moving, and it's almost as if they had an incentive to get up the road as quickly as possible, but they're just trying to change the dynamics of the race. And back to the women's race on this shot here. I believe it's the women's race, or this might be this is the men's chase. So this is that group that is trying to pull back that group of 5, and again that group of 2 that is bridging across. So double Paceline here. It looks like some of our favorites are still in there. I think I saw Borselman on the left-hand side of the screen there. So trying to keep that pace high to bring these groups back.
That's great camera angle here. It gives you a sense really of what these athletes are facing and why they're, in the tire tracks. It's in between that you've got, a lot of that pea gravel sort of piled up, and that's where you'll get a tire that slips if you're not sort of mindful of how you're taking the way across that. But here we have some of the splits from our group. Gives you a sense of that lead group and the chasers. They're about 40 seconds apart right now, so definitely eyes on from the front of the chase group to the leaders ahead. That gap, 41 seconds there at 25.5 miles.
Yeah, so that gap is to that athlete, and those 2 athletes we can see up the road that are kind of in between. So this timing, Matt, was just a little bit ago, so that gap might be a little bit bigger right now. So those 2 chasing across, there's Trevor August, who we've seen already kind of have some incentive and be an athlete that's trying to push the pace, along with Tobias Morch-Konstad. And then again, kind of that main group, which has some of our favorites. A name we haven't mentioned yet today, Russell Finsterwald, is an athlete that is one of the best in the world for sure, as is Peter Stetina and John Borselman. And Russell had some bad luck last week at SBT Gravel. Got word I was out there for that race as well, and got word after one of the descents that he was standing in the middle of the road with his tire off of his wheel.
Well, that happens. That's the nature of racing, particularly when you're racing gravel. The weekend before, though, not too shabby, 6th place at Leadville. So not all was lost in this month of racing for him.
No, definitely not. And he's, he's comes from the mountain bike side of things, so the tactics might be a little bit different here, but definitely one that we should watch. And also, obviously, you're going to watch the front of our women's race. We have one of our Pondemal riders, or 2 of them, actually at the front of the group, about to roll off there. And this is kind of that back side of another angle of that women's race as well. As we can see, they have another athlete kind of up the road that they are chasing down, probably from our men's field earlier. But there we go. Women look like they're working together at this point.
Yeah, still looks like a pretty mild pace. Athletes not really, you can just sort of tell, not a lot of torque on the pedals. The women there at the back are really kind of coasting more. So a really mild pace. And of course, it's seen, we don't have a very large women's field, but that pack very, very much together as compared to the men's field, where we see some people sort of testing the limits of that group, and we see little breakaways happening. Our women's group really just sort of staying together and riding a pretty steady pace here so far. So we'll see how that evolves over the course of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of different tactics, different things can roll through here. But again, a lot of action is going to be happening throughout the day on this this site here, down in the kind of heart of Lincoln, Nebraska. But right now we can see, again, Leah at the front. Just every time we look, Leah is not more than a few bike lengths from the front of the race. Definitely one of the athletes that wants to keep things up. And here we go, Didi. And kind of one of the more, we could call technical sections of the course is more of a double track section, more of a Jeep road feeling section of the course. You can see a little bit looser. The athletes are going to want to stay all kind of in that one track so they can still get the advantage of that draft, but also not get in that crunchier and at sometimes looser sections of that dirt road.
A steep little pitch here as we see almost every athlete stand up out of the saddle. Again, a lot of our terrain is a little bit more gradual. We see gradual ascents and descents, but a couple pitchier little bursts in there as well.
There we go, and we've got Bill with the men's chase, that main group. What's going on back there, Bill? Seems like things are firing up, man.
Hey, as you can see, we just hit a really nice spot here. This ground is just super smooth. It's almost like there's no gravel here, so it's great. And things are getting a little spicy in the back as this chase group tries to reel in these leaders. They talk about sailing the seas in Lincoln, Nebraska. This is absolutely what we're saying. You guys were asking about where this elevation comes from. It's these rollers. It's just up and down like you're on the ocean. So hopefully none of them are going to get seasick out here. One thing that I wanted to talk about here, just with those leaders that we have, a couple of them in there could be dangerous for our favorites who are still back in the pack. You have Daxton Mock. He's a guy we haven't talked about yet. He's a Bear National rider. That is a mountain bike team, started as a Devo team and now has worked up into the elite ranks, and have started a gravel team with Dax on that. He's somebody that I've seen in mountain bike races go off the front and stay there. A Cactus Cup like a year or so ago, he had a breakaway that lasted probably 3-4 hours of that race. So he's a strong rider. You talked a little bit about Chase Wark already. He's the guy that we knew was going to do something. When we see that piece on him later on, I kind of challenged him to go at kilometer 0. He didn't do that, but you knew he was going to be in the break. So I think these guys are they're keeping their eyes on them. The pack is starting to speed up because they really can't allow that group that's working pretty well together to get too far ahead, or else they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, and what do you think about the 2 athletes that are kind of on that bridge? And it's hard for us to tell if they were actively trying to bridge or if they got dropped earlier from that group, but it looked like they were actually making some inroads to get across. Do you think this group is worried about them, or are they just kind of going to get caught up in the swing?
I have a feeling they're going to be coming back. I think one of those might be Trevor August.
It is,
he definitely has the engine to do this, and it looks to me like they are going to be integrated back into this chase group, which at this point may be the smarter move. I mean, hopefully the chase can reel these guys in a little more, and then they can come back. But it looks like they're a little bit like in no man's land. We got this really nice shot of them now. You can see those two just about to crest this climb, and the third trying to catch them. But we've been watching them for the last 5 minutes or so, and they're just kind of like steady right there in that gap. No, they're not going forward, not going back. So I have a feeling they'll be back in the group soon.
That's awesome. And we know how these groups go, especially when they're chasing, and still very early in this race. So some of the favorites, they want to have things under control, but they also know that the racing isn't going to happen for a while. Considering that, is there anybody in that group who's like either sitting on or that is pushing and like trying to encourage everybody to make those efforts? Like, is it Borselman or Stetina that are trying to get people to pull through? Is do we have Griffin Easter and those other athletes? Are they trying to do the work, or are there some athletes that are kind of hanging on? Like, I haven't seen Adam Roberge at all. Like, is he up there pushing the pace?
Matt, I think all the riders that you mentioned are too smart to really do that at this point.
Yeah.
I think that they're kind of, they're playing that game where there are some folks in there that maybe don't have the same experience as they do, and they may be coaxing them to go to the front and put in some work because, kind of telling them that you don't want that breakaway to get away. But I don't think that we've seen, well, I see him now. Actually, take some of that back. I see that group now of three going off the front. I see Finsterwald, I believe, is the third rider in there, so I have to believe Borselman is in there as well.
Yeah.
And right before we made that right turn, everything started to bunch back together, and you can tell now that the pace is really picking up, and we may start losing some of these riders off the back. It looks like your favorites that you just mentioned are doing that work now, and they've kind of had enough of this breakaway.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, I love that you said that, because there's always the first hour of the race, you're like, man, there's a couple dudes that nobody's ever heard of that are pushing the pace pretty hard. Let's just let them keep doing that and sit in here. But clearly it looks like the favorites are sensing now's the time to be able to make something happen.
Yeah, and they've actually just reeled in those guys that were sitting in the middle, so it looks like they're coming back to the pack, and then they're going to start concentrating on that 5 out there, and that's when the games start, right? That's when if you want to have better control over this group, you're fine with a group out there that you can control, that that at any point you can put in that effort and bring them back. So to have them hanging out there really does no harm to our race favorites.
No, that's sweet, man. And one thing I'm most excited about is it seems like the suspension on your vehicle is perfect. Like I was worried about you being comfortable out there today, but it seems like it's
smooth
nice
like butter.
Smooth.
Yeah, the one thing about this gravel is it's as Dee Dee was saying, how it's sort of pushed off to the side. It's like a gravel road in name, but down when they're in those tire tracks, like we were out here yesterday reconning it is super smooth. It's almost like a road race for that part. I think the thing that we noticed is, I think about 30 miles to go, that's when you get a couple roads that really have that real chunky gravel that we're gonna that things are gonna change. When we had that flat early in the race, that was a huge surprise, because this is like one of the few gravel races that I think you're going to plan for a flat, but it's going to be really bad luck if you get one, as opposed to something like Unbound where you're planning for 4 or 5 flats.
Yeah, and is there a point, though, where that ends up the athletes can kind of like overthink it and then make it a problem? Like sometimes, I know back in the day when we come to races like this, you'd be like, oh man, maybe I can pull off running a 30 road tire and I'll be fine because it's so smooth. Like, are some athletes kind of pushing the limits, or are guys pretty standard right now with the 40, 45s?
I'm sure there are someone's out there. We heard yesterday somebody wanted to run a 35. I don't think they were in this. I think they were back in the 75. So I wish them all the best. But I really think it's those wider tires, and they've done so much testing on this. They have rolling resistance charts. They have everything else, and at this point, those wider tires are going to roll just as fast as something thinner. So there's really no reason to take that chance on a narrower tire, and it's also that comfort level as well. I mean, you're feeling good and you're still able to go just as fast. Why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, no, that's well said, and I appreciate that. But sometimes you can't underestimate the ability of athletes creating problems for themselves.
I was going to say to be stupid, to make dumb choices.
The dude out there. That's awesome. Well, thanks so much, Bill. We appreciate it. Love the shots that you guys are getting and the information, and we'll get back to you with more soon. Thanks, man.
Good stuff as we see a little bit of a narrower section of road here. So athletes sort of bunching up a little bit. But as we said, we're going to come back and check in with our professional women's race here. Again, don't anticipate too many changes. See, we do have some folks trying to get people organized here with varying degrees of success, trying to get that pace to pick up. Athlete here taking a quick break. I don't know if that was mechanical or mechanical issue there, but getting back rolling, and he'll have his work cut out for him to get back to that group.
That was one of our early breakaway, our first group of 3, one of those early athletes off. So he's had his time at the front, and now, unfortunately, he's had his time at the back as we get back to the back of the women's race. And yet, well pointed out, Didi. That athlete was doing the international cycling sign for, hey, let's
get organized,
start pulling, and definitely one of those athletes that, in her motivation for the day, is trying to get that $500,
yep.
Right? So in the end, yes, that is an effort that she needs to be able to do on her own, but these women can't do that on their own. For them to be able to get that money off the front, to be able to stay in front of those men, they're going to have to work as a group together. That's just kind of how.
And what degree of frustration comes as an athlete like that tries to get the group organized and is sort of unsuccessful? It doesn't seem like anyone's listening.
It's building. It's a building frustration that will end up just being one that allows them to be like, whatever. Okay, we won't worry about it. But we're worried about giving you the best coverage as possible of this race, and we'll get more after this break.
When I was a kid, we would go on adventures. Like in Kenya, we call them adventure. Like adventure would be you just go in the thicket. You just kind of make your way through it and you go back home. That adventure piece was a huge part of me. That when I got back into trail running, I reconnected to that part of me that I thrived through that adventure. My name is Ngugi Kihara and I'm from Nairobi, Kenya. I moved to the US when I turned 20, and I just had a really difficult time finding my footing in myself, in my identity here in the US. At the same time, I knew that there was this part of me that needed something. And then I started practicing yoga and I found like some quiet through meditation, and I was like, wow. Just that was the path that got me to like feeling I could just be with myself. Around 2019, when I just started to explore running just a little bit, I found this huge mindful component of the meditative practice while out on the trails. These tools that are helping me find my own happiness, my peace, my conflict, my challenge, like just everything wrapped into one. And I can experience all those things in one beautiful hour outside in the morning. Like I feel how much more present I am for my kiddos, for my family, for myself. It was just what I needed. The thing I'm most excited about for Western States is the adventure of it, as being a participant on the course with other people that are pursuing the same challenge and the same adventure in their own purpose, and knowing that we're doing that together and to grow from whatever beauty and challenges the course will have for me that day.
And we are back at Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf with our women's group. We can see again, Didi, it looks like they're, I think they're somewhere in between working and not working.
Not working. And again, depending on level of skill and experience, some are obviously working harder than the others, but again, I just judge it by the athletes at the back, and granted, we're coming on a little bit of a downhill here, so it's a little bit deceptive, but if you keep an eye on the women at the back of the group, you can generally kind of see what the pace is. And a lot of those women at the back of that group are just soft pedaling. And again, we're just coming down a little bit of a descent. So it's a little bit deceiving. But even as we get rolling here, it doesn't look like the women at the back are really working that hard. So this pace is still pretty mild.
Yep.
We could see one of the athletes prior to going to break there trying to get this group organized, trying to get the pace to pick up. And we talked a little bit about the frustration level. You know, does it build when you don't get necessarily the organization and the result that you want? And compare and contrast how that women's group looked to this group here. You can see the guy at the back here. He's putting a lot of power into the pedals there just to stay on. So you can tell the difference in effort level there and intensity in terms of you know, interest in sort of, you know, moving forward. The women are still very, very patient, whereas this group is trying to get something done here.
Yeah, and you can tell how fast this group is moving with, as you said, that athlete in pink showing how hard he's working. That is Dax Mock that Bill was talking about. So he's one of the stronger athletes out here, and clearly you could tell how hard he's pushing that pace in this group of 5. And that's what it's going to take for a group of 5 to stay away. And again, whether or not it's they stay away and try to win the race, or whether or not it's they stay away so that they're then affecting the race behind them, so that then
they're forcing things to happen.
Yeah, a group of 3 that's got Finsterwald and Borselman and Stetina in it come across, and they're like, dude, we're with the favorites. Now we're definitely going to get top 5, right, if you have a good race. So a lot of different tactics there. And then, you know, back to this women's group. And, you know, we could see, and it's funny because it is road tactical to an extent on a race like this. And you're going to see, again, we've got Leah on the left-hand side of the road. She's been pushing the pace really well. At Crystal Anthony, we saw there a second ago. That's Emily Newsom and the Ponda Mile kit cruising. But the athlete that we're going to see a lot in the back that we've seen already is Lauren Stevens. And she stands out really easily because she has that Stars and Stripes. And some people may say, dude, take your pole. It's like, man,
why?
Like if you're a sprinter in the Tour de France, if you don't see Mark Cavendish taking poles early in the race because he wants to be there at the end and win, and it's like, man, as long as the people I need to beat are here, then I'll just be at the back going easier so that I have the energy to be able to beat them at the end.
So gone are the days of sort of, I don't want to say sportsmanship because it's racing tactics. It's not that Lauren is being unsportsmanlike by not taking a pole. That's the nature of racing. You want to do as little work as you can for as long as you can. But is there nothing to be said for, like, hey, like, you have to do just a little bit of, like, is there a sportsmanship aspect to it that you should at least feign an effort to do some work on behalf of the group?
A debate as old as time.
Yes. Which is why I'm racing.
Yeah, the answer is no.
No.
But also yes, because if you're one of the people that's trying to make it for everybody kumbaya to get an extra $500 and to get up the road and to work, it feels unsportsmanly when that person isn't pulling. Again, it's not, and it's totally fine. And that person who feels like the other person's unsportsmanly, they know that too, right? So, but what happens is after a period of time, they all give up.
Yes.
Right. And that's where you see in like a race like this, like let's say the women, instead of having this mark where they had to get to mile 85 before the men, if it was a group they were chasing, then they would give up and that group gets away and wins. Right. So it's like it's letting those efforts happen. And we see Chase Warwick is one of these athletes that's been pushing the pace. We had Bill allude to the fact that he had a little sit down with Chase about that bike that's pretty unique on the day. Let's go and see what Chase had to say.
Let's take a look at this bike. Why don't you just walk me through what we got here?
Yeah, so we'll start, probably the most noticeable thing is this disc wheel. It is a head jet, or I like to call it the head Jetporia because it is a Emporia rim, which is their gravel rim. It's 26 millimeters internal, so good for those wide tires. And then what they did for me is they put their disc, or their jet disc aero fairing onto that rim. This is, if you look very closely, R&D testing only. So this is one of a kind. I have actually ran a disc in gravel racing before, but it wasn't built for wider tires. Speaking of tires, risk taking, I did have 35 millimeter GP 5000s on this morning, Continental. But just there's a couple sections where it's loose. We have some really good bike handlers who could attack me in corners with those. So I went to a 45 millimeter Continental Terra Speed. This is only 1 watt slower than that road tire I was talking about earlier. Maybe a little less aero, but I don't have to question whether or not I'm gonna get attacked in the minimum maintenance roads, in the corners. These provide really good handling. They're quick. These are the exact same tires I broke away with Keegan Swenson at Valley of Tears. So I know they're fast in flat hero gravel conditions. And then I should probably talk about the bike itself. This is a Lauf Segla extra small. So if we hit some mud, this thing has huge tire clearance. I can fit 2.2 inch tires with 0 issues. But these are just 45 millimeter. So yeah, lots of tire clearance. So honestly, I kind of hope it's muddy, because last year when everyone else's bike clogged up, I was able to ride away. So crossing my fingers that the traditional Friday night thunderstorm comes and those minimum maintenance roads around mile 30 hit. And then, of course, it's a Lauf, so how can we not talk about their True Grit fork? This thing has 30 millimeters of suspension, eats up all of those little bumps that happen out on the gravel roads. It also means I'm more comfortable throughout the whole ride. It's easier to ride in the aero bars because it is eating up those little bumps. And Silka did some wind tunnel testing, and compared to a standard fork, it is 5 watts faster. So it is a little bit heavier, but it smooths out your ride, and it's a little more aero. I think it's worth the cost and weight, especially on, it's not a flat course out here, but it's one where you can average 22, 23 miles per hour pretty often. And then, yeah, I think that's it for this machine. Yeah.
Thank you, Chase. All right, by the time you all see this, hopefully Chase will be already a couple miles ahead of everyone else and making it fun to watch tomorrow. We're going to send it back to you all.
There you go. Good call, Bill. He is a little bit ahead of most everybody else. He's got a group with him, but I think if he had to choose, this is how he'd do it. But you could tell just by the way he's riding, he wants to make this stick. He can see the group behind is making a little bit of headway. Maybe that group's that he's with isn't kind of pushing enough. He knows that he needs to be on the gas to keep this group either away or, again, as we spoke, Didi, away long enough where the race behind can really break up.
Yeah, just going back to that little discussion about his bike, very, very thoughtful in every single aspect of gear selection for him today, and just gives you a sense of the complexity and how different races might tweak certain choices. But I was struck by the thoughtfulness of all of the decisions that he made regarding his steed out there today.
Oh yeah, for sure.
A lot goes into it.
Yeah, overthinking is a great thing for the athletes. It keeps us from being as stressed out. I thought it was funny or interesting that he went from, and maybe I'll ask Bill about this when we talk to him next time, but that his option was a 35 or a 45. There's a lot of in between in there.
Yeah.
So I thought it interesting that he made that big of a jump, but again, well thought in the reasons he came to that conclusion. As you can see, these athletes getting over another railroad crossing, making sure they point it out to everybody, and coming through some of the more busier sections of the course as we get through a small little town here.
Yeah, just in the middle of town here. So athletes, again, mindful of all of the traffic rules, stop signs, even in racing, still got to obey them.
Yep, for sure.
Getting a little shout out from some of the folks in town, early morning here. So not a lot going on just yet, but a couple of curiosity lookers as people out getting their morning coffee and getting about their day.
Yeah, and definitely a section of the course where when you're in an organized group like this of 5, you've got these flat, fast roads. Yeah, you want to keep pushing the pace as best you can. Easy to stay organized in here. You know, you probably send, if I was there, I'd send Chase to the front in that fast setup that he has. But it's also a time, Didi, where it's like, okay, now is when we're going to make sure I get a snack, make sure I get a water bottle. We know the road's smooth. You're not going to get any trouble trying to eat or organize any of your stuff while you're on the road. So you can see a lot of the athletes will take that, maybe even to sit up, stretch your back a little bit, but definitely going to get their nutrition in, as we've got 2 of the dudes with the air bars at the front pushing the pace.
Yeah, just a little opportunity for a bit of a mental break, if not a physical one, from sort of the bumps and focus that you need when you're on the gravel road. So a little bit of a reprieve once you get onto the pavement there, but they'll be back on gravel in no time as we come back, chasing our women's field here that remains entirely intact.
Yeah, it seems so. We will have a split here in a second with kind of everybody who's gotten through that first split together, but certainly the mass group all still in the same spot, cruising through there pretty well. Yeah, we see Lauren Stevens kind of in the middle of the group. There's another USA kit in there that is kind of in the back of the group there. And we see Izzy King. I can see Emily Newsom in there. We see Crystal Anthony on the right side of the group. Leah obviously is still in there pushing the pace and cruising along pretty well.
Yeah, again, it doesn't look like the women are riding that aggressively, and I'm sort of curious at what stage. And again, we're obviously really, really early days here as we're just getting, I mean, that's a little bit old, but the split from the women at 25 miles, that's quite a bit ago. But when this is going to fire up, because it's still pretty chill. They seem like they're out for a chatty Saturday ride.
No, it is. Yeah. It is pretty chill, and you know that chill pace. And again, it depends on what's happening behind. I mean, they're not even really going down the downhills very quickly right now. And I think, Didi, probably what we're seeing is that we have gotten to that point where the athletes that want to pull through and are trying to get things organized are kind of starting to give up because the favorites who are going to get the crown at the end of the day are happy to sit on.
But let's talk about the dynamic, and it's obviously still a ways off, but the dynamic of what happens when the general field does catch this group of women and what that's going to do to the strategy and how some of our favorites are going to capitalize on that.
Yeah, they'll just continue to do what they've been doing all day, which is follow the wheels, right? And I think, you know, we can expect if that main field comes through, it's not going to be a field or a group the size of this group, right? It'll probably be a smaller amount of you know, men at the front of that age group race that are pushing the pace, and then that will cause a split of who's going to be able to stay on the women's side of things. But yeah, when you see a group go on a downhill riding 10 abreast, the pace is not on.
The USA kit there on the back right hasn't taken a pedal stroke in 20 seconds.
Yeah. No, totally, for sure. Just
downhill or not, that's just, I mean, we're coming up to a road crossing here, so obviously we're being cautious. But again, just speaks to the fact that there is no sense of urgency to this women's race.
No. And again, the women that were hoping to get those extra $500 out of that $10,000 purse, they've got their work cut out for them. And there's a point where if there's enough of them and they know that they can't win the race, they can still go to the front and just start pushing the pace and be like, well, that's my race. I'm going to try to get there, and I can do that without pushing. Here we go on the left side. This is where it narrows, Didi, and everybody's trying to find that same stretch of smooth gravel. Wheels overlap a little bit, but nobody, just some feet down. Nobody actually crashed there, but a little bit of a pileup, and that elastic is going to stretch, but you can tell how slow the group is going. That within 10 seconds,
no problem.
You're right back on.
Yeah, exactly. But a tense moment there that'll take the old heart rate up a little bit. Just a crossed wheel situation there, but both women able to recover. And
Yeah, there we
Just
go.
a little bit of excitement.
Just a little bit. There we go. But yeah, still cruising through this beautiful section. This is where we were able to talk to Bill just a few minutes ago, and I think this is the section that Chase was referring to as minimum maintenance. I'd not heard that before.
Minimum maintenance.
Clearly, that's a term we use around here, but a new one to me, and I think that's quite appropriate. So yeah, one of the minimum maintenance roads out here, pretty self-defining what that means as we cruise up this little climb and onto some more rollers. And it's just going to be this all day long, roller after roller after roller after roller. And it takes a certain type of athlete to be the most efficient at that, right? Because it's you know, you can use the group's momentum to get halfway up the climb and then try to roll through it, where there's some athletes maybe that aren't as intentional, that might waste some energy that the more experienced athletes just aren't going to waste.
Yeah, but in a group this small, at a pace this mild, again, I think they're biding their time. And I will look forward to a little bit more action. I think when the general field catches this elite women's group, that some of our favorites will find, to your point, you know, a faster wheel to follow with minimal damage in terms of energy output. Because at this point, it's pretty cruisy as we take a look at our splits for our women here. Again, all of them together. This was back at mile 25.5, so a bit ago, but largely unchanged for our group of women.
Yeah,
today.
no, they're all still there, all together, cruising well. And at the back of the group, that is that other USA kit. Actually, it was John Terrell, one of our para athletes out there today. So he's cruising, just chilling out of the back of the women's group. Keeping as much company around him as possible. But, man, what he's doing out there on these roads, again, with, you know, we saw some athletes go off the road there a second ago. You got to be extra heads up if you're in John's boat, and he's doing a great job. Love to see it. Yeah, beautiful.
And yeah,
beautiful
I was going to
shot.
say, again, just soft pedaling here. Again, the nature of this road, you see the tire tracks nice and smooth in the middle there. Where you need to be heads up is if you're crossing from one side, as John is right now, one side back to the other side, because that's where that gravel tends to pile up. And if you're not fully focused, you'll slip a wheel there. But back to our men's lead group.
There we go, working well together. We could see Chase there in the fourth group, and all these athletes really are pretty set up to be able to kind of go this whole distance on their own, right? They clearly have a bunch of nutrition and gear on board.
Yep.
So they don't need to stop tactically.
I was just about to ask you, because we have a little bit of a sheer pocket here in the back jersey, and I was going to ask you to venture a guess as to how many cake cows are in that back pocket there.
A lot. And looking like, you know, he's got, it looks like something in between his bars too, or underneath. So he has some. He doesn't have a ton of fluid, so he might have a different plan to be able to get a little bit more hydration on board, or is just, you know, with that aero setup, realizes he can, you know, put a foot down for 15 seconds and fill up a water bottle and get back on the
I think
group,
that BTA bottle might actually be his fluid stash, and that looks to be pretty significant there, that reservoir in between the bars.
Okay.
Adding, sort of taking something from the, you know, triathlon space, putting, you know, it has an aerodynamic benefit, and that to me looks like that's where he's got a majority of his fluids stored, but we'll have to get a closer look next opportunity we get. But yeah, interesting to note, he's one of the few athletes not riding with a hydration pack.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, you know, I'm similar with that, where, you know, hydration pack, especially if it's hot, can just kind of feel obtrusive and feel like it's assisting and kind of raising that core temperature. But point is, all these, it's not a surprise to see the athletes in kind of that break position being prepared to be out all day without putting a foot down and stopping.
Yep.
So here we go back to the men's chase group, it looks like. Cruising through here. This is the car that Bill is in. These guys are looking over their shoulder. I wonder what they're waiting for. But that's, again, kind of what we saw earlier with the women's race, Dee Dee, is that when you can see 6 across the road, there is no effort in this group right now.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised with the juxtaposition of what we saw that effort was in that breakaway group a moment ago, if the next time we see a gap, it's 3 or 4 minutes, because you've got this group is crawling. Yeah, like literally that chase group or that breakaway group on this hill was probably going twice as fast.
And what kind of feedback are these guys getting in the chase group, right? I mean, because you look at it's the nature of other races, road races. You know, you've got fans, coaches, family lining the streets, giving the athletes information. But what kind of information are these athletes getting as to the nature of that split?
Yeah, they're not getting much right now, right? Like they're only going to be getting information from random people on the side of the road. Visually on a roller like this or a rolling course like this, like when you get to the top,
you might have.
They're going to be looking and they're like, okay, well, there's a vehicle or there's a moto with that group. We can see it. I'm curious. It looked like possibly a small group had just gone off the front, or a group that had gone back, and it looks like now people are trying, right? So you got a group of 4 or 5, and this is actually an amazing shot, and what it looks like when a break is starting to establish. So we're going to stay on this shot and watch as this break looks like is trying to be established at the moment.
Yeah, you can see some of the athletes there in the middle of the pack trying to respond, but the athletes there at the back still kind of cruising, but it looks like this. I don't know that this one sticks.
Yep. There we go. So there we go. So here, yeah, we can see it pretty spread out at this point. Again, this break is trying to go off the road, or up the road, excuse me, to get up to this group that we have at the front of the race. We can see Dee Dee up the road. Yeah, there has been a bit of a split.
Yep, there's a group of 3, and then it looks like a little splinter group of 2 caught in the middle, and then the larger chase group. So yeah, a little bit of activity in our men's race as we come back to our women's fields, who still soft pedaling here. We can see athletes taking on nutrition here. We saw some of the men. They were riding so aggressively that they really had to wait until they got into town there when they went through the town to take on board calories. But the pace here in the women's race certainly affording these ladies the opportunity to eat and fuel as needed when needed. So different strategies. But we've got Amanda, who I believe is with our women's race. Let's throw it down to Amanda. Amanda, what are you seeing out there? Much the same.
We haven't had one person that has fallen off the pace or dropped back at all, so it's been fun to watch. They're all kind of working together, and even though it looks chill and they're soft pedaling, I just did some math on where they are, and they're probably around 19 miles per hour, including that neutral part in the beginning, so they're still moving. I think it's kind of deceiving on every downhill. They're sort of picking it up a little bit more, but yeah, it's picking up. So last time we checked in, it seemed like they were just kind of chill, but it seems like now they're on the move and they're deciding to kind of pick up the pace a little bit more. It's been fun to see them do the rotating pace lines in the 2 different tracks, because the tricky thing about gravel is there's that really soft line in the middle. So we've seen a few bobbles of people that, as you take a turn in the back and you pull off, everybody rotating through that sort of soft stuff in the middle is kind of like getting a little loose and squirrely, but I think they're all kind of trying to figure out and see where the wind direction is coming from as well. But I'm just really happy to see them all working together and picking it up, and it seems like they're moving now.
Yeah, no, it certainly seems so. And is there anybody in particular that we see kind of encouraging that pace, or is kind of contributing to the work more than the rest?
I can't tell from my perspective. It seems like From where I'm sitting, the front runners are doing the least amount of work, which that's how racing goes, right? They're the ones being the most efficient and taking advantage of that free speed in this group. The two teammates, so the Paz Racing team is here. So Emily Newsom and Carolina Migon, they're the two women for Paz Racing. In terms of like racing tactics, those are the two that we're going to be keeping an eye on to see how they play. If one decides to go, one of the Paz team riders had gone off the front for like just a little bit. She was probably testing to see if anyone was going to go with her, but that's kind of fun to see. I'm really curious to see as we
Okay, it's as obviously we know it gets a little bit remote out there. Some connection issues, so unfortunately we lost Amanda, but great info from her. Appreciate that perspective. I know it can be challenging to be in that space to see what's going on, and she's doing a great job of being right there. But we're back here at the start of another one of our races. This is the 50K. These athletes are just as excited as any of our athletes that have already started and out on course here today. So an adventure for these athletes out here at the Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf.
Yeah, this would be the Garmin Gravel Worlds Buccaneer, the 50K. So athletes getting ready to get underway there. Obviously, the staggered start separates everyone out, and it's going to be a party at the finish line once that first athlete gets there.
Yeah.
And we'll be celebrating first to last all day long, celebrating our first finisher all the way to the last. Every rider here celebrated equally. And, you know, I had actually a neighbor who raced here last year, and she said that the race organizers did such a great job. She felt like a pro racing here. So good vibes all around for all of the athletes out there today, no matter what distance they're racing. But we are back here with our men's lead pack, this breakaway pack, still working really hard, working really well together. See if they can't make this break stick. Certainly we saw some moves back in the chase pack where some of our favorites were trying to shut this one down, but right now this group doing a great job working together.
Oh yeah, no, they're doing a great job. Chase is going after his namesake to a certain extent, but chasing the front of the race here. That's bib 226, heading 227, Kyle Spearing, I believe, having a great race here in the top five, one of our late regs in the elite race, but clearly proving that he should be up there in this group of five. And rumor is the race is kind of blown up, behind these athletes, so they're definitely making an impact on the race.
Yeah, 4 different groups now reported, so that chase group splintered. We had a group of, I think it was 3 or 4, and then another group of 2 to 3. So the chase group has splintered, with some of the athletes getting a little feisty, trying to reel in this lead group of 5 guys. And we'll try to get down and get some of those splits as to what group, what the gap is back to the now 3 distinct chase groups behind this lead group of 5 athletes. But we're going to run away and take a quick break, and we'll come back with lots more action still to come.
What are glitter sunglasses? Stylish no-slip sunnies for all cyclists. Functional shades for bikers that are actually fun. Affordable, high-performance cycling sunnies. Fun sport sunglasses that match every fit.
We're all quite alike, really. A bit odd in the things we share. The joy of suffering. The love or hate of hills. Raindrops. tight corners. The shared memory of the best, worst day.
Back to the action here at Garmin Gravel Worlds, presented by Lauf, and we've had an exciting development in our men's race. We had a chase group or a lead group of 5 on a breakaway, and moments ago, the chase group actually splintered. We had a smaller group of 3 or 4 breakaway, and a couple of athletes stuck in the middle, and then the primary chase group. So our men's race is now a group of 4 distinct groups in our men, with our leaders still a group of 5, and then a couple of sprinter group chasers trying to make things happen, getting a little uncomfortable with the nature and organization of that group of 5 at the front. So good development there in the men. Our female group all still together. That race yet to sort of develop and splinter, but some exciting breaks here in our men's race.
Yeah, no, it's all kind of starting, and you know, you can see that this is now established. This little group is organized, right? So they're working together well. We got an athlete off the back. For a second, I thought that was Borselman. I don't believe that is. He mostly because you wouldn't expect him to be off the back of the group.
Because he would never let that happen.
No, but this athlete having a little bit of trouble getting back on the group. But we could see ahead, like very, very, very large gaps in front of this group. But we can still see that, or we hear that it was Finsterwald that was really pushing the pace early. To be able to get that gap together and kind of help facilitate these groups blowing apart. But clearly a lot of other athletes that were in there pushing that pace. But back to the women's race, Didi, and again, moving really well.
Yeah, moving well, getting a little bit better organized, sort of raising their pace a bit. Still waiting for the general field to catch on to them to see if that splinters this group. But for the most part, the women riding steady and gradually picking up the pace here as they sink their teeth into this 150 miles with 10,000 feet of climbing. Again, getting a few feet done of it here as they come up a little roller.
Yeah, and this is enough, pace that makes me think that they're trying to separate things a little bit, or somebody's kind of over the hanger-oners. We can see small little gaps open, but that's nothing's going to come of that one on this roller. But
well, and we see that because there's now singled out, right? Previously, we saw them riding 5, 6 abreast across the road, and now as they single out, you can tell someone there at the front as we come round. Who that is at the front, but they're starting to get a little bit organized, starting to get a little bit eager, and picking up the pace.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Pushing that pace, and you could tell, Didi, that somebody's really pushing when it's single and there isn't that like Paceline off the side. So it's not necessarily like working together. It's people taking kind of longer, harder turns. But we can see that this group here, we got Pete Stetina is in that group. Definitely see Griffin Easter is in that group. I don't see Borselman, unless that is, I still don't have an eye. No, there he is. I do see Borselman in there. So kind of most of our pre-race favorites are in this group as far as we can tell at this point.
So what we're being told is that when that move happened and the men's field splintered into 4 groups, 2 and 3 have consolidated. So we are now down to 3 groups. We've got our lead group of 5, a consolidated group, and then our primary pack of chasers.
Yeah, so a lot happening there. It sounds like, Finsterwald missed that group as someone that was pushing the pace earlier. That's a little bit surprising, but again, another one of our races getting ready to go here at race headquarters.
Yeah, this is the Garmin Gravel Worlds Buccaneer, the 50K presented by Panaracer. So our 50K athletes getting their taste of the start line here, and they will get underway in about 2.5 minutes, I believe. And they will tackle the 50K course. And good times. This, I believe, is our last race to start of the day. So this is the final group, which we'll take out from the start area, and the next exciting thing to happen there will be the first finishers coming across. So yeah, last group at the start line there as we come back to our women's race here, a little bit of a flatter section, but you can tell the pace is definitely starting to pick up.
Yep. Absolutely, absolutely. We can do doing a nice little left-hand corner, nice and smooth. These athletes are cruising through the course and doing as best they can to stay in a group as we're back on that men's race with this chase group organizing as much as possible.
Yeah, this I believe is chase 1. So we still have our group of 5 off the front. And then we had 2 splinter groups that have converged. I believe that is this. So this is the chase 1. And then we have the larger general chase 2 pack still behind here. As you see that athlete at the back taking a look over his shoulder to see that this sticks and that the 2 chase groups don't come back to 1. But yeah, this little group, aggressive move, splintered in 2 and now back as 1 primary chase group.
Yeah, it looks so. We got Griffin Easter on the back of this group, just kind of hanging on at this point. He knows that this is a safe place to be at this point, but clearly still we haven't had a time gap on that front group yet.
Yep.
So try and we'll get that as soon as we can. But we can see this group at this point working well together.
Yeah, working well. I think, again, we had some agitators just decide that lead group of 5, it had been a while, and once you lose visibility, you get a little unsure, and maybe just a couple of them decided, hey, it's time, let's go see where they are, make sure we're not putting ourselves out of the race by being too complacent in the big chase group.
Yep. Here we go, cruising through here. We can see some of the little softer sections of gravel that these athletes are cruising through, and we're back here at another one of our starts. You can hear that countdown, and there they go. They're off, and Jason's just as excited as he was for the first one, and that's awesome. We wouldn't expect anything less out of our crew here at Garmin Gravel Worlds.
And this is great. Like you see, as these athletes roll through, this is our 50K group. I saw somebody on a mountain bike. Looks like there's somebody on almost like a hybrid type bike. Just goes to show you that there's a wide variety. Don't let equipment be the thing that holds you back from joining into an event like this. As we talked about before, if you're new to gravel riding, you can very, very easily for a course like this put some different tires onto your road bike and go out and have a great time. Get yourself some experience. No need to invest in all the fancy equipment necessarily out of the gate. Anything will do. So there's another mountain bike. We see a couple of mountain bikes. So yeah, everybody coming on out and having a good time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And yeah, you don't have to geek out on the gear, but you certainly can. As we saw Chase has the ability to do so, and it is fun. But yeah, no, it's
I mean, my point is just you can get out there if you're curious about an event like this and you're like, oh, but I don't have the gear, and the gear can be just super overwhelming, I think, for a newbie, for a beginner athlete. But you can take whatever bike, just roll into your local bike shop and say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this gravel race. What can I change on my current bike to make sure I'm safe out there and can have a good time? And there's lots that you can do without a major investment in a whole new bicycle. So don't let that be your limiter to get out there and have a good time.
Yeah, very, very well said.
I'm saying this to myself.
Didi's giving herself some pep talks here. That's amazing. But yeah, feel free to call up Chase for any
gear ideas.
Any gear ideas, any technical input. But yeah, these athletes all working super well together. We got Chase in there, Dax in there as well. As some other athletes we're going to get numbers on as soon as we can through this next split. This is a long section of, we'll call it a descent, and because it is a descent. Here we go. This is an explosion in the back of their group. Looks like we had a bit of a crash at some point. So we had our athlete on the right side of the road. So it looks like he's mostly okay at this point, but we see that group riding away from him. We can see Bill out there trying to do his best to help out in the situation. It's one of our chasers cruising through there, but it looks like this athlete is, he's got his tubeless tire is off the wheel.
Bike, yep.
So they're going to do their best to either help him get on the way or put him in a vehicle and get him out there. you got to have a knee shot every once in a while.
Yeah.
I just don't. Mine aren't looking that good right now, so we're not going to.
Yeah, no, it's good to see that the athlete is okay. Unfortunate. Again, this is a self-supported event, but when you have a major catastrophe like that, try to get as much support to that athlete so he can get back rolling and underway. But good to see that he is okay.
Yep. And word from Amanda out on course is that we had a couple women drop from that lead group. So Claire O'Leary and Jennifer Youngworth have gone off the back of that group. Right now we can see our top 5 men on screen and some of our paces up front, miles to go. Only 100 miles to go, guys. Don't worry about it. No big deal.
Almost there.
It's fine.
You're almost there.
And the chasers are 0.6 miles behind it. Well, it's adjusting 1.2 miles behind. So a little bit back right now as far as, actually, I think that is probably from our vehicle that is had stopped. So 0.6 miles behind is that chase group. And then
Yep. So in our men's, as we can see, these are the 2 women here that have fallen off the back of the lead group of women. They are a half a mile off the pace here. So that's about a couple of minutes. But pretty significant as this group of 2 now will be left to, their day's not done. The general field is coming, so they could catch a wheel and bring themselves back on. But certainly, to the larger group, they're going to be bleeding some time as just a group of 2 trying to chase down. But just goes to show that pace was picking up a little bit, and these 2 women have been spat out the back. You can see that gap.
Yep, and that athlete in the front of this group of 2 was actually one that was trying to get everybody to pull through earlier. So one that definitely wants to get things rolling and move forward as quickly as possible. And we're getting towards kind of the middle section of the course, of one of the sections that can definitely break the race up pretty dramatically. So I know we had a chance to take a look at the CX section that we call it here at Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. Let's take a little peek.
Since Bill is the cyclocross expert, as we head into this first aid station, there's a little cyclocross section. Bill, what do we expect to see?
What we expect to see from this cyclocross section, brought to you by Stevens & Stevens Construction, is, okay, when you think about cyclocross, you think about getting on and off of your bike, you think about mud, you think about Belgium. You can also think in North America, cyclocross is more about grass. So we have a grass section. It's going to be taped like a cyclocross course. They're going to weave through this farm lawn, I guess, yard next to this barn. Then they're actually going to ride through the barn. So a little jingle cross. Yeah, a little jingle cross flavor that, if you're all familiar with U.S. cyclocross, one of the queens of the sport that we are missing every day. Main purpose. What's the main purpose of this section?
It is to string riders out, because basically we're going into that first aid station. We don't want a massive group heading into it. So their whole point of bringing this cyclocross section is to string it out. So we'll see how riders come in. I'm assuming they're going to be a little bit more single file and kind of spread out as we head into like the water and the food stops. Silka is also going to be at this aid station, and they're going to have mechanical support. So if riders have any issues, Silka is going to be on hand to help everyone out.
Yeah, and finally, there'll be pocket pups there. What's a pocket pup? It's a hot dog, but it's small, so you can put it in your pocket. I don't know that early in the race if you're going to want a hot dog.
Morning hot dogs.
Well, it's going to be a Gravel Worlds thing, morning hot dogs.
Yep, so we'll see how riders go. Do we expect to see any of the pros take a hot dog?
I'm going to say no, but...
Well, we never know. We never know. Chase might do it.
All right, we're going to send it back to y'all.
I want a hot dog.
Dude, I want a hot dog,
I want a
too.
pocket pop.
Yeah, we'll probably not going to get too many hot dogs being eaten at this point. But I do think we're going to have a section of this course that is going to break athletes up. This is it. And as Bill was saying, yeah, the jingle cross kind of vibes is awesome. And there's certainly a lot of people with that kind of cross background that have started in this sport, and this is kind of a zone that gets to highlight their skills.
Well, and an opportunity, as I said, deliberately to sort of split up the field, both for safety going into the aid station, but an opportunity for athletes with that skill set, to your point, to make a move and make something happen at that strategic location on the course.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a spot where athletes would have had in their plan, okay, if I'm in a group, this is where I'm going to make a move.
Yep.
And a spot like that, depending, how technical it is, you would actually have some gear choices that were based around that. So you could, set yourself up for success if you were trying to make a break or really have an effort or, an impact in that section. But these athletes,
and what gear choices would those be?
Still cruising. Kind of depends on what happens, but it would be tire choice and, stuff like that. And, possibly, again, when we're talking about how much nutrition and hydration you are carrying with you would depend. You're not going to try to make a break and then decide you're just going to stop at the aid station. That's 5 miles down the road, right? So that's all part of it. But
well, if you're putting yourself out of the race because you're not, fueled at this stage of the race, certainly with the conditions as they are, of course, temperatures heating up. We're expecting highs in the mid-90s. So those are the kinds of things that all of a sudden later in the race, a mile 130, you're like, wow, I need more fluid than I thought I would. But certainly at this early stage, perhaps a lot of the athletes would say, I'd rather not have to stop there.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah. For sure. As we see August cruising through there is a athlete that's been putting a lot of the effort in today. And again, these were athletes that clearly you could tell their goal for the day was to get in the break early, and they've accomplished that.
Yeah, this group super impressed by the organization and the intent and the focus of this group. And as you can see, they are 2.1 miles now ahead of the chase pack. So they're giving it to the chasers there and making them do some work if they're going to shut this down. I mean, lots of racing still to go, and we're not quite a third of the way through the race even. You can see there we've got, 97.5 miles to go, so just over a third of the way through the race. But, impressed with the gap that they've been able to establish, and they're continuing to do the job and build that lead.
Yeah, and doing so while working together very, very well. So I think that's, something that has to happen for a group like this to be able to stay away to the finish, or just, stay away long enough to really have an impact on the race and where it goes. And word on the course is that we had Russell Finsterwald has gotten back into that second group.
Into that chase group because he missed the break. So he's worked his way back in from that third chase group back to 2. So good to know. He would have been kicking himself a little bit to have missed that move, but all is right in his world again.
Yeah, still some decisions to be made from him and the rest of the athletes for sure, but definitely back in the moves and doing well as we see our women still cruising along quite well. As Amanda said, looks like maybe they're not going as fast as they are, but they are working well together from the word that we had from Amanda out on course.
Yep, and since the start of the race, we've had 2 women fall off the back of this group, but still a good sizable group and working well together. And again, we're seeing one of our race favorites here, Lauren Stevens, in that red, white, and blue kit. We have not seen her do really any work at the front, being very strategic in how she attacks this course here today.
Yeah, very much so. We see things getting a little bit spread out. Somebody's definitely pushing the pace up front. It looks like we have a solo rider maybe off the front. That's Leah in the front of the group with another athlete behind chasing, but curious if that athlete we had up the road is an athlete they're chasing. I believe that it is, and we'll get a shot of that as soon as we can. It's a great shot of kind of variances in gravel here as we see one of our male athletes that dropped off earlier. That's Weinberg, I believe.
Yep.
So he's going back through the women's field, and curious if that other athlete that was up the road was some of that, just mix it up.
Yeah, I like Weinberg's choice of kit. It's definitely retro. I think he's wearing like a hoodie.
Just kind of cruising.
Doing his thing. Doing his thing.
Here we go. We're going to go down to Bill, who's got some info for us. What's going on down there, Bill?
All right, so as you saw, we had a lot of excitement that was going on with these 4 groups. Just for starters, these roads are really long. You can see for almost what seems like a mile ahead. We can't see the leaders at all. They are nowhere in sight. So that might be the group that sticks as far as we know right now, and more evidence that lead group may make it the whole way is this new chase group. So we had 4 groups. We had a little confusion at one of the intersections, which allowed group 4 to get back with group 2 and 3. So they're all together now. You know, that includes Stetina, that includes Finsterwald, Borselman. They're all here, and what you're seeing right now is not a lot of work being done. There is not a lot of motivation in this group, which is just, if those leaders knew what was going on behind them, they'd be pushing even harder, because this is the time that they can really just stretch out that lead, because these chasers have pretty much, at least for now, we got a long way to go, but it looks like they kind of threw in the towel for now.
Thanks for that, Bill. Curious if you think that, we know how the oh, it looks like we had a crash, Bill, in that front group of 5. One of the athletes washed out as they went from this grass section onto the gravel, but he's back on his bike, and they're all kind of waiting around for him. But we know how dynamics can happen, and you're always waiting for different things, right? And if you're in this flat, rolly section of a course, and you've decided, man, this group is too far up the road, and everybody kind of sits in, and the favorites are sitting in. Do we not think possibly some of these favorites will be like a Finsterwald and a Stetina will be like, okay, now we're going to drill it through the CX section, and then we can get rid of the pack fodder, and then we can work again together and try to chase up to this front group? Is it possible that the CX section will be a spot where there could be some reinvigoration with like attacks coming from that main field?
It's like you're prescient, Matt, because as soon as you said that, even before we got to that point, it looked like Pete Stetina is one of the instigators out here, and he went head down, went to the front. I think Borselman's up there. So you know how we were talking earlier with the favorites letting some of these other guys do the work. That's no longer the case. You have your favorites who are back up there. I think they did a lot of work to establish that chase room. You come back are doing another effort just starting now.
Awesome. Well, at least you recognize that I see the future, so I appreciate that, Bill. But yeah, no, it seems like those guys, and we've all been there, right? Like, you're frustrated because you've got the energy. This group up the road has some horsepower in it, but we certainly know that, maybe not the pre-race favorites up there, but you can't. There's something in a cyclist that's like, man, I'm not going to sit up at the front and just pull everybody else around, because then they're going to come around me, right? But it's you got to find some help from the course or your competitors to be able to make these moves. And names like Finsterwald, Easter, Borselman, and Stetina, those don't seem like athletes that are going to sit on their hands, Bill.
And we got a quick snapshot there of the lead group, and the chasers disappeared, but we'll try to get that back up with some of the splits from this lead group. A little bit of excitement, again, as they went through that cyclocross section. A little bit of a wipeout coming back out there. I think they just caught a little bit of that loose gravel as they took back onto the center of the road, coming out on that right-hand turn. But everybody back up. That athlete sitting there at the back of that group, seeing him rearranging his kit a little bit, getting things squared away. But yeah, it's not racing if there's no crashing.
No, here we go. Okay, here's that overhead shot of the CX section. It looks like the whole group or most of that chase group is together, and it doesn't look like anybody's super driving it right now in this section. But we'll see around this corner. I would expect this, if they were going to use this as a spot to try to get away, a lot more effort on the front of this group, Didi. We can see that one athlete in the front, being very smooth and moving through that section quickly, but not super on the gas. But we'll see on this straightaway after this left-hand bend, if there's that's where we're going to see a lot of the effort coming in. And if things start to get stretched out, it's certainly going to get stretched out in the middle, but I don't see any kits of kind of those pre-race favorites. But we can see now that that top 5, it's kind of starting to stretch out a little bit. We see athletes moving through here. But again, this could be a make or break section of the course as far as whether or not we get impetus in the group. We could see Borselman kind of lurking behind the front of this group here, and we'll see when they turn right. But man, it doesn't seem like there's much of a gap, Didi.
Yeah, I mean, athletes would have positioned themselves strategically going into this section if someone did want to make a move through here, and we definitely see the front being a little bit more aggressive through there. And this is where, if they want to make a move, and now we see it, right? You see the athletes making a move out of that section, trying to get away with some of the ones that sort of got caught up further back through there. So key section here, so great overhead shot for some strategic moves to happen.
Yeah, there you go.
Cyclocross section.
And the seated attack from that first athlete coming out of there, moving quickly, trying to get a gap. But man, again, nothing really sticking here as far as separation. Yeah, there's a gap kind of in the middle of the group.
Yeah.
But it's gonna need to be 4 or 5 athletes away for it really to stick, because when you get a group of 12 or 14, there's always sitter honors. And at this point, with the negative racing that it sounds like can be happening, which all negative racing means is people are sitting on. And if one person sits on, then the guy pushing the pace is like, man, I'm out. And then it all comes out. So right now, if this front group of 4 or 5 separates, then we could see something coming back. But if this group of 10 comes together, then the gas is going to come out of it all over again.
Yeah, it looks like they did accordion out through that cyclocross section, but they are all now kind of coming back together.
And here we go back to the women's race. Cruising up front again, just steady pace over these rollers, and we're going to see a lot of this kind of effort until some sort of impetus happens where it's going to break up this group. And, maybe it's that CX section that's going to happen in a few miles for them as well. And that's definitely going to have an impact, no doubt. But how much of an impact is another question.
Yeah, as we said, we've only lost 2 riders from this group of women. We picked up one of the men. So the group still looks to be the same size, but 2 women dropped off about 5-10 miles ago, but still pretty steady pacing. And you can tell, again, if using this as a gauge, the fact that they're all the way across the road here, that the pace is, steady but not killer.
Yeah, I'd say that's accurate. They're cruising through. They got a long day ahead, and it's one of those things too, Didi. Let's not forget, we're like, oh man, well, they need to be on the pace if they want to get extra $500. You're like, dude, shut up, dude. I've got 150 miles to ride. I'm gonna kind of pace myself, bro. I don't need to be going any harder than I am right now, because getting across the finish line is the primary thing. And the reality is the people that they're racing are the athletes that they're around right now, that they're racing. So there's no need to put pressure on yourself if the people you're racing against are to your left and your right.
And just through a stop sign there, we see them looking around a little bit, just making sure they're clear through that intersection, back to the task at hand.
And awesome little overhead shot of right before that CX section, or the exit of that CX section. We see some 1s and 2s coming through here now. But no doubt a beautiful part of the country and of this course, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of the athletes will have sort of sussed out this section of the course, because it was sort of one of the spots we thought would be strategic for some of the athletes. So in the pre-race would have come out and tried to check out this section of the course and see how they can use that to their advantage. But we're going to throw it down to Amanda, who's with our women's race. Amanda, what are you seeing?
Hey guys, so we had a lot of action. Riders number 13 and 14, Claire and Jennifer, they got dropped, but we went through a little town that had a couple stop signs, and because of that, they were sort of able to catch on right as we got back to gravel. So that happened, and then shortly after we got to the gravel, we had a male rider who was bib number 82 sort of give us a couple question marks because we thought maybe he was the first amateur to catch back up, but luckily he wasn't. He was just an elite rider that either started late or got dropped to use the bathroom for whatever reason, but he is now in the mix with this group. So if you see a male guy, it is an elite rider. The women are still racing for that preem, which is awesome. We are at about mile 42, so we are 11 miles from that aid station.
And can you tell, Amanda, how far back is the general field? Like, are they closing in, or is it looking like these women are going to get those bonuses?
So far, it's looking good. I'd like to, once we get to that aid station, I'm sure we'll get the check, like the time check for when the amateurs also come in. So I think that's what everybody's going to be waiting out for, is that first timing mat split. But so far, we can't see anything behind us, which is a good sign. They're not close enough that it's within minutes. So that's a good thing for now. But it looks like all of these riders are still working together. Like, as we get to some hills, some of them will kind of roll off the front a little bit, but nobody's really like chasing or trying to like close down gaps or anything. It looks like they all want to stay together up to this point.
There you go. Thank you, Amanda. And man, this the guy that they brought back up, he's so casual. Just so casual. You got your hoodie, you got your short shorts.
He's rolling in his hoodie.
Yeah, at first I was like, how is this dude in the amateur field in baggies catching up? But it makes sense. It makes sense. He's just animating and kind of like working in the group now.
That's awesome. You know, out on course, what's it feeling? Is it starting to warm up at all? You know, what's any wind on course? Anything that you can share with us from being down there, out where the athletes are?
No, I mean, the sun is definitely coming up now. We have like slight cloud cover, so it's not totally baking yet, but I'm sure as soon as the sun comes over more of these clouds, it will. We're currently at 69 degrees, so it's still pretty cool. I expect it within the next couple hours to really heat up, but maybe that's part of the reason why they're all staying together. You know, they want to, while it's still cool, kind of keep it together instead of overexerting themselves when the sun comes up a little bit higher.
Sweet, sweet. And you know, you've gone down, you've seen that CX section. You know this women's field inside and out. As far as, is there anybody in this group that's kind of one of our pre-race favorites that you think might use that technical section of the course to break up the field or to try to get away, or do you think it'll just be like kind of a gradual race of attrition with this women's group?
So Crystal Anthony is going to have the most amount of cyclocross experience. She's done a lot more gravel recently. She races for the Live Racing Collective, but Bill and I know her as a cyclocross racer first and foremost. So that was her first love, and you know, she's raced World Cups and World Championships. So that maybe she wants to go there and see if any of the other bike riders that have good bike handling skills are going to go with her. But I would keep an eye on Crystal. Even, you know, Lauren Stevens, she is from Texas. Texas has a great cyclocross scene, and I know her and Matt would drop into cyclocross races as well. So, you know, she's a roadie, but she's got some bike handling skills in there as well. So maybe, I don't know, Lauren and Crystal, I could see that as a breakaway after the cyclocross section.
Awesome, awesome. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. Thanks, Amanda. Appreciate it. And anytime you got anything for us, let us know. You're doing a great job. Appreciate it.
All right, back to our, I believe this is our men's chase group, singled out here and in pursuit of that lead group. I think we had a split that it was 1.2 miles, I believe, from the lead to the chasers. That was just up on the screen. I think that's what I saw. So that gap staying pretty steady there. I think it's ballooned out as high as 1.5 miles, but anywhere between 1.1 and 1.5. So our chasers here getting serious, but not putting much time into the lead group of 5.
No, and you can see kind of on that downhill section of road, big sweepers, and it's not quote unquote technical at all in those sections, but when you're at those speed and you're going around those corners, you can see even on this road section here, there's softer bits on the outside and inside, and if you're wanting to get across or establish a gap, and you're at the front, you can see all that, so you can take your hands off the brakes and just roll with it. Where the athletes that are like 6 or 7 or 8 back, they're like, I can't see everything. Yeah. So it's that tentative response where maybe somebody's on the brake for a second, where you can use that as a springboard to then put the effort in to try to break things open just a little bit. So we might see that on some of those sections, and certainly we saw some athletes pushing the pace on the downhill section there just prior. But right now, up here with our group of 5 that continues to push the pace and extend from what we know their lead on this group. And right now it's a gap that looks like it can stick, but keep an eye on this space and we'll see how far up the road they get.
I've stood out everywhere I've gone my entire life, and I'm proud of that. I have 2 daughters, and I want them to know that that's okay for them too, and really for anybody else who feels like they're always standing out, that there's nothing wrong with being the unicorn in the sea of horses, and that it's actually a good thing. My name is Hiba Hepsi. I'm a Muslim woman. I grew up in a really conservative Muslim household, and 10 years ago it was really hard to find hijabs that were made from dry fit material. The wardrobe for women who want to be fit has completely changed. A lot of brands have made hijabs and kind of more modest clothing for women to wear when they run. There are definitely not many people who show up dressed the way that I do or look the way that I do. And for a while, I would say there was some imposter syndrome for sure. You show up and everybody looks completely different than you. Anybody can run trails, and you can fit in anywhere, no matter what you look like. Just learning to kind of put myself in places where I don't feel like I belong and realize that you do belong. That's how we grow, and that's how we approach new challenges head on and say, I'm going to conquer that. And that's actually what made me want to do Western States. If other people can do this challenging thing, why can't I? It's not easy to be different and to always stand out, and it's okay to have down days, but to always remind yourself that this is the only life we get. I'm never going to feel the way that I feel again, and there's just not enough time in our lives to spend worried about what other people think or how we fit, and that the only way to be is how you are.
Love it. And we are back at Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. See the athletes rolling through that stop sign and making sure looking left or right, rules of the road, so cruising through there and back on that pace. And again, an effort that is continuing to make a gap. We'll have a split on that when we can get that to you, but no doubt the way that chase group looks, unless you get some of these athletes working together, and it's hard, Didi, because once you get to this point, like, we've got word that Stetina and some others are like, man, we got to get working. If you've got 30, it doesn't matter. Like, nobody's going to work. So like you getting to the front and working, that's going to happen for 5 minutes. You're like, okay, this feels great. We're working together. And then it all stops. And then you go 10 miles an hour. What you need to happen is a chase group and a pack to explode. So right now we're looking at the back of our women's race as someone's trying to keep up one of these rollers. It does look like the pace is on more of that single file. Looks like Leo is in the front pushing the pace as they roll through this section, and that athlete in the back is having trouble keeping up. And if she gets over this roller and is able to coast into the draft of that main group, then she'll be able to get back on. But when you're getting elasticized,
well, she's going to get...
It's a matter of time.
Yeah, I was going to say she's getting a little bit of a benefit of that stop sign there, where it wasn't necessarily a full stop, but it was definitely a little bit of a pause into that roller downhill, so she's back on. So good for her, and a lucky placed stop sign there that enabled her to claw back on, because that's a terrible feeling. Once you're gone from this group, you're gone. You're not going to get back on there.
No, it's not. It's not coming back. And, and there's there's things she can do if she's going through a tough spot. You know, she can work on nutrition or like manage, you know, how she's sitting in the group maybe a little bit better, and maybe she can hang on. But generally, once that elastic starts happening, it's just kind of a matter of time to a certain extent. But you can definitely use these rollers to get back on and off a group. And if you're one of those that's elasticized, when you're coming down into the next roll, you want to get as far up on that hill as possible, so there's more for you to be able to fall back.
Well, and what I like to see too, and yeah, we just lost that camera shot, but the elite male that's in that group now, he's not involving himself in the front of the race, but I think he is helping. Like, I think he helped that woman get back onto the back of that group a little bit. So he's helping the elastic a little bit. So he's sort of enhancing the ride for some of the women, but not interfering in the ride for some of the women. And I like to see that.
For sure, and he's just so casual, and his casual vibes that it's you know, good vibes, good vibes only. And he puts out a bigger draft because he's flapping in the wind, right? Yep. So you get a lot more protection from those running shorts.
But you don't see him poking his nose into the front. We haven't seen him, you know, rotating a pole. You don't want to see sort of the men interfering necessarily in the women's race. But I do like what I'm seeing at the back of that pack. That I think he's helping some of the riders, if they get spit off, get back on until the race gets, you know, air quotes, underway in earnest. But he's not really involving himself in the dynamic, but certainly helping a rider or two in the back of the pack.
Yeah, him and John Terrell, our para-athlete as well, both you know, being gentlemen and letting the women make their own race as we want them to, which is so stoked that Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf has you know, separated the fields this year and offered again extra incentive to keep the pace up, but also obviously that equal prize money for both fields.
Well, equal prize money, but the extra $10,000 bonus for the women.
So I'm not complaining.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm excited about it because it's rare that you're seeing an ultimate prize purse, $40,000 for men and women, but that bonus $10,000 for the women. So that's a really, really big deal, and we're all really excited about it, and especially the women who have the potential to earn that. As we take a look at this graphic here, $40,000 total prize purse split evenly for the men's and women's podium, paying 5 deep, 5,000, 4,000. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000 with the bonus race within the race for the women who make it to time station 2 before the general field. So that's a very, very exciting incentive. All sponsored by Good Life Brand. So thanks to them and that very generous prize purse up for grabs today.
Totally. So you can see with that breakdown why they're, you know, you would wonder, maybe we even said this on air, like, man, why wouldn't these women be working together to try to get that extra $500? And it's like, well, if they think they have a chance for top 5, right now there's less than 15 women in the group. If they have a chance at that top 5, don't risk the 500. I'm going to make more money by doing that. You know, ideally, yes, everybody would get the extra $500, but some of those athletes are going to spend enough chips, so to speak, that if they put that effort in to get those 500, then they take themselves out of the fight for the top 5, which is that $1,000 for 5th place, as we see Crystal Anthony second wheel, Leah over in first wheel. And again, not a lot of effort. And I think, to me, it seems like Leah would be the one that is going to get the most frustrated with this group, because she's constantly at the front.
Yep.
She's always there.
She's been trying to have something happen all day and is getting nothing.
Yeah, and like every once in a while, you'll see the Ponder Mile athletes come through. You'll see Witt come to the front, but in general, the like pre-race favorites, the women we think will be fighting for the win, are not, outside of Leah, are not really putting their nose in the wind, which is a smart play. But again, it starts to get frustrating if you're that athlete on the front, and it'll be up to her to be like, okay, well, I just need to let that go and race how I want.
I was going to say, what does that do over time, though, that frustration that builds up? Like when the race dynamic isn't panning out, and obviously a race of this distance, you're going to have to deal with these things throughout the day because the dynamics are going to be constantly changing, but at least in her mind, they're not changing at all. And how does that frustration impact sort of her psyche as we get deeper into the race?
Okay, now we're back to the front of the men's race, and certainly there's pressure on, and guys are realizing, okay, we're a third of the way through this race. We haven't gotten a specific gap on the front at this point, but it's a bit, and they need to start. They don't need to catch that front soon, but they need to find themselves in a situation where they're with other athletes that are working to do so.
Yeah.
Right. So right now you can see there's these little efforts, these breaks. When these breaks are happening, you can see the athletes trying to get as close to the athletes in front and maybe in these vehicles as they can, but that are starting to spread out. But certainly a lot happening. And again, this group is just a little bit too big right now to bring back that front group. A little too big and too disorganized.
Yep. Absolutely. We had our 300-mile athletes get underway, and we're going to just take a quick look of what they've got in store for themselves today. Again, 300 miles. These guys are going to be out there. The guys and gals are going to be out there for a good long time. This was yesterday when they got underway, so they are riding through the night. You can see a lot of them with the lights affixed that would have been riding over the course of the night and now into day 2. They are just 10 minutes, our leaders, 5 to 10 minutes now from the finish. So if you're at the finish line, 5 miles from the finish line. So if you are down there and just saw the 50K athletes off, stick around because you're going to see the winners of the 300-mile race coming in soon. And boy, they're going to need one of those hot dogs, I think, and perhaps a certified Piedmontese steak, which will be on offer here for their winners. So 5 miles to go for the 300-mile race athletes. So that is something to see. Get yourself down there. The Garmin Gravel Worlds Long Voyage presented by Gooder. So go down to the finish line and celebrate those athletes and that monstrous effort they've been going out there since yesterday.
That's so far, Dee Dee.
It's really far.
That's so far.
It's
That's
really,
like
really far.
Twice as far as this thing. I'm good at math. But very much more than, it will take a lot longer than twice as long, which is kind of the rub there. And always an inspiration seeing those athletes that got even way too much time on their hands to be able to train for an event like that, but always excited to watch.
And if you're cheering on and supporting some of the 300-mile athletes, we've got Luke Hall at the front of that race with Chris Melman and Carter Lemke. They are spread out. So they're, our leader, Luke Hall, is at 294.7 miles and has about a 5-mile gap on second place. So they are spread out as one would expect after 300 miles, but that men's podium will be across the finish line within the next half hour or so. So make your way down to the finish line and celebrate the heroic efforts of those athletes.
You know, for a second, I want to be surprised because I'd be like, man, like if I was doing a race that long, I'd want to be with my buddies. But clearly the type of personality that wants to do a 300-mile gravel race is like, I like my time alone.
Exactly.
And I joke because Luke is a very social and sweet dude, but has had some bad luck this year, and you know how racing is. There's ups and downs. He had some of those, and looks like it's all kind of coming together for him at this point right now as we see Riley Swickard from Kansas not too far away at the front, driving the pace, doing her best to keep the effort up to try to get those extra $500 in her pocket by the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely good to see them singled out. She's actually a product marketing manager for Garmin, and she placed 6th here last year. So looking to improve on that. Currently at the front of this group here for the women.
There you go, and there's the content of the gravel that we've got there. And here's that. Yeah, it looks like a nice overhead shot. See, again, single file. Steady, nothing too crazy. They're able to spread out if they need to, but definitely power on the pedals for sure.
And if you're down at the finish line, you would have just seen our men's champion come across in the 300-miler. That was Luke Hall taking the win for the 300-mile race down there. So congratulations to Luke and all of the athletes. There we see Luke, and actually it looks like second place is there across the line as well. So good times all around, celebrating the epic effort of these 300-mile athletes. They've earned it out there today.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's massive. Seeing those two guys come across the finish line is great. Two great dudes that live and breathe the sport, no doubt, and had a great ride out there today. Chris Melman, did some races with him earlier this year. Great dude as well. Both of those guys definitely living that spirit of gravel and doing so for 300 miles yesterday and today.
And the long and short of it is that race came down to 4 seconds. So the unofficial finish time for Luke Hall from Springdale, Arkansas, 14 hours, 54 minutes, and 27 seconds. And second place, Chris Melman from Colorado Springs, Colorado, 14:54:31. So just 4 seconds after 300 miles of racing.
Didi, you know what I want to do at the end of 300 miles?
A sprint finish.
No, not what I want to do. I want to chill out. I want to be like kissing babies and giving high fives. But those two jerks are sprinting against each other, and Luke had the upper hand. Must have pulled his inner Cavendish out to get over Chris. But rad, and no doubt those guys are going to have a great time celebrating together. Again, two great dudes living the sport.
And we are back here. I believe this is our men's chase. Nope, this is back to the women. Nope, this is back to the men's leaders.
Dude, we got cameras everywhere, dude. You got to be on your toes.
We are everywhere out here on the gravel roads in Lincoln, Nebraska.
We are. And again, this shot shows that visual. And I mean, we knew it's over a minute, but you can see it's just open roads. And these guys really pushing the effort. And, I'm curious now, once they'll probably get a split at some point from someone telling them how big their gap is. And at some point, we're going to start getting hanger-oners here too, right? Like, possibly not, because this is top 5. Everybody gets a paycheck. But if they know they've got 5 minutes and guys start getting tired, they're going to sit on and be like, okay, I'm just going to do what I can to stay on this group. And then you might see some of that quote-unquote negative racing, which I don't love that term because it's all positive and there's nobody like in the fault, but negative racing technically is like, I'm not going to pull because I'm tired, or I decided that this isn't in my best interest, and it feels that way.
Quick question here. No sunglasses. No eye protection at all on a gravel race?
He's squinting. So I would say
it's low-tech eye gear.
Yeah, it creates
it's a curious choice.
It creates an air bubble around his eye socket that then makes him more aerodynamic. No, I have no idea why he didn't have glasses on. Do I agree with that choice? Probably not. Yeah. If you're at the front, doesn't really matter. But you're going to be Squinty McGee for most of the race if that's the tactic you take. And right now, Chase is doing that. Rolling the inside of that, really cutting that corner on the inside, which again, the loose stuff is there, so it can be a little bit risky. But again, these guys are rolling really, really, really well.
And just while we are with our men's lead group here, to let you know that the women should be hitting that cyclocross section shortly, which is our next timing mat. So we will get updates on mostly the pace. Our women's field largely still together. We lost a couple up to this point, but we'll see if we have a break that happens through that cyclocross section. We saw the men try to affect a little bit of a change there. The larger chase group wasn't really able to do it, but we'll see if a couple of the women get a breakaway through that more technical section designed to spread the athletes out going into that aid station.
There we go. We see August at the front, taking his poles, still pushing that effort down for sure. As we see Dax on the front of this group, cruising really well. We say don't bend your numbers, don't fold your numbers. Can't see your number, can't call you out for your friends. We'll try to do so when possible. Guy that's doing really well, but that's what we're gonna call him right now.
Guy that's doing really well.
Yeah. We got him. We got Dax. We know Dax. We're trying
lucky number 66 there.
Yeah, he's doing well, but his number's upside down. His front number's folded, so he's just Guy. We're calling him Guy. He's doing a great job. Great job, Guy.
I was trying to figure out, honestly, for the longest time, what that was off the back of his kit.
Like a credential or something?
It literally, I know, like the tag from his kit. I'm like, what is that? It's just the bib number that has fallen down, but yeah.
Yep. And appreciate our cameraman doing his best job to get the numbers. Those are the ones we have. If you can figure out the Pinarello guy in the purple, and then the guy in front of Chase, and then the guy in the very front. No, we got them. Yeah, just those two. just the Pinarello guy and the guy in front of him. And we'll be able to stop calling him just guy, and it'll be great. But regardless, these
How funny
athletes
would
are
it
doing,
be if his name really was Guy?
It's possible. I don't see any guys on the start list right now, but he seems like a nice guy. I hear he's a good guy. But we'll get that. We kid around, but we got a lot of time to kid around, so we're just going to keep doing that. But right now, we can see the athletes that.
Hey, Guy, fix your number.
Yeah, fix your number, Guy.
Fix your number.
But still working together and rolling across quite well.
And again, our women, you can see along the bottom of your screen there, approaching that CX, that cyclocross section of the course. So the women just within a couple of miles of that section, and we'll definitely get back to cover that because it's a place where we saw a crash in the lead men's group coming out of that section. And we did see the chase men try to establish a break through that section. Wasn't quite as effective as our lead guys here taking this right-hand turn. You can see he's super cautious in those turns, and some of that is obviously being respectful of the fact that there could be traffic coming, but that's where that gravel sort of builds up in those pockets, in those corners. So making sure not to slide out there as they make that right-hand turn, but everyone upright and back to the task at hand.
Yeah, they are doing it. There we go. In third place in that 300 race was Carter Lemke. So giving Carter a shout out as well right there, not too far behind those first two athletes. Great job, Carter.
And back to our women's group here. They are approaching that cyclocross section. I don't know that we'll stay with them until that, but we'll definitely cover that for you. Again, we've seen some of the athletes being very strategic in how they're approaching their racing here today. Some of the women trying to make some things happen, but for the most part, this group has stayed together. Good steady pace, nothing too insane. A couple of tests on some of the rollers with a couple of a woman or two off the front, but only by a handful of meters, and nothing too significant. But that's why we're anticipating maybe at that cyclocross section that a few of the athletes will take it upon themselves to make something happen.
Yeah, and through that section as well, we're going to have timing on them, but we'll also get timing on the main field as well. So we'll be able to see how far behind that $500 paycheck is or isn't for these women as we see them take this smooth right-hand bend. But yeah, kind of getting to the meat of this course. They're around mile 40 at this point. Sorry, further than that. CX is around 54, I believe. So they're about 50 miles in, about a third of the way through the course at this point.
Yeah, the women are at mile 50, getting from the women's lead vehicle there. So they are just through mile 50, so coming up to that cyclocross section in just 4 miles. So that's coming up.
Yeah, we could see the women's group still moving around quite well, just cruising.
And the athlete just up the road that you can see there cresting that hill, that's got to be one of the splinter groups from the men's race because, again, we haven't had any aggressive moves from our women, anticipating maybe we may get one or two through the cyclocross section. And see what happens. They are approaching that just within a couple of miles, but mostly steady group-oriented riding for our elite women here so far today.
There we go. Now we're back with the men's chase group. Again, pretty large group, and we're going to see probably on most of these rollers somebody trying to get away to then establish a chase group. So you see this athlete on the left using this steep climb to try to use as a launch pad to break away. And the smart athletes, Didi, that want to chase will actually let this go. They'll let it go and him create a gap, because if they close it down right away, everybody's going to be with him. But if they let it go and he gets 20 seconds, then either they look at everybody else and make somebody else chase, or they do a really hard jump across, bridge across, and then the race explodes. So that's the dynamic that is probably happening on every stinking roller of this race in that chase group. Is somebody's trying to go, people are either letting them go or bridging it back, and then when somebody tries to bridge, it's just all these efforts, this huge like elastic back and forth constantly all day, just trying to chase these athletes, which again, the end game is to just settle in to a smaller group and then try to slowly bring back the front of this race.
As we have an overhead shot here of checkpoint 1 at the cyclocross barn, we just saw an athlete there roll through that, and you can see topographically on the bottom of your screen that this is the high point of the race. Not to say there's no uphills from here on out, but net, this is the highest point of our course. So from here all the way to the finish line, actually net downhill. So this is the highest elevation that our athletes will face here today, as we have some bystanders there waiting to welcome our women's field into the cyclocross section. These are still some of our elite men making their way through this group. We anticipate our women, you can see, will be through it in just a couple of minutes, which is why we're sort of camped out here to see if some of our women make a move through this section.
Yeah, there we go. We see athletes just cruising through, enjoying it, having a good time. Got confirmation from the interwebs that Ethan Overson is one of the athletes in the front, and then Guy is Joe Goddell. And I just prefer Guy, so we're going to call Joe Guy from now on.
He's just going to be Joe Guy. Guy Joe.
But those are along with Dax, Mock, Chase, Wark, and Steven
Now
Schaefer.
I'm just going to call him Guy.
Guy.
I'm sure his parents are very pleased.
Yeah.
We just changed your son's name.
It's fine. It's fine. It's part of the
nickname.
We're all in it's the gravel spirit.
Yeah.
It's totally good.
Fun little cyclocross section here, mixing things up for the athletes again, deliberately from the race organizers going into an aid station this early in the race. Given the topography, not much separation in the course. But we're going to throw it on to Amanda as we anticipate our women getting through the cyclocross section. Amanda, how's it going out there?
It's going good. I think they are all waiting for this cyclocross section to come up because they're all kind of hanging together. We're about, I think, half mile away from it, so we're closing in on the red barn. And my guess is we're going to see the people who are the most confident about their bike handling skills come to the front. So right now, Whitney Allison is up there. It looks like Iz King is trying to stay up as far ahead as she can. Emma Grant is also sort of up there making sure that she's in a good position. You know, I was talking about Crystal Anthony. She's all the way at the back right now in one of those white helmets, so I'm kind of surprised that she's not a little bit further up as we get closer. But like I said, I anticipate as we see that red barn come into view that maybe things start spicing up a little bit more. But yeah, we're just cruising in right now. The other thing we're going to keep an eye on is to see if anybody stops. So I think in that men's race, nobody stopped for that aid station, but maybe that's different for the women's race. You know, it's been a while since the men have been there, and the gap is much bigger for the women, so they've been out riding for quite a long period of time, but just that slower miles per hour, maybe that means that some people are going to stop, and that might actually split the group up a little bit. So we're all slightly just really in anticipation of what's going to happen as soon as we see that red barn come into view.
Yeah, we're anticipating as well, and I'm curious if you think that 85-mile mark will have an impact on the nutrition stop and the hydration, right? Because you're like, oh man, if I leave this group, there's no way I'm going to get there ahead. And I'm curious maybe if some of these athletes planned their hydration, like what they're carrying with them, so they could get to 85 miles.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, when we talked to Lauren Stevens yesterday, that was exactly her strategy. She said she's going to try to get to mile 85 at that Garmin Oasis without having to stop here. But she said the caveat to that is if a bunch of women decide to stop at this first aid station, then she's going to change her plan. So she wants to sort of go with the flow and see how everybody else is choosing to work this first aid station. So she's not necessarily married to that plan of riding away. She said that if everyone else stops, she doesn't want to be out alone after this first aid station. So that's an interesting strategy. We'll look out to see what happens. And I think
Yeah, and I think that's a interesting strategy for sure. And I'm curious. I think we lost Amanda, but I'm curious if we see if that happens, Dee Dee, and she stops with the group. Then at mile 85, for the women that were planning to get to mile 85 that didn't stop in the first place, then that actually offers another location to then attack and gain advantage because she doesn't need to stop.
How many people would Lauren need to carry on if a group of women is planning to stop? How many would she need on her side to say, no, let's not stop? Or is it just like majority rules? Like,
yeah, I mean,
how do you hedge that?
It's the numbers and how many, or so what, who is in that group and what constitutes those numbers. But if it's 4 or 5, then you'll be able to get back on, right? Unless it's the remainder are the ones that are like really focused on the 85. But in the end, it's Lauren Stevens. If she wanted to, she could stop and then get back. She's the strongest woman in this field right now, right? Arguably so. So
but I'm saying if a majority want to stop, how many? And Lauren's like, I don't really need to stop. I've planned to go to 85. How many would she need on her side to say, let's make a break and just go for it? 3, 4?
Well, yeah, I mean,
and it depends on who.
Probably 3 or 4, and it sounds like from what Amanda got out of that she's more looking for an excuse to stop and not an excuse to try to make a break to not stop. Yeah, and again, maybe it's if it's a group of 8 that stops and it's the 5 best riders that don't, then maybe she doesn't stop so that she can get through. But let's actually watch and see what happens instead of try to predict. But we see doesn't look like it's Crystal in the front, as Amanda said, which we might expect from someone with more skill. We see Is King kind of near the back, some gaps open in front of her. It looks like a Pon Namal rider at the front, first and third in that position. So no huge efforts being made to that really strung it out, but you can see a little gap in the middle of the group, Dee Dee, as we have this great overhead shot. We see Leah and another rider in front of her trying to bridge up to that gap. I don't see Lauren Stevens yet. That's Crystal Anthony second from the bottom of this group. Again, Leah is like 4th from the bottom. Amazing shot by our folks here. Again, Panamal riders in 1st and 3rd. I can't really see who that second rider is yet, but this gap after this athlete behind Crystal, I'd love to see if we can get a little further back to see if there's a gap behind.
Definitely attacking up this little hill out of that cyclocross section. Sure. So looking again, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7.
I believe that could be Barrow. That is the last one on there. So I don't see, unless she could be that athlete that's second, but I didn't see Stars and Stripes. I don't see Lauren Stevens.
Nope.
So I don't see that Stars and Stripes kit. There's Is King on the back. That could have been Lauren at second
wheel
in that group, but really hard to see at this point. But the impetus has gone out of that group. Like, this is when, if they want to break, they need to keep pulling.
I was saying, I don't think they realized what they had. I think they had it, but you're right. It looks like they just sort of lost motivation.
It was Lauren Stevens in with a pack on. That was that second athlete that I couldn't recognize. So that was Lauren Stevens. Light was such that I didn't see those Stars and Stripes. So apologize for that. But then it looks like a gap, like you said, that went to Izzy King and Marissa Boaz. But it's the Emily Newsom seems to be the one that's been driving the pace along with Carolina Migon. They're athletes that want to separate this race. They want the pace to be up, and they're continuing to push. So don't know who that athlete is in second at this point, but still pushing that pace, looking over shoulder, kind of the looking over the shoulder, Dee Dee, could be the same as kind of that elbow twitch, right? It's like, hey, come on through. What are we doing here? Leah moves up alongside these athletes, and then they kind of swing wide again. But here we go. Looks like maybe an attack or an acceleration on the right hand or left hand side of the road for these athletes. Again, this could be, it's hard to see with this light, DD, could be the other Pond de Mal rider. I believe that is Carolyn, yes. So pushing the pace at the front. These Pond de Mal riders kind of using team tactics a little bit to 1 and 2 these attacks. Lauren Stevens marks that Pond de Mal rider in second. We see Crystal Anthony roll through there, third from last wheel. But things are starting to spread out a little bit. But nobody's getting dropped yet from this group. And the interesting thing will be if they really start making pulls, because it's only 30 miles to go, Dee, to get that extra $500.
Yep.
And hopefully we can get a split in not too long on how far back our chase men's group is.
I'm having a hard time counting up the athletes to see if we did lose anybody through that section, but we've also picked up a couple of the splinter men as well. So the 2 riders here at the back in that blue kit, that yellow kit, those are some of our male riders, again, yielding to the women's race, which I love to see, not involving themselves in their group dynamic. Let them have their race, and I always appreciate that. But counting our numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, looks like 10 or 11. In that group. So, yeah, 0.8 of a mile back to the chasers, but we don't know if those are the original 2 that dropped off or if we have lost some more in the process through that section. We'll try to get to Amanda to see if anybody got lost through that cyclocross and that little attack out of it.
Yeah, it looked like there was a few. I think there was like 14 or 15 the last time we were on there, but we could see Izzy King just rolled through. But we've got a report from Bill, who's down with the action. Bill, what's going on down there, man?
All right, right now it's kind of status quo back in this chase group, and I think that they may be thinking about 6th place. I know it's still early to say that, and they could catch up, but this gap is so large now that I don't think they're looking to try to catch them. They're just trying to figure out what they're going to do in this group.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Are we still seeing, like, on these rollers, 1s and 2s trying to get away and the desperation move to like facilitate a solo break that then people can bridge across to? It seems like I've seen glimpses of that. Looks like we lost Bill. We'll get back to him when we can. Bill, just jump in if you can hear me. But yeah, it seems like. Can
you hear them, Bill?
I can now.
Yeah. There we go. Cool. We got Bill back. Yeah, Bill. Do you see, like, I feel like I've seen on some of these rollers, the favorites, like, kind of allowing a solo guy to try to get a little bit so that we can get like a break going and counters, right? Like, are there still people that are hungry on these steeper rollers, like trying to facilitate something to happen, or you really think they're getting to the resigned section of the race?
Looks like we're having a little trouble with his audio, that maybe he can't hear us quite as well.
Yeah, we'll get back to him when we can. But split through that 54-mile mark was 4 minutes, to that chase group. And Bill says that it looks like they've resigned a little bit.
Yep.
And it does, but you can see when it gets single, like, they have to be moving faster than that group up front. But the problem is when they get single, at some point it goes 10 wide again.
Yep.
And then it all kind of slows down. So the average, they're still going to be losing. We see the 2 pound a mile riders that, again, were the instigators through that cross section. Clearly they had a race plan. We got to be in the front going through that cyclocross section, determine if people stop or not, try to be technically savvy through there. And, they were able to push that pace and get the front. We see Whitney Allison coming out the front there. I think that's Justine Barrows up at the front, getting a little drink of water. We can see on their face, Dee, they're starting to get a little tired. We can see a little more perspiration on there. And it's less of a like choice on whether or not they're going hard and just like they're just kind of riding what those around them are riding. And man, it didn't look like there was a lot of dust, but I mean, if you look at Crystal Anthony and Leah and the athletes and Justine on screen right now, like Justine's working and
They're
she's
a little dirty.
Yeah, she's a great climber too. So if you've got her at the front and she's huffing and puffing like that, we know the pace is on. So these athletes definitely, that cyclocross section, the amperage was turned up, and certainly are responding now. And you know, it's and good on Justine for pushing that pace.
And again, let's keep in mind too, the temperatures are rising. We're now, you know, in mid 70s, which is about 5-6 degrees warmer than when we started this morning. So that is going to start taking its toll on these athletes as well, as we get deeper and deeper into this. Obviously, the fatigue's building, but the conditions making it much more difficult on the athletes as well. So we're going to leave it there with our women's elite race, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come right back to you with lots more action.
We're all quite alike, really. A bit odd in the things we share. The joy of suffering. The love or hate of hills. Raindrops. Tight corners. The shared memory of the best, worst day.
James was diagnosed at 3 months old with neuroblastoma. When your child is diagnosed with a serious disease, it's peace of mind to not have to worry about a bill for St. Jude. You just never know what your simple donation could mean to somebody. If you've ever had your own child, you just know how much of your heart that they have. So every single dollar is worth it.
We are back to the action here. We are with our pro women's field. It had been pretty mild going until we got to that cyclocross section at mile 54. We had a couple of the athletes try to stage a bit of a break on an uphill section coming out of the cyclocross. Strung things out a little bit, but we are back together as a group. We've lost a couple, but all of our favorites and contenders here in this still very large lead group. And again, we have this athlete at the front, again, with the lighting. I'm having a hard time getting a bib number on her, but we saw her waving her arms up. Right now, she's just signaling a turn, but waving her arms earlier, just trying to affect some sort of action within our women's group. Again, some of our favorites we've seen, Lauren Stevens, never at the front of this group. And so getting some of the other women organized to try to do something more aggressive has been tough going in our women's pack there. But at least at the moment, seems like motivations are starting to change in our women's race, that we might see some more aggressive attacks coming. This is back to our lead group of 5 men. As we've been saying, the chasers now, almost 2 miles back, have sort of lost hope. So it looks like, even at this stage of the race with so much riding left to go, that our top 5 finishers will be in this mix here. Well earned. They've been working really, really hard since their break very, very early on in the race, and they will be rewarded. So they're going great right now. They've been well organized. They've been keeping the pressure on. We haven't seen any complacency out of these 5 guys.
No, not at all. And Chase is certainly one that's putting a lot of effort in. And again, you know, for most of these athletes, or a few of these athletes, like just top 5, they're like pumped, right? Because you look at that start list and you're like, well, there's 8 guys that are better than me on paper. Yep. So like top 5, I'm pumped with. So they're going to be the ones that are like pitching in a little bit more and like maybe not hesitating as much. And it's the ones that feel like they maybe have the ability to be at the front and get the win that might, once they start realizing how big this gap is, start maybe pulling a little bit less. We've seen no sign of that yet. Everybody's really pushing through. Chase seems like he's doing the majority of the work.
Yep.
We see him even gapping these guys through this section, but he looks
Well, he's got his arrow bars. He's that arrow guy.
Yeah, totally. These guys are trying to get splits from behind. Yep, to the fingers. So they got a split that said 2 minutes, I believe, is what that looked like. He said. So we'll see how close that is when we get word.
And that sort of keeps the motivation up for them, right? Like, hey, let's keep organized. Let's keep chipping away. They don't have a big enough gap at this stage to say, okay, now we're going to sort ourselves out because this is how it's going to be until the end. They still need to keep the pedal on the gas.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's, they're not halfway, right? Or they're, if they are, they're just there, right? So like there's a lot still to fight for, and they're not going to be comfortable. I would, if I was in this group of 5, I would not be comfortable until I had 5 minutes, because if you get a Borselman and a Stetina, that something happens, they decide not to stop at an aid station, somebody flubs something, and they get separated, and they can start working together. Then 2 minutes comes like that.
What we're hearing from the field is that it's 2.5 miles. Like, it's 2.5 miles confirmed back.
Yeah, it's that's 2.5 miles at pace. That's again, that would be 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So does not look like they have that information yet. But still, I think there's a chance once it's separated for that to be able to come down. In 2.5 minutes or 2.5 miles, if it's about that, maybe that's 6 minutes.
Yep.
So
we're getting to that tipping point, though, that
for sure.
It seems like it's going to be hard for the chasers. And part of that is that the chase group is still so large that they're just not organized.
But here we go. This front of our women's race. You Whit Allison trying to get some of the gravel out of her face, making sure she stays up front, but doesn't want to get too much. Doesn't want to bust any teeth. See our chase group of men now taking this left-hand corner around this section of the course as they technically chase, but doesn't feel like there's a ton of chasing going on right now.
Yeah, it's just tough with a group this large to be organized and sort of maybe some of the favorites still in that chase group losing a little bit of heart that gap is getting sort of too big to shut down.
Yeah, as we can see, Dax kind of rubbing his legs out as he hits some of that pavement section. Again, that's kind of where you can service yourself a little bit, shake the legs out, get a drink, do what you need to do. But these guys still rolling very, very well. Again, that's Ethan Overson, Daxton Mock, Chase Wark, Joe Godel, and Steven Schaefer.
Making their way here through a small town, navigating some of the turns, a couple of the stop signs here, some pavement sections where they'll take a moment to refuel, reorganize, and press on. Yeah, so here we are through 75.5 miles. Next timing station there at Malcolm here, General Store. As we see some of our athletes loading up on their hydration on this smooth section of pavement, and they'll get back to the gravel in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, but we get stuck in like a lot of these races. We obviously want to be on gravel. It's sweet. Yep. Gravel's great, but man, being on the road's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's a nice break, right? I mean, just from the vibration, the sort of the you can let your concentration sort of lapse
for sure
a little bit when you get onto that smooth pavement, and then you got to re-engage back onto the gravel.
Yep, no, that's it for sure. As we see Gettle on the back of this group, I finally got his pronunciation correct.
Gettle.
Yep, it's Gettle. Guy Gettle. Gettle guy.
Gettle guy.
But he's cruising through, and he's looked comfortable. Again, he was one of the instigators. I believe he was one of the athletes that bridged up to that first group of 3. Again, these athletes that were really focused on the breakaway, and that's a smart tactic when a race like this starts to bring in some of the big names, right? And it always has, but the more big names, it's counterintuitive, but the more big names, the more likelihood is you can make an upset. And it's because of this situation, right? Where in a normal race, you say you've got 8 guys that are better than you. How am I going to beat those 8 guys? Well, you can if those 8 guys are all watching each other all day. And when you sneak off the road and make it seem like you're not a risk, and then soon enough it's 2 minutes, then it's 3 minutes, then you have the ability to beat those better athletes, right? So it's kind of like if there were only 2 favorites, they would have been on that move.
Yep.
But there were too many that were sitting on that couldn't. But right now we've got Leah at the front of this race, Leah van der Linden pushing the pace up some of these rollers. Again, like sometimes it's just that like injection, Didi, of pace that will then change everybody's like default of what the effort output should be, right? So if you're riding at a 4 out of 10 when you're all just cruising around in a group, then you go through a cyclocross section and you're going 8 out of 10 for a second. Then when you get back to settling in, you're back at a 6. Right, like you've kind of raised that effort output, but you can see right now, Leah and Riley Swickard kind of chatting. You can see, not like bummed out, but like you can see Leah shake her head a little bit. Like you could tell these 2 women want to be racing harder, and they want things to be a little bit more aggressive, and they're going to continue to put themselves at the front to do so. They want that 85-mile bonus, but again, everybody has different tactics. And again, if you're Lauren Stevens, who you can barely see through the back of this group, and she's like, man, writing my story for me.
Exactly.
Man. Like if you've got your competitors and they're stressed and they're working hard, and you got like Justine Barrows, she's at the front, she's pushing the pace up the climbs. These ones are pushing at the flats, and I'm sitting here on the wheel all day.
Leah's body language for several miles now has been one of sort of frustration. You can see it sort of in her
Leah,
expression,
for sure.
and well, let's throw it down to Bill. Bill's got an update for us, so let's quick go down to Bill. Bill, what do you got?
So I'm here with the Chase group, and it's been really on and off all day long with this group, and it really seems like now they've gotten motivated again, and they're starting to move. And I still don't know if they have the intention to try to catch the leaders, or the folks that are going for 6th place on are just looking to make this a smaller group, because we still got a really large group, and they are definitely starting to put the pace on now.
That's awesome, Bill. And I think I'm curious is when there's athletes that are going off the front at this point, and you're saying not sure if they're trying to catch or if they're just trying to get in a position for 6. Is it the names that we all know that are pushing and like initiating those breaks, or are they just kind of following still as we have just a shot of an athlete that's gotten dropped off that group?
Looks like we might have lost Bill on that follow-up.
That's okay, but it's great information from him. We're able to realize that the pace is back on. I do think if it's any of those key riders, that there's still plenty of time for them to come back or to bring that gap back. I mean, if you think about the fact that a group of 5 from mile 10 or 15 or whatever it was got 5 or 6 minutes or 6 or 7 minutes. The group of favorites with twice as much distance, or not twice as much, the same amount of distance to go, can certainly bring back a group like that that's been out there all day trying hard.
Right.
Because they've been more settled, right? And we're talking about some of the best athletes in the sport. So the thing that is going to determine that is whether or not they can get away to a smaller group to separate, right? So like I don't think all is lost if they keep trying.
Yeah, but getting that group organized seems to be the challenge right now. Getting the right people into the right place at the right time to make that happen has been the challenge of the Chase group all day.
And what the challenge is basically now is once people stop caring, they'll let it go. Like, so it's not that they can't get things organized per se. It's the fact that every time they try, somebody that is just hanging on has enough energy to bring them back.
Yep.
And once that energy lulls and they hit this point, and it could be with 50 miles to go, then it could open up. And we're here with the women's group, and we got Amanda. What's going on over there, Amanda? Seems like pace is up a little bit.
Copy that, Dave. Can you hear IFB?
No, I don't know why.
Dave, will you just cue me when to start talking? She can't hear IFB. You're live. You're live.
Hey Matt and Dee Dee, this is what you're seeing right here on the screen is riders number 13 and 14. They've basically been yo-yoing, so it's the same two women who got dropped before that little town earlier. Once we got through the cyclocross section, they sort of dropped off the back from there on. The interesting thing about that barn section is we actually met up with some of the 75-mile riders at that point, so there were a few other riders in the mix that went a different direction. So now these two women are on their solo by themselves together, and it looks like they're going to work together a little bit. Just a few minutes ago, they were each kind of individually riding, and it looks like Claire decided to sit up a little bit and wait so that they could actually ride together, which is nice. But yeah, this is what it's looking like right now. These are the two women who have been dropped. We are through the cyclocross section. One of the things I wanted to mention about that barn section is, you know, my theory was the riders who had the best bike handling were probably going to go through there first, but it ended up being women who maybe weren't as sure about their bike handling that went to the front. I know Emily Newsom has always talked about she's not the most confident with her bike handling skills per se. Sure enough, as soon as those riders were coming through, Emily Newsom was at the front coming out of that cyclocross section. So I think she decided that because she wasn't the most confident, she probably wanted to go to the front and make sure she wasn't going to get dropped. So another really good strategy from her. I haven't had eyes on the front. We are still sitting at the back here, but I'm sure that that front group is still chugging along at a pretty good pace.
Yeah, they are, Amanda, and you know, appreciate that. And a couple questions, if you can hear me. One of two. It seemed like the Pond-a-Mile riders were the ones kind of pushing the pace out of that, trying to get something to go. Was that true? And then B, separate question, do we feel like these two athletes are keeping on the pace because of that carrot at 85 miles?
Do you think that they're keeping on the pace for the carrot at 85 miles, Amanda?
Yes. Yes, we think that they're keeping the pace on to get there. From what I can tell, we can't see any riders coming up behind yet, so I'm guessing that they're probably still running for that money, basically, and those riders that are at the front of that group are basically gunning for mile 85. We are currently at around mile 59, approaching 60, so we still got a good 25 miles or so until we get to that oasis. But yeah, if it were me and I was in that group, I would be wanting everybody to work together to get to that point. So it looks like they probably...
Awesome. Thanks so much. Sounds like we lost Amanda, but got the gist of what she was saying, and appreciate that. And love the insight. And yeah, it's sweet to see that often when you get dropped, you're just like, okay, well, we'll just get out here and ride bikes to the end. But now it's like, no, man, let's work together.
Yep.
We're cruising, and we're gonna
$500 on the line.
Yeah, $500.
Yeah. And they were getting a little help, as Amanda said, from some of the 75-mile riders who had caught up, but the 75-mile course diverted in a different direction, and so they lost their pull there and back working as a group of two.
There you go. We can see a shot of, that was our women's lead group. And then now we've got our men's lead group up at the front. Word from out on course is Bill's at a long straightaway, and he's with the chase group, and he cannot see the riders at the front. So all is what we thought it was, and gap continues to open up.
But update from down on the course, Bill, with our chase group. That chase group apparently has taken a wrong turn. And was forced to make a U-turn, so would have bled a little bit more time, and that's going to be a dagger to the heart to some of those guys that were, hoping among hope up. We've got some cramping going on. Guys cramping.
So this is the other thing. Gettle is cramping. We're not laughing at you. Well, we kind of are, but we don't mean to. We know we're laughing because we've been there, and it sucks. We don't want you to be there, but He's keeping the pressure on the pedals, and this is something that happens obviously in these races when it's hot and you're putting that kind of effort in, but even more so, Didi, on these really rolly courses, because those adductors and those muscles that help keep the knee in balance on a fast downhill, they're working overdrive, and then when you try to put power to the pedals on an uphill, those are going to cramp, and it happens like freaking clockwork. So Gettle is going through that right now, but this is the thing, it's a group of 5. It's not going to be a group of 5.
Right.
And, I mean, clearly, good prediction, Matt. You just saw a guy drop off the group. But, like, it is not going to be a group of 5.
You're so good at math.
I know, aren't I? I don't know. Bill said I was prescient, so now I'm just, like, acting like I'm this, guy that can see
this makes
coming,
me sad for him. Like, one little cramp in your hamstring, and look at what happens to your day.
And it's coming, right?
And he had done so much work. Like, he was riding so well.
Totally.
Like, I'm sad for him.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. I'm sad for him. Because that is a lonely shot. Like, that's a lonely look at what's ahead, and that's what the rest of his day is going to look like.
Let's have a moment of silence for Gettle and his hamstring. Okay, that was plenty. But he's doing a great job. We've all been there. He's gritting through the teeth. There's a lot of things that he's going to try to do to work himself through this situation. Hydrating, good electrolytes, that sort of thing. He's already looking over his shoulder.
I was going to say, he's looking over the shoulder for the chase group now. Like, somebody please pick me up.
As you would. But
because it's a tough position to be in, right? You're cramping, and yet now you have to do all of this work by yourself. Like, you're not getting to coast at all.
And the reality is, like, this is a surprise to us. He's probably known for a while that something's coming, right? Like, yes, sometimes it comes out of nowhere, but he knows he's like, he's a great cyclist. So, but these guys are going very quickly.
Here's
right?
my question.
So, like, that's part of the deal.
Therefore, are they better as a group of 5? Like, what's the disincentive for them to just say, hey, wait up, we're better as 5 than we are as 4 against the main pack, right?
Oh, is 4 better than...
Is 5 better than 4? And why wouldn't they be like, hey, look, he's right there. Let's just give him a second.
Theoretically, yes. If it was like he dropped a bottle or he had a slow leak and he plugged a tire.
But if now he's handicapped.
If he's coming apart already, then that's just going to continue to happen. And if he can get away through it, he could theoretically, from their perspective, get back on. That's not going to happen.
If he's worth it, right? Like if he's worth a pole, then he'll get himself back on.
Like you wait, you see Chase went around a corner, people flub the corner, somebody puts a foot down, somebody crashes. Yes, you wait for a hot second, see if they've got their stuff with them, then they can get back on, and yes, you're stronger. But if somebody's cramping themselves out of the group, it's sorry guy, you're off the back, and that's it. But we'll see if he can stay close when we get back from this commercial break.
They say we run to pray, we run to heal, we run to celebrate, and we run to learn.
Hello everyone, good morning. As Magda said, I'm Alex Staten. I am Dene in Mexican, and I'm just grateful to be here representing Rising Hearts and Goot Energy.
Growing up, sometimes there's a feeling of like, are you Mexican enough? Are you native enough? Doesn't matter where you're starting at. Learning is just the first step. That's all it takes. Asking questions and encouraging that curiosity and not stifling it.
We stand beside the Nisenan people and their right to sovereignty, self-governance, and self-determination through the stabilization of their people, homelands, and culture.
Being up there doing the land acknowledgement, it felt like an honor. Being affiliated with Rising Hearts and working with them gets an opportunity to spread that education and that awareness. At the end of the day, I hope people, not only listen to it, but even throughout the run, just taking in their surroundings and keeping in mind the lands that we run on, and we're the original caretakers of the land. And it's just a way to feel even more connected. And, we get outside because we want to be outside. Just feeling the ground under our feet and getting in the dirt and crossing the streams, I just think it's another way to be more present and more connected.
Now, as the Dene or Navajo people would say, let's walk,
or in this case, mostly run and hike and beauty today. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
And we are back with the men's chase group. And as we know, with the men's chase group is Bill. What's going on down there, Bill?
Hey there. I think I may be able to stay with you here for a little while. We'll see. This chase group is just doing all kinds of wild stuff down here. We took a wrong turn into a neighborhood for a little bit that really killed a lot of momentum. They all got back. I think one of the Pace riders actually had a mechanical at that same time, so I'm not sure if he's made it back on. And now we have a situation where we have one rider who has left this main group. I don't know if you're seeing this on your pictures right now. He's about one hill ahead. So I think that he's finally had enough with this chase group going on and off and on and off, and he just wants to go on. I don't know if he can make it up to the top 5 or 4 now, but he's definitely just out for his own ride at this point. Sorry, that was
Awesome. And Bill, if you can hear me, do you think, looks like it's splitting up a little bit, that having that solo rider off the front then creates a breakaway launch pad opportunity for athletes to bridge and then get what they want?
I think so. Pete Stetina, who we just passed by, he has been talking the whole day to everybody. I'm sure it's part cheerleader, it's part drill sergeant. He's just trying to get this group to go. And to his credit, he's been at the front talking to them. He's been at the back talking to them. And everybody is going for a little bit. They listen, and then they all kind of sit up again. So, but he's doing the work. He wants this to come back together, and he's doing all he can. I saw that Finsterwald, who at first looked like maybe he wasn't on a great day, maybe he was saving something for nationals in a couple weeks, but as time has gone on, he started to move up and started to integrate himself to do the work at the front as well. Yeah. The one thing that we have going on at the front, and you all have been talking about it, is that that's the right makeup for that group. They lost Gettle, who's a strong guy, and that's tough. But those other 4 riders are all workhorses. So that was kind of the perfect makeup for a breakaway. Chase Wark may be the smallest guy in that group, and so he's just like sitting pretty. And he has a really, really good team, for now until they start to figure out what they want to do when we come up to the finish.
No, that's well said. And I mean, Chase is a unit too. Like you can see, like he's a dude that is built to time trial. And Bill, just news to you, we're just getting it on screen. It looks like now it's just 3 athletes at the front with Chase, Dax, and I believe that's Ethan. I could be wrong, but so those 3 are away. And breaking news, Bill, you broke it here. Pete Stetina talks a lot during the race. It's news to no one. Sorry, just joking around, but
I know not a big. Yeah, I know not a big surprise there. I'll tell you this, one thing about Chase Wark, also former hockey player, so he's definitely not a little guy out there. He knows how to put in the work. As I said before, Daxton Mock, he's a guy who knows how to go long, but also great cyclocross racer, rides with the CXD Trek Bikes team, when he wants to put in some time in Europe out there in the mud. So he can put in the work as well. I think that 3 is a formative group.
It is. And I think, I do think, though, that chase group will probably be encouraged when they see these 1s and 2s coming back, or these 2 athletes coming back. I'm curious, though, Bill, are you seeing, is Roberge showing that he's there and putting any effort in? Is Easter still putting effort in? We haven't seen Trudeau yet. Are those athletes also, we know Pete is there, we know Borselman is there. Are those athletes mixing it up and part of the conversation to try to get things moving, or are they just follower-ons?
There is a group up there that's doing work, so I'm assuming that those guys are there. Much as you all were talking about earlier, the creative placement of the race numbers is making it a little bit difficult to see who's where exactly at this point. I did, you know, I know you were talking about it a while back, but I did want to circle back to something that you had asked me possibly an hour ago about tire width for Chase Wark. You know, you were talking about 35 to 45 being a big gap, and that there was definitely a lot of tires in between there. This was not a just, you know, off the hand decision. He actually had looked at the rolling resistant references for all of these tires, and for his setup, a 40, and this is hard to believe, but a 40 was actually slower than a 45.
Interesting. Awesome. Yeah, no, appreciate you following up with that. And it seemed like, I was kind of joking around, because it seems like this dude is leaving nothing unturned. You don't have head make you a disc wheel for a gravel race if you're like not actually paying attention to the data, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, he's, you know, hockey player, nerd, bike racer. He's got kind of all of it wrapped into one.
That's awesome. Bill, appreciate it, and love the insight, and please let us know if you see any other action happening from that Chase group. But again, right now it's this group of 3 with Chase at the front, pushing the pace.
The look of intention on his face, I tell you, this is a guy on a mission out there today.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you know, that's Chase, Dax, and that is Ethan Overson from Colorado. So, man, if you're Dax and you're strong, which he is, and you're in a break with 2 bros with aero bars, you're pretty pumped.
Yeah.
Right? Not only are you going to have that ability to kind of sit on these guys and, you know, benefit, and not that he's not working, because he certainly is. But then if it comes down to a sprint or a defining moment in a climb near the end of the race, he kind of has the advantage having that traditional road bike setup. It's going to be lighter. He's going to be able to, you know, get in the drops maybe a little bit more effectively, not have to worry about slamming knees and arm pads or anything like that when he's sprinting, and it just feels a little bit more natural. So he's in a perfect, being on a breakout with 2 dudes with air bars is like a dream. Like, unless you're sitting behind Chase and you realize he's tiny and like you're not getting a draft off of him. That's the only downside.
I'm struck by the intent on his face, and I mean, there's fire in there, right? I mean, we've seen some expression on the other guy. His expression has not changed one bit all day long. Just the intention and the focus, and yeah, we'll see if he can keep it up.
Okay, we're gonna throw down to Amanda. What do you got for us, Amanda?
Not much has changed. We are back with this front main group. So we're at about mile 64 and a half, 65. Things are just moving along. Currently 16 miles per hour, but we're kind of on a flat sort of uphill section, but they are kind of keeping the pace on. So like we talked about earlier, I think the point is for the next 20 miles to get to that Garmin Oasis as soon as they can. The 2 men that are still here, the para-athlete and number 82, they are kind of hanging at the back, so that it doesn't look like they're really trying to interfere with the women's race at all, which is nice. We're getting into some roads where they're really trying to stay in the tire line, so there has been some loose gravel, but it's kind of been nice to see how they're working in these Paceline groups sort of around the different tire track stuff as well. But yeah, not much change. Our women are still working together as much as they can to get to that Oasis.
And question, Amanda, if you can hear me, do we think if they get there at 85 before the men do, are half of those women just going to put their feet up and hang out for like 5 or 10 minutes because they're like, sweet, I made $500, or do you think they're all going to do a quick stop and get right back at it?
That's a great question. I think maybe some of them are just gonna like celebrate the fact that they got 500 and you know, maybe not necessarily take the rest of the race easy, but maybe some of them are just racing to 85. We'll see. That's gonna be a good thing to look out for. As I look behind me, we still don't see any of the amateur men, so I'm gonna, as soon as we get off of here, sort of do some math on how far back those amateur men actually are for the next 20 miles and see if like mathematically they're gonna be able to close this gap or not.
And Go
I
ahead,
was going to say, and Amanda, one other question. We had seen sort of the last time when we were just ahead of the women's field here that sort of the frustration, at least from our perspective, when we're obviously speculating between Leah and Riley, we're trying to sort of get something to happen, right? I mean, every time we've checked in with you, it's been sort of things are much the same. But Leah and Riley seem to really want to make something happen, and we're getting perhaps a little frustrated. Are you seeing that in any of their body language or any of the gestures that they're making towards the rest of the women?
From the back, no, I can't see that too much. Is King is on the front right now, which is pretty impressive because she just did that long run yesterday. But it seems like that run's not affecting her legs too much. You know, she's interested in driving the pace right now, which I think is awesome. But it, like, from my perspective, it seems like some people are trying to make moves and they're looking around to, like, see if anybody's doing that, like, fast twitch to go with them or not. So I still think people are sort of toying with the idea of, like, if I do go, who's actually going to come with me, and trying to read body language that way. I'm sure Leah and Riley are probably a little bit frustrated, maybe because nobody actually wants to sit on the front, not necessarily break away with them, but they're probably tired of doing all the work in the wind.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. One last question. I don't know if you can see. I'm impressed, but tell us a little bit about how impressive John Terrell is, our para athlete in there. Like, I don't know what his brake setup is, but he's got, as far as I could tell, one brake and you know, a little less ability to steer and brake effectively, and is kind of crushing it out there.
Oh, that is a great point, and I'm glad you noticed. We've been just marveling at how he's riding this, and, you know, when he has to take a drink, he has no hands on the handlebars, so he has to obviously keep his balance really carefully. One of the reasons why he's back here is because he crashed, so if you see a camera shot of him from the left side, he is a bit bloodied and banged up on one side, and I think it's because he probably went down from that main field at the beginning. But so far, like, he's hanging in here and helping out where he can, so it is super impressive to watch him ride, and it's kind of awesome that he's in this group.
It really is unbelievable to me. I mean, I don't know if people would appreciate the core strength and stability that it requires, not only to be racing at this caliber with one hand on your bike, like to be able to stabilize and
Right.
manage a bike on this type of terrain at these paces is just, don't get into a sit-up contest with that guy.
No, it's unreal, man. Like, and not being able to see where you're going. And, you know, we did see one little crash in the men's field, but appreciate that you're sharing that information with us, and even more impressed with John and what he's able to do. And tell us a little bit more about what Izzy did yesterday. Well, I think we lost Amanda, but she did a really big run.
Yeah, so King is doing ran the 25K yesterday morning.
Sorry, guys. We'll get back with Amanda for some more details. But Izzy's overachieving.
Yeah, she's
even
overachieving,
more than
yep.
she normally is this weekend.
She ran the 25K yesterday. And I believe that Amanda was on her way of saying that she may be doing the multi-sport event tomorrow as well. So triple duty there for Is King. But understandably, some tired legs after running 25K is pretty hard yesterday on these roads.
No doubt. And I believe this is Michael Garrison. I believe this is the athlete that kind of was in no man's land, was trying to get away. Okay, here's our lead group, and they have stopped at that. It looks like, I imagine that's 85, getting some water pouring over their back, grabbing a water jug themselves, trying to stay as cool as possible. I'm sure getting more nutrition, filling up any bottles if they needed it. So they're getting pretty far into this course, Dee Dee, and when it's a group of three and you all know you're working together, there is a question, but not really a question. Like a mile, maybe 2 miles, maybe 3 miles before that, one of them was like, stopping? Yeah. And the rest were like, uh-huh. And it's that easy of a conversation when it's this small of a group.
Yep.
That conversation, I really hope we have a camera on the chase group when they go through this aid station, because it will be a much different and much more contentious conversation, and one that will almost certainly finished with people attacking through the aid station.
Well, and of course, yeah, attacking through, but also attacking into, right? I mean, we saw how sort of neat and conversational almost that stop was, where the volunteers there at that water oasis were able to service each of the athletes at the same time. But you get a big group through there. There's only so many pitchers. There's only so many, water refill stops. So you want to position yourself. And we see it a little bit right here. Athletes trying to get to the front so they can get in and out of that station, as opposed to getting sort of bottlenecked into it, having to stop for aid, having to stop for water, and getting caught behind a group that is slow to refill. Those gaps are just going to explode.
Totally. And this is where it's happening, right? So here we finally have a chase group that has broken away. There's ones and twos kind of chasing when as much as they can't really get a vision on who this is, but it's not really well established yet. Like he's out here on the front pushing, and these guys aren't on his wheel.
And they're coasting and
they're
down the
not
hill.
pulling through. Like he needs other people to get up front with impetus and push the pace. They're going around this corner, slowing down maybe more than he wants to. Some confusion there around that corner, gets around and keeps going. And we'll see kind of this gap there was not that big. But again, if the first time in a bit we've seen the elastic break enough for a group to get somewhat of a gap. And we see athletes are now getting dropped out of this main women's group. We saw that male pro, and I think maybe John Terrell, who we just spoke about, are now out of this group. So women are pushing the pace up this climb.
Yeah, but what we saw with that one male athlete in the chase as he sort of attacked getting into that aid station, the benefit of, the reward he'll get is that he'll get in and out of there, pretty quickly. And it's who is with him and can get in and out of that aid station quickly as well, could create a little bit of a strategic break there as they go through that water station. So whether or not his solo effort at the front yields anything, if nothing else, it will yield efficiency through that water stop.
There you go. And we see them cruising well. And again, pushing that pace, being single file. We're getting word from Bill that Pete Stetina is in that chase group. He's kind of initiating that chase again as we're getting into that aid station coming up here pretty soon. That's kind of a lot of that men's race is going to happen there. We see is King rolling through again after, I think maybe she just took the first 50 miles to get that run out of her legs, and now she's pushing the pace, feeling good. But definitely, and right there I think is important. There's not anything happening per se, but to see Lauren Stevens at third or fourth wheel chasing, it means that something's happening. And again, this is where it's happening in the men's race. Excuse me, we have this chase group, and it seems like we have Pete Stetina up the front chasing or leading this chase group, but they're after these athletes on screen right now. And let's see if we can get we'll get back to that here in a second, but these guys on screen still pushing the pace. Pete Stetina is rolling through, trying to chase this group. We had a sec to chat with Pete. Let's see what he had to say.
This is one of the original gravel races. It's got more steep history than many of them, it's always kind of been one of the mainstays, and with some new attention and some reinvigoration on especially on the pro field, quickly became a cannot skip for me. So yeah, the short version is had my whole leg rebuilt. A lot of teams wrote off my career, but I kind of treated it like my back was against the wall. I was on a free agency year, so was treated rehab like it was my job. And, I made a comeback while still walking with a cane a few months later, and have since been able to salvage my career, and then found out about the gravel movement in 2019. So left the road for this thing. And yeah, can't really run or play soccer or anything, but I can cycle still. Oh, just to get stuck in the racing, it's always, the weird or unique thing about gravel is it's the terrain changes and the dirt composition changes on every county you're in and every state you're in. So every race has a very unique flair and touch to it, and it's kind of unpredictable. So, you know, this one will be a little bit different in that we've just been, you know, high altitude mountain racing all through Colorado and Utah for the last few months. And all of a sudden, a week later, we're now down in the high prairie of Nebraska. So all of a sudden it suits maybe a bit of a different rider than what you're normally prepared for. But it's also, it's a really nice spot in the calendar. So.
There you go. Great stuff from Pete. True professional. Best mustache in the business, if you don't count my mustache. Sorry, Pete. But great to see him obviously recover from his injuries and then be a big personality in the gravel space. And, you know, dude loves racing. You know, that's one thing, you know, he still treats it very much like a World Tour pro would, chasing every start line he can. And right now, the whole group is chasing Is King, you know, who like this, and is the person that they're going to let go on a break. They're like, dude,
her legs are tired.
That chick ran so far yesterday. And it's funny sometimes, Dee, that like if your legs are sore from a run or something like that, it actually, they feel so bad that it just all kind of feels bad, and somehow it feels easier to go harder. Like there's a weird balance when you have this actual like muscle breakdown where you're like, actually it feels better if I'm like going a little bit harder. And and is also raced Steamboat Gravel last week too. So she's been all over the place and always has a smile on her face and doing as much she can to spread that spirit of gravel. So great to see is stretching her legs at the front of this race. And one of the reasons maybe these women will all get $500 bonus, and actually one of the reasons the race is finally splitting up a little bit.
And our lead group of 3 men now continuing to work really, really well together. They all stopped together at that aid station, super efficient in and out, given the small group. Of course, our chase group got a little bit more caught up, and a couple of guys in the primary chase stopped for water and were left behind. So that was a strategic point in our men's race as well. We'll get an update on who is where after that aid station, but some of the athletes opting to stop, some of the athletes rolling on through, which could come back to bite them.
Yeah, and then so in that group, we had Svensson bridge to the chase. So it was Svensson, Garrison, Stetina, and then 2 others. And you'd think, man, the 2 others maybe weren't that smart because you go on a break and then just to stop. But it's like, no, actually, they went on the break, stopped, and then they were then with the chase with fluids, right? So, like, they might actually be the only 2 athletes that have the hydration and nutrition that they want. And they're in a pretty good position because you still have Borselman, Trudeau, Roberge, you know, can't think of everybody right now, but a lot of athletes still in there, Griffin Easter, Russell Finsterwald, that have the power to bring you back to that front, and they've got nutrition on board. So kudos to those athletes. Looks like as well Trevor August is now in that break as well. So these 3 athletes, they need to, you know, it's kind of obvious, but people get tired as these things go, unless you've been in the main field frustrated all day, right? So like if Stetina and these other athletes, Svensson and Garrison, can get to like this climb on their own, they will put 30 seconds on these guys on this climb because they have energy. They're trying to get away. That momentum is now on their side. So we'll really see the energy kind of differences and profiles kind of come across each other. If, again, but the key is that group has to be away from the other 30 athletes. Like, it's not going to happen with a group of 30. But, man, you get Pete, Svensson, sounds like Borselman. Yes.
Well, chances are that group of 30 is no longer a group of 30 post-water stop.
No, it's not. It's not. But it looks like Borselman is now in this group with Trevor August, Pete Stetina, Garrison, and Svensson. So, I mean, right now, if that is a group of 5, it will be an incredibly huge feat for these other athletes to stay away. Because right now we're getting a split that shows it was 4.5 minutes at mile 86. If you have 4.5 minutes and you're 3 athletes and you've been away for 70 miles and a group of 5 that has Borselman, Stetina, Svensson, like, you need to stay on the gas because that group will absolutely roll you.
And they could. I mean, right? I mean, that group of, I mean, it was a group of 5 and then 4 very briefly, and now just 3 versus the chase group now, relatively fresher.
Yeah. And it's, again, this is how these races can develop. And it was just a time where there was, again, that aid station, but it's late enough in, 85 miles in, 4 hours in, like, yeah, you start to get tired.
Yep.
And that's when the best athletes can separate. As we see Lauren Stevens now putting in a dig.
I was going to say, this is the first sort of intention we've seen from Lauren Stevens all day. Been very, very, very patient, and this is the first intention, and it's a strong intention.
Dude, and
no doubt about it.
And that athlete that's with her, I believe, I don't know if that's Emily Newsom, she's going to take her polls, same deal. Like, they need to establish this first, and then we can start deciding whether or not you're going to kind of sit in a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, in the end, that's like a real pro that is playing their strengths. It's not surprising to see the first time we see her at the front really is when she's trying to go off the front. And she 100% could time trial the rest of this thing by herself and win. Yep. I mean, I think at Steamboat last year, she definitely had over 8 minutes, possibly more than that, and a huge gap, and clearly the strongest on that race. So certainly has the ability to continue.
I think that's Carolina with her.
Is it Carolina?
I think it's Carolina. I'm looking at I'm squinting really hard at the bib number. I think that's an 8, so I think that's Carolina.
There you go. So the Panama team has been putting themselves in a position to capitalize. And there you go. That is bib number 8. So they're looking over her shoulder. We want to see what she can see. Is this a big enough gap? Communicating with each other. Yep. Okay, guys, this is a big enough gap. Let's just take solid polls, 30-second minute polls. They'll settle into the pace that works best for them. Maybe they'll get to a point where they'll lean on, okay, and this will all be unspoken, or a lot of it.
Yep.
Lauren, you're taking the downhill fast sections over 25 miles an hour. The other athlete will be taking the hilly sections to try to keep establishing this gap.
It looks like there's a lone chaser behind them. So it's 2 and then 1 that's trying to bridge up. But again, looking over the shoulder to see what sort of impact this little break has had on the main group. But it looks like there is one straggler there, and they're looking over to see who it is. And if that group of, is it a group of 3 better than a group of 2? But you want to establish that pack, because there's the pack coming around the corner now.
Yeah, and you can see it. And Carolina was looking, as was Lauren, and they talked. Because the thing is, it doesn't matter unless you're Carolina and that's Emily.
Yeah.
If that's Emily Newsom, who's a teammate,
right,
you soft pedal a little bit and let her come across, and then it's game over because you got 2 teammates. Now, then maybe that opens up Lauren sitting on more, blah, blah, blah. You still, if possible, if that teammate is working to try to get across, you let him do so. It probably isn't Emily if Carolina's at the front pushing this much.
I
know, me too.
See who that rider is.
Come on. I can't quite see. But the way she's pushing at the front makes me either think it's not Emily or they've got some internal team issues they need to work out. But I'm going to guess that it's the former. But these 2 athletes need to establish the gap for sure. And to be fair, if that was Emily, it's not normal for an athlete to try to bridge at this point to an athlete or teammate up the road, right? It's not her responsibility. Her responsibility would be to sit and let the others chase, right? So we'll see soon who's that, but right now, or who that is chasing, but we can see things are splintering up a little bit as we've got this women's chase group, getting a little bit smaller, but all this, Dee Dee, is going to add to that possibility at 85 miles.
I'm trying to look at the bibs in that chaser to see if Carolina's teammate is still amongst this group or if it's the lone rider up the road. But we're just a little too far back to see. But you can see the 2 riders up ahead. That's Carolina and Lauren. There's a lone rider in between, and then the chase group of women.
There you go. And they are definitely pushing. And this is the time you kind of have to do it, right? Like, dude, that's where the dynamics and the tactics come in is when you're alone or you're with 1 or 2, you then feel like you can go as hard as you want to try to establish that gap. When it's 5 or 6 or 10, you don't, because you know there's somebody that's sitting on that's going to take advantage of you. Where right now it's that's not the case, right? So we have Carolina, excuse me, really pushing the pace, trying to establish this gap, and then once they do, then she can settle back in. Like right now, she's probably at threshold or higher.
And they've distanced themselves from the lone chaser, right? So that gap is getting bigger. So whoever it is, whether it's her teammate or not, that they're not getting back on.
Totally. And so, yeah, if they use threshold or probably higher than threshold power to establish a gap, once it gets over knee shot 2022, this is what knees used to look like in 2022. It's changed a little bit over the last couple of years. We could talk about the dynamics of knees a little bit later. But what I was saying is that then once they get 2 minutes or a substantial gap where they know the group is not really trying to bring them back immediately, then she'd settle into 85% or 90%, and then they're riding tempo, right? Like they're not holding this pace all day. They just have to really dig to separate and give themselves a chance to get away, or else they're going to be playing in the group all day.
And again, the chase group here still has a visual on the breakaway. So there is hope. And so that breakaway, like they don't have eyes in the back of their head. So yeah, they're looking over their shoulder to see what the gap is. But as long as this chase group has eyes on them, but they don't seem that, actually they are rolling through Paceline here. So they are pretty well organized, but they certainly don't look like they're putting out the effort that the lead 2 women are.
No, definitely not. Those lead 2 are crushing it, definitely doing their best to continue to extend that lead. And yeah, this is organized here, but not organized enough where, you know, these athletes are going to be able to bridge back anytime soon. And yeah, I was hoping we'd get a time to chat with Amanda, and here it is. She's got details on what's happening in the race. Amanda, tell us how that break happened and who's chasing up.
Hey guys, yeah, so it looks like when we were talking about Is King on the front, we came up on a few big rollers, and I think one rider sort of went in to close in on Is and sort of carried that speed past Is. So basically it was Is that started everything, at least the higher speed, and then one of the riders sort of went with her, and I think Lauren basically rolled with that rider as well. And then the interesting thing is we had a few turns, and it looked like the women's group was sort of like settling on the fact that maybe they weren't going to do anything. And Emily Newsom is also the teammate of one of the riders up there, and I could tell that she went to the left side of the road, tried to figure out if she should accelerate to close in on her teammate. I think what she was looking to see if anybody was going to go with her, because she didn't want to drag anybody else with her to the teammate, obviously. And it worked. She waited, and it looked like she got a gap, and as soon as she probably knew she was solo, she was going to bridge. So that's what she's doing. I don't have eyes on the front to see if she actually closed to the front too, but we are back here with these chasers, and it looks like they're not settling either. They want to try and close as much as they possibly can. But I also have some time splits on the amateur men, if you guys are interested.
Yeah, please share.
Yeah, so if you pull up Athlinks, you can see how quickly the men came through that cyclocross aid station number 1, and it looks like the fastest person came in at 2 hours and 36 minutes, and Emily Newsom had the first split through that, and she was at 2 hours and 54 minutes. So quick math, it's about an 18-minute gap. So I'm thinking that we might actually see the men come through at some point. I'm hoping maybe this animation in the women's race might actually keep them away for a little bit longer, potentially. But for now, the men are about six-ish minutes that they need to close to kind of get up there. So we'll see if it happens, but we're going to keep an eye behind us to see if we see anybody coming up behind them.
That's awesome. Thanks, Amanda. And I appreciate you correcting me and explaining more about the team tactics and how Emily was very aware of how she tried to bridge that gap. And just so you know, just about 30 seconds ago, she did bridge up to those front 2. There we go. And we've got a group of 3 now up the road. And again, a great team tactics, it sounds like, relayed from Amanda, that Emily waited till the gap was established and then went far left to make sure nobody could follow. And now there's strength in numbers.
Yep.
So if there's the question starting today was how does one beat Lauren Stevens? And if you've got 2 athletes with her on a break, that's maybe one of your best opportunities. It's still going to be a huge ask because she's so strong, and she's not dumb either. She's going to make sure that these athletes are taking their fair share of pulls. But once we get closer, if they have energy, then these athletes can kind of start attacking and making Lauren be the one who's bridging up and like expose any weaknesses. And it's kind of a 2-on-1 situation. But right now, and I think for the next little bit, Dee, or fair bit, we're going to see these 3 women working very, very well together.
Yeah, what an effort there from Emily Newsom, and smart and strategic and then heroic effort to bridge that and get back on. And we saw once she did rejoin the group, Lauren Stevens gave a thumbs up saying, okay, now we're together. Now she's taking a look behind to see what kind of real estate they've put into the women's chase group, but impressive racing and strategic.
Totally. And all that being
strategery.
So much strategery. All that being said, this is also the perfect situation for Lauren Stevens.
Yes.
Right.
Oh,
even
100%.
though I think it's probably the only way, one of the ways you may be able to beat Lauren Stevens, I think she's like, wait, I got 2 teammates that are working together. If she continues to do the smart racing that she has and hold back some energy, she'll be doing some false pulls, acting like she's going as hard as she can, and she can't. She's in a great spot. She's like, I'll ride this train. And she's got the ability, and she's great in humidity being from Austin. She's been at altitude, so she's going to be coming off a really positive build there, and obviously good racing last weekend at Steamboat Gravel. So she's going to be one to deal with for sure. But we can see now they're out of sight.
Yep.
They're over that roller, and it has spread out legitimately. And we've got a report from back at the race headquarters that our 50K winner is in, and it's Heather Benning in a time of 2:05:27. Good job, Heather.
Yeah, way to go, Heather. Banging out 50K, calling it a day.
No more rhymes now. I mean it. Anybody want a peanut? That's your obscure Princess Bride reference for today. I know you all have been waiting for it. But here we go. Nice little group riding together. Again, seem like they're riding good, steady pace, but right now that podium is out of sight visually, not quite physically or emotionally yet, but not too far from that.
And our men's podium for the 50K was easy for you to say,
isn't it?
Addison Killeen, Daniel Ferguson, and Ian Murray, your top 3 finishers for the 50K for the men, as we just announced the women's winner for the 50K. So
I'd be curious to see if Ian Murray's on a disc wheel and aero bars. I don't know if you remember that name, but he's a triathlon bike fitter. And definitely has the ability to nerd it out
from your
just like
neck of the
anybody
woods.
else. You know. Ish. But here we go. Group of 3 riding super well. 2 teammates and 1 national champion with the aero bar. So, man, again, if the chase doesn't start soon and like very quickly, there we go. They almost missed that corner.
Yeah, I was going to say, that came in a little hot. I think they almost missed that turn.
Yeah, it was pretty close, but she got it. But kind of similar to what we were seeing in the men's race. That, look at that, great waves for the kids in the yard. If that group behind actually doesn't separate, like there isn't strength in numbers in this situation, right? Like the fact that there's 15 women together is a bad deal.
Yeah.
Once it gets to 4, then maybe they can start bringing it back, even though these athletes are quite strong. But if it's this big group, it's not going to happen. So this is like the ironic part, is this is where all that work before from Leah and some of these other athletes from Riley Strickard, like that's where it kicks you in the ass, because now you're like, you don't have the pop to actually bridge across or go with this break. And now you're doing the same thing you were before. Be like, hey, well, you guys want to pull? And they're like, no, man, I'm done. I don't want to do that.
I was going to say, I was going to ask, how much is Leah's head exploding off her shoulders right now that she missed that opportunity after trying to instigate for so long?
Yeah, I mean, this is something we're used to, right? And like, you know, talking to Bill about it a little bit, like there's always people that are pushing the pace when it doesn't matter. And the smart athletes are the ones that are like, okay, well, we'll just let you continue to do that. And then when it actually matters, I'll go hard. And if you can keep up, you can. And in this case, it's just she's not able to keep up. Or just in the wrong spot
place at the wrong time. Yeah. So this is that corner that our lead 3 came in a little hot at. And that was probably, based on my internal body clock, about 2.5 minutes ago. So that gap, we'll get the timing in just a minute here as we come into the general store here. We're going to actually throw it down to Bill, who's got an update. Bill, what do you got?
All right, so, you know, first of all, mea culpa to the YouTube commenter. I think it was Dennis, who was giving me a hard time for saying these guys were racing for 6th. Coach Stetina got on the horn to everyone and made sure that they were actually going to go try to chase down these leaders, and that's what they're doing now. We got a really strong group of 5. August, Svetsson, Stetina, Borselman is in here, and they're working hard. They're all working together, really good Paceline. So I'm gonna assume that these 5 against those 3 in front, we're gonna start seeing that gap start to fall.
Bill, just so you know, that YouTube commenter, that was my alias. That was me calling you out on YouTube. I apologize for that. But tell me if I'm wrong, though, man. Like, now that this is separate, I mean, I'm putting all my money on this group. Like, you've got Borselman, Stetina, and these other great athletes. Like, obviously, the other 3 athletes up front are really pushing the pace and have established this big gap. But they've tired themselves out in doing so, while these guys are a little more rested. Who would you put your money on, and how much of your money are you willing to put on them?
Well, it kind of goes to what Didi was saying earlier about what's better, 4 or 5, you know, and in that case you had one person who was struggling. Here, you can see it. They are all head down, you know, chins on their stems, just going as hard as they can and all together. Nobody's sitting in, nobody is pretending to take a pull. So, yeah, I mean, they gave them a pretty good head start up the road, but yeah, I'm starting to lean towards these guys being able to possibly get back on by the end of this race.
And you still have athletes like Easter, Roberge, Finsterwald, obviously some other talented athletes back there as well. Do you think they've now mailed it in? Now that this group of 5, there's no way that they're going to get across, or is there still action going on back there?
Well, I mean, I don't want Dennis double checking me on this, but I'm looking out the rear view mirror and I see nobody, and I can see for a good, you know, half to full mile behind me. So I think this is your group. This is your only chance of anybody catching the leaders. And again, everybody in here is a strong rider. You know, one thing about Trevor August, great rider on his own, but he's got genetics working in his favor. His brother AJ August is his younger brother. He got signed to Ineos Grenadier, so he's a World Tour rider. So the August family knows how to push pedals.
There you go. And with this group, obviously, like, the group dynamic is going to help them with that 5/3. But to me, it's like, man, you could not ask for a more perfect mix of athletes, right? Like, you've got rollers like Borselman, and then you've got whippet climbers like Stetina. Like, it couldn't be a better chase group, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, even right now, you can see it. Like, every time that Pete comes down the line, get back into the Paceline, he is looking every rider in the eyes, just daring them to let up a little bit before he gets on the back. It's really fun to watch, because I mean, it seems like he's on a mission here. He really wants to catch those guys. I think they have something to prove at this point.
And it's always funny, because, you know, I'm laughing because there's always one guy in that group, and we've been that guy before, where you're like, you know what, I'm the godfather of this group. I'm going to tell everybody how it is. And no surprise that Pete has taken that role, and he's got more experience than any of these guys riding in groups and trying to bring back breaks, so I can't fault him for it.
Yeah, for sure. But, the other thing that we have to just keep in mind is that Borselman is a 3-time winner in here. And the only person who has beaten him in the last 4 years is Roberge, and he's off the back at this point. So, Stetina may have the experience overall, but when it comes to Gravel Worlds, nobody has more experience on winning in the men's field than Borselman.
That's awesome. Thanks so much, Bill. Appreciate your insight, and we'll come back to you when you've got more, and we'll keep you up to date if we see this gap closing any more than it has. But love your ability to see things as they happen. Thanks, man. And we're back with our women's group, our women's leaders, a group of 3. We can call it a breakaway, but it's kind of just the lead of the race at this point with the 2 Panama riders and our U.S. National Gravel Champion, Lauren Stevens. Okay, well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break and be back with the action right after this.
James was diagnosed at 3 months old with neuroblastoma. When your child is diagnosed with a serious disease, it's peace of mind to not have to worry about a bill for St. Jude. You just never know what your simple donation could mean to somebody. If you've ever had your own child, you just know how much of your heart that they have. So every single dollar is worth it.
And we are back to the action with our women's leaders here. We've got Carolina Mignon, Lauren Stevens, and Emily Newsom. They look like they have settled in. They established their break. Now they're well organized and settled into a more sustainable pace given where they're at the race. That was some pretty big power numbers they were throwing down to establish the break, but they look like they've settled in pretty nicely.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you can tell they're taking kind of longer turns, a little less rocking on the shoulders side to side. I mean, you could see Emily Newsom was
hauling.
Yeah, and she had put a lot of effort in, so she was excited to take a little bit of break. And, they gave it to her. They gave her a couple turns or free turns off, and then she's right back in it. And now, again, Dee Dee, you can see once it's established, then the riders will start taking these longer sustained pulls, and again, generally unspoken, be like, okay, I'm going to ride for a minute or so, maybe 2 minutes, depending what the train's like, and then I'm going to pull off, and that means I'm going to get 2 minutes breaking, right? As we see Lauren Stevens just moving some nutrition around, getting the hydration where she needs it, swapping those empty bottles forward, doing what she needs. Maybe a little wave to the horse, too. We saw Emily wave to some spectators earlier. Nope. Horse says hello. The ladies do not say hello back. That's okay. And here's that chase group, and you can tell very different piece of road that they are on.
Yep. Different piece of road, a different pace of effort. Organized and working together. Again, in this 2 Paceline format we've seen, given the nature of this road and how the gravel lays. But not quite the intent that the lead group of 3 has. Organized, but not quite the intention.
No, definitely not. And it's that's just how it works, right? It's once it's established, you're kind of just you're still racing. They're still trying to get to 85. They're still fighting for a podium, but you're not going to be the person that just goes to the front and goes as hard as possible to try to bridge that gap back, because you're just going to get rolled, as we saw, kind of happened already. Here we go. That's our split through 86 miles. But word from the course and from Bill is that they can actually see the leaders. And it kind of depends on what section of road. But to me, that means it's at most 2 minutes, probably, maybe a tiny bit more than that. But again,
that's all it takes, right? When you have that visual, like the bit goes in the mouth and yeah.
And it's also to a certain point, and when we can talk to Bill, we will. But it's one of those things that it's like, man, do you want to catch them that soon? Do you want to leave them out there a little bit? It kind of depends on how big the gap is to, that group that has past winners in it in the back, like Roberge, and if they catch, they're going to go right by them, and it's going to be who can stay on that group of 5, right? So a lot is going to be happening in the men's race, but right now pretty well established on the women's side. And Didi, I can't think of, and I'd be curious if Amanda thinks there is, but of anybody in that women's group that would have the horsepower to use a situation in a spot on the road to try to bridge across. And I just don't think that. I don't think there's that horsepower in the group.
Yeah, I don't think there's any individual with the horsepower to do it on her own, and I don't think there's enough numbers with a horsepower that'll get together and organize to do it as a group of 2 or 3.
Totally.
That's not to say it won't happen, but it doesn't seem like for a solo rider to make that up seems. I don't know who's got it. The women in this group, I would say differently, but I don't know who of the remaining group of chasers who's got it, and I don't think that there's enough of them in numbers that they would be able to do it. Another turn here where they seemed almost, cautious, yes, because of the layout of the gravel, but almost like they missed that turn.
Yeah, they saw it coming, but it was one that they had to get on the brakes for a little bit more maybe than anticipated. Word on course as well from Bill is that he thinks it's around 3 minutes back, so he probably got a tree split on that while they were out on that straightaway. So it's definitely come down a fair bit. And on the women's side, this gap continues to open. And then Amanda brings up a good point that, when I think a lot of things could happen at or after that 85-mile mark, and she points out that it's possible if that age group of men comes through and they have a good train, that some of those women in that chase group will be able to latch on, and that changes the dynamic. Also, I'm curious too, though, Didi, if that 85-mile mark is one that we spoke about. Amanda chatted a little bit about on whether or not some of the athletes will see that as quote unquote their finish line, where they break a little bit, get their $500.
Yep.
If that takes enough people out of the group, where then that group can then race more effectively and chase. I think the point's moot, because at that point, these women are going to be too far up the road. But I think we might see a little bit more coordination when some people take themselves out of that group by having a little break.
But still, I think that group is going to lack the firepower to get back on. But you're starting to see I don't know, wouldn't necessarily say it's the fatigue, possibly just the conditions on the day, on the faces of the riders. Certainly you can see the salt on the kit. Temperatures are, getting hotter. The humidity is insane out there. And that's going to start to have impact as well.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And that's kind of why, they're going to have to settle in. They can't just continue to push that pace as hard as they have been, because the conditions are going to get to them. Here we go. That group of 3 looks like they're still rolling super well. Chase at the front, Dax just behind, Ethan in third, and pacing themselves. And again, these are smart athletes, right? Like, again, it's quite possible when they initially made this break that the intent wasn't to go to the finish, right? I'm sure that changed in their head once they got the amount of time that they had. And I'm sure someone like Chase at the front, always wants to try to have a breakaway that sticks to the finish. But point being, long-winded way to say it, when they get this chase group come up to them, we can see down the road. We can't really see them quite yet. These guys slowing down nice and well for the stop sign and then right back on it, is that if you would have asked them, hey, man, at mile 100, would you be stoked to be in a group of 8 with Borselman, Stetina, and all these other athletes? And be like, yes, right? So that's still a good place for them if they haven't spent all their chips.
And I guess my question is, too, Bill is telling us that the chasers, they can see the lead group up the road. It's a couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes gap. That group of 3 has been on their own at the front for quite some time now. What are the chances that they're actually looking back over their shoulder at this point? Like, are they looking back at this point? Do they know what's coming? Or are they feeling like they're pretty like, hey, we've got this break. You know, this has been our MO for quite some time now. Do they have a sense? Would they be looking over the back because they've been on their own for so long?
Here we go. We'll get back to that, Dee Dee. Sorry, it looks like I thought that was Justine, not Justine. Looks like possibly a little bit of mechanical. She's looking at the back of her bike. Yeah, it looks. Oh, okay. Yeah, she does have mechanical. So what she's doing now is she's getting her bike has a little box underneath the water bottle cage where she has her spares, possibly plugs, things like that. So right now she's kind of taking that frame apart to a certain extent, getting this window out.
Looks like she's struggling with it a little bit.
Yeah, those things are not as easy as we'd like them to be. Generally, those are great ideas and they're cool. But in a race like this, I would always suggest having at least your plugs, tire plugs, in your pockets. You're ready to go. Amanda, what do you got for us? You see in this action?
Yeah, it looks like a kind of an unfortunate spot, but basically she's pulled over trying to figure out if she wants to fix this tire, I think, but that main group is riding away, and I just got a time check, so we're going to actually sit here for a minute and see if we can see any of those amateur men actually come up behind, but we're sitting at about 2 minutes since we turned the corner, and I still don't see any of the men, which is kind of the point I wanted to see here, is if they were actually going to start closing in as we get to this oasis. We're at mile 80-ish, so we're only a few miles away from that oasis. Unfortunately for this rider, I think they might actually end up getting caught by the men, depending how long it's going to take her to fix this. But yeah, she's trying. She's trying.
That's Kylie Spearing, and it looks like she went for her CO2. And Amanda, talk us through that. I was just mentioning there, like, for me, after having experience in some of these races, I've done the same thing that she has, we all have, and then after that I'm like, okay, my plugs and my CO2 are in my pocket.
Yeah.
Tell us about what that means and what the benefit of that is.
I didn't catch the last part about what you said the actual benefit was, but I heard the camera is up on the drone shot of the leaders, right? So I don't know how far out they are ahead of that oasis, but I'm really curious to see if they stop there. So if you guys can see it and I can't, I want to know if they end up stopping at that oasis because they have the drone camera up for that. I'm still here on the time check for those amateur men, so I'm keeping an eye out. We're at 3 minutes, so it looks like there's at least a 3-minute gap to the amateurs. It keeps growing, and I still don't see any men turning this corner. As I look out in the distance, that other group, the chase group, is still working together and moving towards that aid station. I think this rider is still trying to fix her tire. It looks like she might be able to throw stuff in and keep rolling. So I think she kind of threw an air cartridge in. She might be able to keep moving, which is actually awesome because the amateur men aren't here yet. So she either had a plug or a CO2 to make that a pretty quick stop.
I was going to say that's Kylie Spearing, and you're always bummed when you get a flat tire. But if a flat tire costs you $500, I'd yell at Kylie, just put that in your pocket, Kylie, get rolling, because you still have a great opportunity to get $500 in that pocket. And we'll have to check the rules. Do you know, Amanda, how the rules are stated? If she jumps in with that group, if she gets caught and then out sprints them, does she get the $500?
If she gets there first, then she gets the $500. The whole point is, you know, that's actually a pretty good strategy. If she sees that and she just wants to kind of sit in for a little bit right until that timing strip, I think it's the actual timing strip that matters. So I'll probably confirm that with Jason to see if they have the timing strip out there. But yeah, if that were me, that would be a really good plan if you actually ended up seeing them.
Yeah, make sure you communicate that with her, too. She can offer off 20s. Like, dude, I'll give you $20.
Yeah, I'd hand out $20 to the guys to let me get across the line first. Like, when you get caught by those, by the amateurs, be like, okay, guys, I got $500 in my pocket. There's $20 for each of you. Have a couple of beers on me. Just let me get there first.
But at this point, she's doing it on her own. So happy to see it. That's awesome.
Yeah,
thanks so much.
One other cool thing is that they have. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
They have about 5 minutes, so she has 5 minutes on the men. I mean, that's a pretty impressive gap still. The crazy thing is that when we got to that first checkpoint, I mean, they were only 7 minutes behind, and so the fact is, from that checkpoint to here, they've probably been on the gas for the same amount of speed as those amateur men that were behind, which is really impressive. So the only major difference was, like, in the beginning of the race, remember we said it looked like they were chill? I think they were probably just riding a little bit more chill in the beginning than those men, and now looks to be like they're probably on more equal speed, but I think Kylie's looking a little bit safe right now if she's got 5 miles. I still don't see the men anywhere behind her.
Yeah, you let her know and tell her that we're starting a hashtag that says Cash for Kylie, because we all want to make sure she gets across that line before the men do. We'll all be stoked for the race to have $500 less in their pocket and 500 more in Kylie's. Absolutely love it. And Amanda, appreciate your time and your effort. We still have that overhead shot of these 3 women, and we will let you know as soon as they get the Oasis, but appreciate you.
All right, our lead group of women here. We've got an overhead shot there coming up to that Oasis. We'll see if they stop. Like our lead 3 group of men, I think they'll be probably, if they do stop, pretty efficient about it. Being a small group through that water stop is definitely the way you want to handle it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Man, I love these drone shots. Just shows the beautiful zone that we're rolling through, and it's funny. Gravel racing, it can be so chaotic when you're like at the front and all this is happening and people are crashing, whatever. But right now it's just like 3 pals out on a little on a ride in a beautiful zone. It's pretty great.
Pretty awesome stuff. Again, anticipating our women at this water Oasis momentarily. They'll be, if they do stop, which I imagine they would. I think with the gap that they've established and the firepower in this group, the smarter thing would be to stop and preserve the hydration needs for the long term. Take the 30 seconds, if that it's going to take to stop and play the long game, because they do have a pretty comfortable gap on the rest of the female chasers. But we'll see what they do.
That we will, and yeah, a lot of time for these athletes still to coordinate themselves to get across that finish line. But as Amanda said, a lot of time still to ensure that I won't call it free $500 because it's hard earned, but an extra $500 in their pocket. So for the winner today, as it stands, it'd be $5,500 for the win, including that bonus, which is not a bad payday.
Not bad at all. We'll see how it all shakes out. We're going to run away to a quick break, but don't go away. There's so much epic racing still to come, so don't go away. We're going to come right back.
And we are back at Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. Right now we can see that chase group, and what they can see is what we can see up the road, which is the leaders and the vehicle or a vehicle that is around them. And it looks close. Things in the mirror may appear closer than they are, DD, but because of those rollers. But
I thought that only worked for rear view mirrors.
You know, I know I make stuff up all day long. You know what this is? I got a lot of stuff I got to talk about. I got to make some of it up. And Bill told me he just sent a note that said the split was 4 minutes. So it's probably somewhere between 3 or 4 now. But when you could see it, and like they're looking at it, and it's like, okay. And those guys are taking what I'll call telephone splits, telephone pole splits, or tree splits, or road crossing splits. And I guarantee you, Pete and those guys have a watch on it. But they also have a watch on how many miles they still have to ride, right? So it's like, man, if I'm with Borselman and whatever, and I've got this 3-minute gap to pull back, we don't need to do it now. It gives us more time for me to be like, okay, these are the hanger-oners in the group. I can attack them before or after we catch this group, or just kind of know who's doing the work and who doesn't. There's no reason to rush it at this point, unless you think there's pressure from behind with that chase group, which the third group on the road, which I don't believe is something they need to worry about right now.
No, they're getting some information. We see Ethan nodding his head back, at our camera guy. So he's getting some good information. They know what's up. They know what's happening. They know what's coming.
And most important thing, if these two groups come together, that's 2 ponies, 2 ponytails in the lead group of 8, because we got Ethan and we got John. It's not all funny. It falls flat. Bill will understand what I'm saying. Bill, I'm excited about maybe this chase group catching, because that'll mean we got 2 ponies in the front of the race.
I'm all for ponytails and big guys. That's my racing category in both of those. So I'm all for it.
Awesome.
So
what do you see?
One interesting thing here, you were talking about this group working together. Trevor August was definitely hurting, and he was skipping pools, and he was coming off the back, and he looked like he was struggling to keep with the group. The group didn't drop him. They actually worked with him, had a couple guys with their hands on his back, sort of encouraging him for the last couple miles, and now he's back in it. So whatever he had going on, it looks like he's over it, and he's actually on the front right now.
Now, is that not just the true definition of the spirit of gravel, Bill?
It's something you wouldn't see every day in road racing, that's for sure, Matt. But yeah, no, but also I think you may, because they want those 5 guys. They need all of them together working hard if they're going to close down this 4-minute gap, And the thing is, like, I think you were talking about telephone poles. Also out here, we're talking about the sailing seas of gravel. They're like 3 rollers ahead. So they can see, when they get to the top and the other group's at the top, that's how I think they're gauging the distance.
That's awesome. And do you think now that, like, you feel it, you've been in this position, you see kind of the energy and the body language, is there confidence yet with this much distance to go and athletes like Borselman and Stetina, is there confidence yet to the extent where they can be like, okay, we can dose our energy to get these guys back later, or is it still like, no, we got to get this back whenever we can?
I'll tell you, what's going on right now, and I've heard this from top-level pro athletes, that even if you're sitting in the draft and John Borselman is at the front of it, it still hurts, and you're still working hard like you're not even in a draft. And you can see the body language right now. Like, Borselman was on the front, he just pulled off, everybody's shoulders just got calm. It's amazing. Funny. They were all struggling, and I think it's Stetina's now taking his pull. Little different effort, still going hard, but not that Borselman effort, and everybody's a little more relaxed. So when he's on it, like, he's not thinking about anything except catching that group, and the guy still will have power left to do whatever he needs to do at the finish.
It is crazy, and John and the ability that he has, but like, man, when he's doing pulls like that, he's probably 380, 400 watts at his size, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's crazy. And it's just funny, like, all these guys, we look at this and we're like, oh, maybe they should decide to jump across, or all these different things, and you forget what the energy is like. And a month ago, Pete and some other of these athletes were out at a race on the West Coast that I help out with, and I was on an e-bike. And the last 15K, I was doing like Instagram and stuff coverage with them, and I was like, "Oh, dude, I'm going as hard as I can," and I got like 200
Is that
free
what you fall into? You got to be on an e-bike now.
Pretty much, man. But it just shows that, like, yeah, Borselman's up there pushing the pace. You know, more power to you to be able to sit in that wheel. And have you noticed anything from? You know, it doesn't seem like since this group broke away, Bill, this chase group, that they really haven't really put that much time back on these leaders, right? So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this point, it's still kind of up to the chasers to bridge back up, and it doesn't seem like these leaders, like there's any real obvious like chinks in their armor per se.
Yeah, I think that's right. They still have, these chasers still have their work cut out for them, but it looks like they are fine with the task at hand. I'll tell you, the guy that I'm really impressed with right now is Garrison, because he was the one, I think he played it smart, because he was the first guy to go out, and he just left them. When everybody was playing around, they made that wrong turn, it was just kind of chaos with that big group, and he was like, guys, I'm out of here. And he went off, and he had about a minute lead on them for a little while, and then he started to look back, and he just started to slow up, and he took a nice long rest, was sitting up, stretching his back, just kind of chilling. And when he started doing that, that's exactly when Pete was able to lead that charge and get this other group with him. So now he's had the time to put in an effort, recover, soft pedal, and now get into this group and work hard again. So I don't know if it was by plan or luck, but yeah, really nice effort by Garrison.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we won't know until we talk to him afterwards, but I think often people will see somebody go up the road and do that, like, what's that guy doing? He's not going to stay away. And it's like, well, no, he's doing, that's how you guarantee that you're in that next break, right, is by putting yourself up the road and letting the stuff happen behind you. And you don't know, it's a risk, right? You don't know if that's going to work out or not, but Garrison, very, very well played, and way to point that out. And I know you're right here with them in this car. Can you see behind you still? Does it look like that chase group is coming at all, or it's all for naught back there? The third group on the road.
It is all clear skies and corn at this point behind me. No bike riders in sight.
There you go. And for now, and I apologize, I overlooked Bill, but there technically, if it gets together, there'll be 3 ponytails in the group because you'll be right there with them. And we appreciate you spending the time with there and giving us the good
at
insight.
this point, we got to sort of put bets. We got to put bets on if the ponytails are going to win. You know, are you taking ponytail odds?
Dude, your money's always on the ponytail, right? It's got to be. There you go. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate you.
Yeah, back. Okay.
Sweet. It looks like we did have our lead group of 3 go through, and it looks like Lauren Stevens stopped for some water, and it looks like there's communication with the other athletes too, so love to see that, and kind of surprised maybe that not everybody didn't stop. If they were like, oh, it's cool, we'll wait for you, or we'll soft pedal, or maybe there wasn't an agreement. It's like, yeah, you'll have to pedal a little bit harder to catch us, but they clearly did not try to take advantage of Lauren stopping for water at that aid.
What would be the point of not stopping? If one's stopping and you're going to soft pedal anyway and not try to attack at that spot, why wouldn't you stop?
If strategy already had you fill up and you've got all that you need, then there isn't a reason to stop per se. But
85 miles ago?
We haven't seen every stop, so it's hard to know whether or not they did or not. But we can talk to Amanda about it. But Amanda, it looks like we had Lauren stop at the aid, and the other 2 athletes did not.
Yeah, that's crazy. You just cut out at the end, but you said Lauren stopped and the other 2 didn't. If that's true, that is wild. If the other 2 riders think that they can just keep going another 30-ish miles until that next aid station, it's already been a long day. And the fact that if they think they have enough water in this heat, that's impressive. I think Lauren might be making a little bit smarter choice to stop and fill up, but she was telling us on that pre-record yesterday that she had room for about 4.5-5 liters, I think, in her bike, which is about right for this time. So she's sticking to her plan of stopping. I doubt this group is gonna get up to her in time. I'm still up behind them, and also a check on behind us. We don't see any amateur men yet, so we did leave Kylie hoping that she is gonna get there. But once we get to the Oasis, we're stopping there until we see the first amateur men come through. But right now, it's looking like this huge group of women. They're each going to get their $500 checks.
That's amazing. Love to see it. And a lot of effort has gone into them being able to get that check. So that's sweet. Anything you're noticing from the riding in this chase group?
Anything you're noticing from the riding in the chase group?
Nothing that I am noticing specifically from the riding in the chase group, but it looks like they're working together. We haven't told them anything, so they have no idea how far back the amateur men are. I'm actually not sure if I'm allowed to tell them or not, but I'm letting them do their thing and like run scared, because it seems to be working and they're getting to that Oasis in time to actually get that money.
Just go tell them 30 seconds and see what happens. Just kidding. Jokes. That's awesome. we're stoked to see it, and we appreciate your input and what you're seeing on course, and we'll do our best to come down to you when you're at the Oasis and kind of see the vibe that's going down there and the excitement for those women getting those paychecks.
And back to our lead 3 females. Again, 1 woman stopped. Lauren Stevens stopped for water, but the other 2 kind of held up. Again, I think we are all sharing the confusion as to why, if 1 stopped, all 3 wouldn't stop. I don't see the benefit in that, but again, I'm not out there. I'm here in studio.
You know what, Didi? You are not out there.
I'm not out there.
But yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, if she said 4 or 5 liters that Lauren had, and I mean, there's no way. I'm not seeing packs on either of those pound a mile riders, so they couldn't be carrying as much. And if they didn't stop, I did see that there was an extra bottle, at least in Emily Newsom, one in the back and maybe one in the front too. So I don't know if she was able to have extra bottles at the start that she then filled maybe when we didn't see. But again, they were some of the first athletes through the cross section, and so they did not stop there. So I'm not sure where they would have gotten extra water, but it seems like they have water on board. So we'll see if that pays off or not, but still a lot of energy going into moving forward as quickly as possible at the front of this race with Chase, Dax, and Ethan.
Yep, we've got Chase on the front, down in the bars. Actually, both guys down in the bars now. And great shot here, because momentarily we should see that group of chasers over the crest of that hill. We're anticipating it was about 3 minutes. Here we go. Here is the women stopping. You can see how frantic that is.
Chaos.
With all of the women trying to get their bottles filled around a small table, all of the volunteers just scrambling to help each of these riders. Will we see a couple of the women peel out of here quickly and try to separate this field a little bit? Doesn't look like it. It looks like people are all kind of holding up.
Yeah, I think we saw Barrows already get up the road. Leah's didn't take too long to get going. Is up there as well. Crystal Anthony doesn't look like she's gotten away yet. But yeah, no, that's, clearly they all were focused. Doesn't look like Justine's trying to get anywhere too quick, just getting up the road and getting settled. But yeah, they will go in. They're all ready, taking caps off some of their bottles. We got Whitney Allison there getting a little bit extra water to cool down, making sure she extra fills up, as is Crystal. So 2 of the pre-race favorites, Crystal Anthony and Whit Allison, taking a lot of time, which is a little surprising to me. They theoretically have the horsepower to get back up there, but generally when an athlete's taking that long, they're maybe a little bit out of energy, or they realize they need every single thing that they can get. So kind of a surprise to me, and opens up maybe some positions on that podium. Because if you were to ask me how this race is right now with those 3 women up the road, who has a great shot at the podium, it would have been this woman on screen, Crystal Anthony, and probably with Allison as well. So we'll see.
Yeah,
I mean,
she
this is
dismantled her entire pack. Like, she took it apart, opened up the bladder, refilled it, which, again, strategically over the long course of the entire race, you need that energy and you need that hydration, but she took so much time. To me, it seemed a little bit extreme, but maybe she'll power up and they'll get back together again. The women at the front didn't look like they were charging, hell bent on getting out of that aid station there. So maybe they will reconnect and regroup. But it's surprising to me how there's a difference between deliberate in your stop and slow. And to me, that was slow.
Yeah, and it's when you get bonky or tired, you get like emotional and everything seems challenging, right? And not that we witnessed that, but it's possible that was happening. And logistically, it's just hard. You get 10 people in there at the same time.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to be standing there without someone helping them with water, right? And maybe Crystal was just the last one in. Generally, there's like some effort that goes into the pace before that so people can line themselves up where they need to be effective at getting in and out of there. But yeah, a little bit of a sign. Looks like we had our 75 finish just recently, and Jake McGee was able to get across that finish line first for the second time. Congrats, Jake. Goes from flat track motorcycle racing to gravel racing. Interesting combination, but always does a good job.
Yeah, it was a great race there in the 75-mile race. Top kind of 10, 12 athletes all within, just a couple of minutes of each other. So some pretty aggressive riding there. Exciting racing there at the finish line.
Yep, and word from the course from Amanda. We appreciate you. She agreed with us that Crystal and Whitney took the longest to leave the Oasis, but they were all super stoked about the $500 that they made. So pretty easy to take your time, and you're like, whatever, man. I just made $500. I got nothing else to do today. And the reality is, like, if you can tell you're not on a day,
take your $500.
Take your $500, and there's
don't dehydrate and bonk.
Totally. There's only two more spots
Yeah.
for money available, and you can tell if you're gonna be able to beat the other 10 women that you're with or not. And if you feel like your chances are low, then like take your time. Have a good time. But these women up front are not taking their time at all, Didi. We got two Panama riders up at the front with Emily Newsom and Carolina Magon, and then our U.S. national gravel champion, Lauren Stevens.
Yeah, they're nice and steady riding. Again, Lauren had stopped at that water oasis. The other two didn't get away, didn't try to get away. Again, I'm just looking at 2 bottles there on Carolina's bike. That, to me, doesn't seem like, given the fact that she didn't stop, doesn't seem like enough to me.
Jeez.
But yeah.
No, it doesn't. She did definitely have one in her pocket at some point. So those are things that they can get.
Well, Emily has one in her back pocket. Did Carolina have one as well?
Emily had one in her front as well as her back, and it's possible she, they're moving bottles around, and I did see a lot of athletes start the race with 2 extra bottles. So some athletes really don't like the pack, and if you start with a pack, unless you want to throw your pack away, you're always going to have that on your back. So maybe, and it tends to be more like traditional road cyclists, not the mountain bikers as much, will start with 2 bottles on the bike, maybe 2 in the jersey, maybe even 3 in the jersey, and then just slowly get rid of it. So technically, you're carrying just as much water and weight as some with the Camelback, but you're getting rid of the bottles as you go.
And not suffering this. So if you see there, Lauren, with the pack, that's sort of decreasing the ventilation off her back, basically, because that pack is there. So the others slightly cooler on a hot day, perhaps, to go without the pack versus with the pack. Personal choice.
Yeah, absolutely.
The pack is certainly more secure, safer. You're not going to launch it. You're not going to bobble it and drop it.
Yeah. The hard part of the pack at times, though, can be, depending when you use it, if you use it early, you don't always know how much you're drinking. So you might think you got more left than you do, or vice versa, right? So it can be a bit of a thing.
You don't know the little reach around grab trick? You reach around, just squeeze the back of the pack. You can tell how much water's in there.
That's false.
That's true. It's 100% true.
That's probably never even thought of that. That seems like that could be effective. Anyways, group of 3 up the road here, still rolling along. We're gonna wait for some good reception and get some more insight on it. Sounds like there's some action happening in that chase group, and we'll get that to you as soon as we can. We can see Dax getting in that fast position, but we're gonna go to Amanda, who's down at the Oasis. What are you seeing down there, Amanda?
Let her go across it first. Hey guys, it's a 5-minute gap. So Crystal left. I started the timer. 5-minute gap to this group. I really want to see what they're going to let Kylie do. Like you were saying, Matt, the timing point is right there, but the water is here. So if she takes too long to get across that timing mat, are they going to give her the $500? We don't know yet, but we'll see kind of what happens as they roll through and if Kylie's even in this group. Yeah, Kylie! Yeah! She did it. She did it. She made sure she hit that timing mat first. I'm surprised she didn't stop for water, but maybe it's worth it for the $500.
Well, get the $500 and then turn around and go back.
Yeah, she turning around for water.
Yeah, she should. Come back, get water.
Love it, Amanda. And yeah, feel free to walk over and chat with those guys if you want. See what the vibe is like at the front of that men's race.
Good? Yeah? Hot? Getting hot out there? How's the wind? Are you guys all trying to work? Are you guys all trying to work together? For the most part? Okay. All right, when you guys caught that lead woman, did you kind of let her go so that she'd get the $500? Oh, that's nice. We were all speculating if you guys were going to let her do that or not. So it sounds like they were.
Is she going to pay them off? Is she going to pay them the $20? Tell them we'd brokered a $20 payment for each of them.
Enough to just let her have it.
That's amazing. Sweet, sweet. So, Amanda, you're seeing the look on these guys' faces. Obviously, this is the front of the age grouper race. We're seeing the temperature right now, 83 degrees, 70% humidity. Does it seem like, you know what it looks like, does it seem like a hard day out there? Like, are they kind of on fumes already, or does it seem like it's a reasonable day out there?
Yeah, no, it's getting hot. They all look like they've been working hard, working together. But the thing I'm noticing is that they're kind of stopped here longer than the women did. The women sort of like topped off tap water and left as quickly as they could. Besides Whitney and Crystal, these guys are taking their time. We got some bathroom breaks. We got like more mixes going in bottles. I think they're, they have a much bigger group to work together, whereas all the women were sort of like frantically splitting apart and maybe a little bit more anxious about not being able to ride together. But these guys obviously have a good sized group, and I think that they're probably going to try and stick together, especially as this wind picks up.
Amanda, I love it because I think we all have this like evil empire thought of like at times the amateur men and like, oh, they're just testosterone and they're trying to win the race. But these guys are the stinking cutest, man. Like they let her get across the line first. I saw dudes throwing ice in each other's bags. Yeah. Like these guys are just it's like a warm hug out there.
Yeah, I love it. They want to work together, right? I think they're being smart and they know what to do. The women sort of had that extra thing. Like, they're all frantically trying to get here, right? And, like, now the race is on for them and maybe they'll, like, have a little bit more fun with it instead of being stressed about getting here first. But, I mean, I love the fact that, they made it by about 5 minutes. So it's kind of awesome.
That's amazing. Well, thanks to everybody at Garmin Worlds presented by Lauf and obviously to Good Life for putting up that extra money. I think I want to say, Amanda, do you feel like that incentive worked? I feel like it worked perfectly.
Yes, it did. I'm so glad they moved it to this Oasis instead of like the checkpoint 2 that originally was. Whoever did the math made it work perfectly and proved Lauren Stevens wrong, right? She thought none of them were going to make it, but they made it. So good news today.
She was sandbagging. We know Lauren was sandbagging on that one. That's awesome. Sweet. Thank you so much, Amanda. We appreciate you and your time down there. We're going to get back to the men's chase group, but we'll get back to Amanda once she gets back and settled with the main chase group for the women's side. But awesome stuff. Great to see that men's group. Again, I saw guys with pantyhose and ice helping each other out. But right now, chase group, and we had Bill chat to us a second ago about what has been happening there. Bill, tell us a little bit about the tactic and what you've noticed behind this chase group.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. We got to a point about a mile or so ago where the chase groups came to the bottom of one of the longer climbs that we've had, and they could see the leaders at the top of it. So that was the first really confirmation that they were there. And psychologically, I think all of them kind of took a deep breath and sat up. Right. And they took about a minute or so because they figured at this point they probably can catch them. But like once that was done, once they took that little respite just to catch their breath and say, okay, we're almost there, it was right back into it and getting back to work. And I don't know if this is on purpose or not, but what we're seeing now is when they're going downhill and on the straights, Borselman is out front and he is just doing the work. And when they go uphill, Stetina's there, pounding out the climbs and making sure that they're keeping their pace on the climbs. We're coming up to a really integral spot here because we have the highway crossing with the police, and we're hoping that they let them go without having to stop because this could really kill the momentum, and it looks like they are going. So that's a really good benefit for that chase group that they were able to make it across. We actually got stopped.
There you go. No, that's awesome, Bill. Appreciate that. And it does look like, we could see down the road, that group, chase group, up the road. And it looked like it was, it seems like a much smaller gap, like 90 seconds, 2 minutes. Would you say it's tightened up a bit?
Yeah, it's definitely come down considerably. I would imagine in the next 5 miles or so, we may see this chase group make contact.
Awesome. And, I appreciate your observations about Borselman and Stetina. Kind of that's what I would have assumed would be the case once a break was established. Can you read into that? We're going to read too much down the road into the future. But let's say we get these groups together. Do you see that also being where attacks would be made to try to split things up? Like Pete doesn't want to come to the line with a group of 5 or 6, right? Like, we expect to see him really go on one of those steep climbs and Borselman try to bridge across? Or what tactics do you think we might see once these groups come together?
Too many big races this year. We've seen Pete Stetina in a group of like 7, and then he'll finish 7th in that group. And he knows it. He knows that he has to make a move somewhere. This is not his forte. Going to the line with these guys, and even when they catch these leaders, is not what Pete can do. So we're going to see something from him. If we don't, he's just given up.
Right. And to be fair, you're totally right. And I was with Big Tall Wayne last week when Pete was in a group that was fighting for, I think, for second. And there were 4 guys in the group, and he's like, yeah, Pete's going to get 5th, right? Like, we all know it. It's a thing. But to give Pete credit, like, if you were afraid of that continuing to happen, you wouldn't maybe come to this race course, right? So to me, it gives so much credit to Pete being like, okay, this maybe isn't, like, the perfect course for me, but I'm going to try to do what I can on these rollers and put myself in a position to still win, even though it might end up in a sprint and I'm not going to win it.
Yeah, and I think that's where he is in his career, where he wants that challenge. Like, he wants to win every race, of course, but he's not going to shy away from anything. It does him no good. This is why he started racing gravel. He wants these kind of challenges. He wants to be able to find a way to win on a course that everybody says he can't win. So that's what's going through his head right now. In these final miles, what do I need to do? Where can I make an advantage? Can I have an allegiance, maybe with Chase Wark or somebody else who isn't like the best sprinter out here, and can we get away together? And that's going to be really fun to watch, because right now I say, gosh, we are absolutely under 2 minutes, because they are starting the climb. The leaders have not even gotten to the top yet.
All right, you can see, and it looks like the leaders are spread across the road a little bit, so maybe they've gotten that vision. And I think if you're in that group, you tell me, Bill, but I think it's when it's this close, you're like, okay, let's hold up, let's take some breaths, and be ready for the chaos that's going to happen when Borselman and Stetina attack. And since you've seen this group and how the dynamics are and who looks fresh, is there somebody there you think that's hiding under the radar that has a little bit more that might, because just as we saw this breakaway, if you have somebody that isn't one of the big names that makes an attack at the right time, Borselman and Stetina might look at each other. Do you think there's a personality like that in the group right now?
I think that's Svensson, who's on the front right now, the Pas Normal rider. I think we got to keep our eyes on him. I'll bet he's the one who's he's doing the work. He's not skimping on anything. He's absolutely doing the work. But if somebody has some matches left, I'm going to put my money on him because he's looking pretty smooth and not like he's doing, going all out. And he's another big guy. You were asking about the guys up front. If they have any matches left, there is absolutely no reason to burn one now. So they are going to, be just sort of pacing out their efforts. They know what's coming. At this point, it's inevitable. And the interesting thing is that what happens when this catch is made? Are we going to see a counterattack? Is that going to be the time that Garrison or Stetina says, well, everybody's going to take a deep breath. This is where I need to go.
And it's probably going to come down to where, right? Like if they catch him on a downhill, we know Pete's not going to try to do that. Very well said. Great points. Important thing, you're up there. I haven't seen everybody's face up close, but it seems like when these two groups go together, it's possible we might actually have more ponytails than mustaches at a gravel race. Am I accurate in that, or is there another mustache hiding in there I don't know about?
I don't think there are any more mustaches other than Pete. I think the ponytails definitely have it. I was talking about Svensson being sneaky. Like, he's that sneaky ponytail as well. So
does he really?
Even another reason to keep your eye on him.
Dude, 3 ponies.
I believe so. There's a lot of hair tucked up in the back of that helmet.
Dude, 3-1 on ponies versus mustache. This is the tide change in gravel racing, Bill. We've uncovered it. We appreciate it, dude. Great reporting. Super appreciate your insight, and we'll get back to you as we get closer to this action and let you call it as it goes if we have good reception for it. But Didi, great insights from Bill, and seems like I kind of
obsession
thought
with hair.
I did. You know what? We got a lot of time. I don't have hair. I have a mustache.
Yeah.
I got to talk about.
Is that a compensatory thing?
I thought we were going to keep that off air, Didi, but there we go. Yes, I'm compensating for what I can't say, but not for my love of gravel racing. That's for sure. We have Becca Book with our 300 win in 1806. That is crazy. Becca Book, 1806. That is a long time to ride your bike. I'm sure there's a book joke in there somewhere, but I can't come up with it right
bookends
now.
kind of
That
thing.
was it.
Yeah,
bookended. She bookended it at 1806. Good job. Great effort. And that's a long time to sit on a bike saddle.
It is a long time, and that's a lot of dirt. That's a lot of. She's gonna have to go home and floss. She's gonna have some grit in the teeth for sure after that one.
You know something about that, Didi? You just finished Ram not too long ago.
With the folks from Good Life. Yeah.
There you go. And
it was a good time.
You guys, how long was that? How long did you take to get out there?
A little bit longer than anticipated.
How long was it?
Well, I mean, it's 3,000 miles.
We're gonna throw the fourth under the bus again.
Yeah, we're gonna every opportunity we get, every chance we get.
Always be a good teammate,
the
people.
The cream always rises to the top. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
But on that, do you think 18 hours straight versus however 6-7 days, 40 minutes at a time or something?
It varied after, up to an hour actually at a time. And some of the morning pulls were for me 2.5. Yeah.
What's harder? 18 sounds pretty hard, right?
18 sounds pretty hard. For us, we got breaks in between. It was the sleep deprivation that made it harder. So this is a little bit, it's a little bit different.
It's a little bit, but here's a great shot of this group of 3 that has had a valiant effort, courageous even, to be up front most of the day.
Yep.
No surprise to see Chase in the disc wheel up at the front on a breakaway in the aero bars with Ethan up there as well as Dax. And again, we don't know the original intent of this break. A smart racer this could 100% have been the plan. Let's get up front, let's get out of the way, then the favorites will catch us. And so we don't know if they've been racing to win this whole time or if they've been holding back 10 or 15%. And if they have, we'll know as soon as this group catches up. And that's often, you know, the chasers could have that same misconception too. To be like, oh, we're going to catch these guys and roll by them, but we don't know the effort that these guys have been putting out and if they've been saving something for the last 30 miles of the race as we're coming up to, as we see our chase group taking this left-hand bend.
And as the leaders and chasers in the men's race start to converge, just want to update everybody with the podium results for the women's 75 mile. It was Becca Mantoya from Lincoln, Nebraska, taking the win. Second place was Jean. I'm gonna mess up Jean's last name. I'm sorry, Jean. Ubeklahode from Nebraska as well, and Morgan Chafin from Bella Vista, Arkansas, in third place. So congratulations, ladies, on your 75-mile podium.
Yeah, look at that. Congrats. Great work. As we can see these athletes on some of the very, very smooth sections of the course. There we go, as we see a nice little side shot of our athletes as we get by. Is that Roberge? It looked like Roberge.
He is in that group, so yeah, likely.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
I don't think I got that from Bill originally. So yeah, so that's Roberge in there. That's a previous winner. So he's one that is going to be, you know, challenging to be able to beat here. As we have his head athlete in the front, we got Pete Stetina rolling through in second. And they are not too far away from this front group, emerging up to this front group. But time will tell how they do so and with what speed they pass or if they allow these guys to hang on a little bit. But more after this break.
What are gooder sunglasses? 6 sunnies for fixie skidders, $25 sunglasses for your $10,000 road bike, vibrant dirt shields for single-track cyclocross adventures, gnarly no-bounce frames for the MTB trails. Basically, gooder sunglasses kid out your face.
And you're back at Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf, and it looks like our chase group of 5 is coming up pretty soon to our leaders. And just looking at updates on who we have in that group, it looks like we actually miscalled it. We apologize for that just from our camera angles. Borselman is not in that group. Believe we were maybe confusing him with Nekati Zavalov. I certainly didn't say that right, so I apologize. But Pete Stetina is in there. Adam Roberge is in there as well as Simon Svensson, as well as Trevor August. So again, that athlete that is really pushing that pace on the flats and the downhill, I believe, is Nekati. So we don't have Borselman in that group, which is an upset. But we do have a previous winner, 2022 winner, in Roberge up in that front group.
And these groups, again, going to converge. That's, what, about 50 meters difference with the chasers there. And our leaders now looking over their shoulders, regrouping, trying to figure out their strategy for what happens when these two groups converge. You know, again, we're hypothesizing as to what kind of effort these guys have been putting out. Looking at Chase's face, I think the effort has been pretty significant. Like, I think these guys have been drilling it, hoping that this break would last. So we'll see how they're able to hang on when the groups converge.
Yeah, and they're looking really good at this point, and they do look steady. And I think Bill made a good point about if they've got matches, don't burn them now. And I think they'll be a little bit more encouraged when they get caught that it really is kind of only two of the favorites that are in the front. So it's going to seem like a manageable gap from so it's one that they probably feel like they can work a little bit better with maybe those athletes, those five that are up the front. But we're going to go down to Bill. Bill, what are you seeing there? And again, it looks like I mistook maybe some of those athletes up there, but it looks like we don't have Borselman. We have Roberge, Inekati, Simon Svensson, Trevor August, and Pete Stetina.
Yeah, Matt, thanks for taking that blow for me. This is all on me. I'll tell you what I did. Garrison is not in there. That's Roberge. Again, the numbers are not visible, so I was just trying to go on visual cues here. But yeah, so that's the first one. And then Eno Zavlov is another like super strong racer, but it does change the whole dynamic. Just cleaning up what I had said before when we were talking about Borselman out there, it was really Eno putting in all of those huge efforts. That's the guy that's been doing the work. So it kind of changes the dynamic a little bit. I think now everybody's probably looking at Roberge. He's a guy who looked like he might be tiring. He also has a reputation of somebody who's pretty sly out there and doesn't mind skipping pulls, doesn't mind, playing it a little coy. So he may be the freshest one in this group, and I think that's why Pete was coming back to check on him a lot. We're just about to make this.
You are as polite as you could be in that statement, and I appreciate that.
"Quote unquote," playing it coy.
Yeah, playing it coy. Roberge gets accused of sitting on too much, and that's a thing. And when you're in a group of five that's chasing, we haven't seen that to be the case necessarily, but. He's certainly one that gets talked to a lot, and I guarantee you Stetina is ready to talk to him right away. But to your point, they've got to keep an eye on him, right? Because if they ignore the fact that he does normally sit on, and maybe he makes it look like he's trying harder than he is, he's going to attack him and ride away with it, right?
You can see it right now. I mean, he is the one that as soon as he could smell those riders in front of him, he was the one that went straight to the front and has not let off. Now, this might be those other four saying, all right, Adam, we gave you kind of a free ride here. You did some work. You're going to finish it off and pull us to them. It's going to be really interesting what we see here in the next minute or so. If everybody just sits up and gets together, perfect timing. It's right at our checkpoint. So everybody has to chill here because everybody has to check in. It'll be interesting to see who takes water and who just goes on. If there's going to be some sort of a detente, and you know what? It looks like there is, Matt and Didi. It looks like everybody has decided to take water to refuel. This is the time that they're all out. And I was actually talking with Griffin Easter earlier, and he was like, at this point, you're kind of just taking water. You really don't have that. You're not doing the carbs anymore. Like, your carbs are probably gone, and you're just gonna rely on water for the rest of this race. So it is no longer an eating contest. Now it's just a surviving and racing contest.
There we go. Looked like we had Svensson get out of there first. There's some confusion as to what direction everybody needs to go. There we go. Svensson back the direction he needs. That first group of that group of three actually seems, Bill, like they're taking the longest. Noticing anything about how people are holding themselves? Who looks extra tired when they're off their bike there?
Well, August definitely took the longest. He's going to have a little work to catch back up. Pete was the second to last out of there, so it's going to be interesting to see if those first three play nice and let everybody come back together, or they think they can do something from here. My guess is going to be that they're all going to come back together because they're still a little far out to make that final move.
Yeah, and it would take someone to kind of like be aggressive to keep someone from catching back on. And kind of to our point earlier, it's like, man, if you drop someone now, you're probably going to drop them at the end as well. Right, and I think it's interesting, not to pick on Roberge, but to talk about the tactics. And, if something like that happens where you have somebody that's sitting on, that works a few times, right, Bill? But at a certain point, then you're in a group of 8 and everybody's like, anybody but him. Am I right?
We're just kind of in a hang bag.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's kind of the thing. That's the Keegan Swenson attitude on this. He's like, you can talk to the people all you want, but at a certain amount, if somebody's doing something in a group that you don't like, you just need to drop them. I mean, you just can't have them there. Everybody needs to work against this guy. The problem is Roberge is super strong, so that tactic doesn't always work. So they need to figure out something different.
Easy for Keegan to say. Easy for Keegan to say. Because he's so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. It's usually things when Keegan gives you tactical advice, it's kind of, you got to take it with a grain of salt because not everybody else is able to do that.
Just use the heaviest tires and ride harder.
It looks
than
like right
else.
now. It looks like right now that we got everybody coming back together. We got Daxon Mock, who's taking a little break at the back. Hopefully, he'll be able to get back on that group. And we also have. Looks like he was waiting for August, so hopefully those two can make it back there.
That's awesome. And, you've seen these guys, and obviously these guys well with Dax and Chase. And looking at, you could kind of see their eyes as they were in that spot. Do you think Chase and Dax were racing to win in that break, or this tactically is like the goal was to be there in contention with 30 miles to go, and we're here in contention, or do you think they've spent too many chips?
Well, I mean, it depends on how well you think Minnesota and Wisconsin get along. This is kind of the two Midwest boys out here with Chase and Dax, and then they got Eno coming up with them as well. So they may have a little upper Midwest coalition going on. We'll see if that pans out.
I love it. There's some upper Midwest pride going on there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's really interesting now. There's a lot of hand gesturing, a lot of trying to get organized, and get into this Paceline. But I think some of the riders are like, well, what's the point? We're all here. Nobody's going to catch us at this point. Do we really need to go super hard? So I think they're going to have, and this is going to be disjointed, and it's going to be interesting to see if there is any cohesion in this group, because at this point, everybody's in it for themselves.
There you go. Looks like Chase is trying to talk to the screen a little bit, get a little input, get some high fives.
It's good for me to see Chase on the front doing the work, because he had done so much work with that breakaway, and I wonder whether he had sort of overspent. But it looks like his energy is still good.
Yeah, no, he's looking great. Bill, we appreciate you being out there and giving us that insight, and we'll get back to you when we've got a cleaner reception. But yeah, great reporting, and that group is together, and no need for Bill to throw himself under the bus on that one with the Roberge call. We all made the same mistake, and it's hard when kind of people don't pay attention and follow directions, and we can't see their numbers. So a little bit of that is Adam's fault, but not calling anybody out.
Well, and I guess he didn't spend much time at the front, so it was hard to identify.
Whoa, that was cold, Dee Dee.
I'm just following along.
No, that was good. We appreciate that. Great stuff from this front group, and group of 8 all together, and we'll see how long we can keep all those athletes together.
And how well organized they get, and it's gonna take them a bit again, and we've got a ways to go still. But at some point, they're sort of formulating by looking around. Now they know who's with them, right? They know who's there and who's not, and the plans will change accordingly.
Oh, no, certainly will. And, looking at, hopefully we'll get some more splits eventually on kind of where that Chase group is. But at this point, it looks like they're pretty far behind, and not a lot that we need to worry about that Chase group. But I haven't had a time split on them in a little bit. But the most important thing is this group of 8 is up the road and rolling well.
Yeah, pretty cruisy here. Everyone getting established, regrouping after a stop there for 8, and working out the strategy from here forward, given the miles they've got left to conquer. Oh, okay. And here we go, the group continuing to charge up this hill here, getting, as I said, getting organized. It's going to take some time to sort out the strategy, right? Because even for us following along, the chase group didn't have all of the players in that we thought it originally had. So when it converged there with the three leaders, I think everybody probably would have been a little surprised to look around and say, you know, who we got, and that's going to change the strategy of these riders and how they attack the remaining miles. They're mentally doing an assessment of who's here, what their strengths are. One would have to surmise that the group of three that was off the front, that's Chase, Dax, and Ethan, might be a little bit more tired than some of the other guys because they had been three as opposed to the chasers who had had a larger group to share the load. So one would guess that maybe the fatigue of those three guys is a little bit more, and we see some of them sitting there at the back, maybe trying to refresh and regroup, but we'll see how it shakes out. We're getting close. Don't go away. We're going to be right back.
I'm John Borstelman. I live in San Luis Obispo, California. I'm a cyclist, and I primarily compete in gravel. Even though I'm from Nebraska, I am a big seafood person. The individual portion fillets, to have the variety available on the website is amazing too. If I get excited about a certain recipe or something that I want to try, I can source the protein right from Good Life and know that it's going to be the highest quality and delicious.
I'm Sam Long. I live in Tucson, Arizona. I'm a professional triathlete. Yeah, certified Piedmontese, I mean, it's just the family staple at our house. Every night we're having certified Piedmontese products, and like, I just really do believe if you eat well, then you're gonna recover well. Not only am I eating this food as a sponsored athlete, but like, I'm also able to give that to my family, and we all enjoy it every night.
And we are back at Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. And we're here with our men's front group. The athletes riding well at the front, working together. Pete off the back, taking a little nature break. But he is right back on the group. No problem for Mr. Stetina. He's used to doing that in Grand Tours. No big deal. We've got all our athletes working well together up front. A couple different camera angles. We'll see what we've got here. And we can see what we're talking about with these rollers and this group of 8 right now. Again, seemingly working well together, including Adam Roberge. We were all just kind of questioning and what happens in the past. Nothing personal about Adam. But it does seem like
hey, it's race strategy, right?
Dude, we were saying the same thing about Stevens, and it worked out well.
Yep.
All good stuff.
So now, amongst these riders, right, I mean, if you're looking around, who are our favorites that remain?
Our favorites that remain are Adam Roberge, Pete Stetina, and why is my brain not working? Is that it? Adam Roberge and Pete Stetina, I'd say, like pre-race favorites. That would be those 3.
And so who are the allies? Like, are people taking sides from here on out? Right? I mean, again, you're talking about the Upper Midwest Alliance, joking aside, but who's going to help whom and who's going to not help who else? I mean, we all help each other.
Nobody's going to help Stetina or Roberge because they are the stronger athletes and the more experienced and have the more results. The same might be said for Simon Svensson as well as who's our other athlete? I can't remember his name.
Zavlov.
Yeah, Zavlov. He as well, obviously quite strong.
Yeah.
Pushing the effort there, but I think there's probably not a best of the rest competition yet because there's so many athletes in here. Once it gets down to about 5, you'll see some of these Midwest Connection athletes like working with each other and paying attention. You can see right there that athlete is like, hey, you know what? You need to close this gap.
Yeah.
I'm not going to close every little gap for you. The pace is definitely on and getting a little spread out. You can see Roberge having a little bit of trouble bridging up to the group of 4. So pace is definitely on. And if we get some of those hard pulls on the downhill, we're going to see this race open up. And I think we might see Pete, like, every little climb really drilling it. I mean,
well, he's got to, right? Because he's not going to make it up on the downs, right?
No, and he has so much power that he can start just fatigue the legs of everybody else around. And yeah, he has to work on the downhills also, but his ability to go high watts for 30 seconds a minute, 2 minutes is much better than these other guys. It's still not his wheelhouse. Like this, what Pete wants right now is a 25-minute climb.
Yeah.
And he's not going to get
Pete,
it.
you're not going to get it.
No.
But they are coming up to a good little, if you look at the graphic down at the bottom of the screen, probably the last of your more major uphill stints.
Yep. No, I think that's a good point. And it's a more sustained one, and it gives you a little bit of a gap to the next stop or the last stop.
Yep.
To be able to put your effort in and if you can break people before there's a stop, you kind of are ensured that they're going to take a break when you can maybe roll through. But right now, still going over the hump of this little roller here. But again, as you said, Didi, straight into very sustained of a bump as we kind of have in this race.
And we are seeing the wind pick up a little bit, just seeing that flag. These athletes enjoying a bit of a tailwind now, but as they start to think about headed more to home, that again might change and might be something that they're assessing, like, hey, I'm going to take advantage of the wind section. If you're Pete, you're a little bit smaller guy, you can be a little bit smaller to the wind, but that's going to play a factor as well.
For sure. And we can see going into one of these downhill sections, the athletes kind of absorbing that shade as they can through these trees. They don't get too much of that at a slower speed. And you can see all fueling up and putting a little bit extra down the gullet because it's game time. There's not a lot of time left, 30 miles or so to go. At some point, they all know there's going to be a move that might put them all in time trial effort for the next 90 minutes, right? So you've got to kind of put everything on board as you can. See Adam Auberge, again, trying to get to the back of this group.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too stressed about it. I mean, again, if this is sort of strategy hanging out there at the back, you just have to be prepared that when a move happens, if it happens, because we're going to start to see perhaps some attacks as we get into the closing miles here, as these guys try to shake some things out. You need to not only, be resting as much as you can for what's to come, but also be in a position where you can take advantage if a move happens and not be left on the back foot. And we're getting a little organized here.
Yeah, no, they're definitely organized and riding well. Ethan's at the front taking a pull. You see actually not in the aero bars right now, so just kind of cruising as we have Eno in his bars, just getting to the back of the group.
Yeah, I was curious, the comment as we went through that last aid station that they're done with the carbs. Why would you be done with the carbs? They still have quite a ways left to go. And it's not like you've got any reserves at this stage, right? I mean, you're pretty much running on fumes. Why wouldn't you keep the carbs coming in? Why are they surviving on water alone?
That is a debate for us and Griffin Easter, maybe some of those other people. I would say if you're doing it right, you still got still time for carbs.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you've done the training, you've still got the ability to run through new nutrition and what's coming in. But it takes a long time to get there. And gravel, it's still kind of coming together. People still figuring it out. But some people maybe don't need the carbs at the end of the race.
Yep.
They've got what they need and kind of ride in on fumes and being properly hydrated. But the people that are not riding on fumes, it doesn't seem like, are our three women's leaders, with our two Pont Normal riders making a little Lauren Stevens sandwich there. That's Carolina Magon and Emily Newsom. And again, that is Lauren Stevens, our U.S. Gravel National Champion.
Yep, and these women have been a force for quite some time now and working really, really well together. I think they see no threat. I mean, this, barring disaster, will be your women's podium. 2 more paid positions up for grabs in that women's chase, which is, pretty much, far behind. But we're going to go down and check in with Amanda for a closer look. Amanda, what are you seeing?
Hey guys, yeah, so we have a group of 6 women. Basically, as we were chasing back from that oasis, we were able to see that 8 women had come through the checkpoint, and then we passed 3 riders, which means we should have been left with 5, and we're now sitting here looking at 6 riders. We were missing 1 bib number in the timing system, and we have just ID'd her as Justine Barrow. So there are 6 riders, and the numbers are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 12. So that's Iz King, Crystal Anthony, Justine Barrow, Marissa Boaz, Emma Grant, and Whitney Allison. So those are our 6 riders coming and working together. They have about, like, after that oasis, it was about a 6-minute gap, so we can't confirm if it's grown or shortened since that time, but it looks like they're all working together. There have just been a few people who have dropped off, unfortunately, but this group looks committed to keep going. I want to find out from Jason if they do a wide-angle podium to get those front 3.
You're breaking up a little bit, Amanda, but if you can hear me, are there any surprises who have fallen out of that group of 6?
Yes. Unfortunately, so Kylie made it. I think we talked about that at that oasis, so she just barely made it, and then shortly thereafter, when we left, we passed her, and she was asking for SAG help, and I was like, hey, we can't help you, but you can just turn back around and get to that oasis if you want to get a SAG. But she told us that she had gone through 5 CO2 cartridges, and I was like, oh man, I'm so sorry, but you got the $500. So she, even though she ran through everything she had, and she might not make it to the finish, she at least made it to the money. So that was the win there. Leah was dropped, and also Riley from Garmin was also as well. We got
Yeah, that's a bummer that our 2 athletes that were trying to push the pace earlier in, Riley and Leah, ended up kind of getting dropped out the back of that group. Amanda, and to me, you know, who do you think that's left in that group is in the best position? For me, it's Emma Grant. We haven't seen too much out of her, and she is super strong and kind of been hiding. And amongst those names, that's the one that kind of sticks out to me as someone that could maybe do something in that group. What do you think?
Yeah, I think Emma is a great pick. She's probably a sleeper pick to do well here. I don't know if it's going to come down to a sprint. I mean, honestly, for these last 60 or so miles that we're coming into, Bill and I drove them yesterday, and there's nothing really like super decisive that's going to make a split. So somebody's either going to have to take a hero attack, which it might be hard at this point in the day. They're all pretty tired. Or it could just be a race of attrition and a sprint to the line. So I think Emma's a good pick for now. We'll see as we get closer if anybody actually decides to splinter this or not.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good call. And we've seen Emma make big breaks in the past in her road career. But also, as you said, Crystal Anthony, a bunch of great athletes in that group that she's going to have to find a way to get away from and find an appropriate launch pad, obviously at the right distance. But right now we're looking at our top 3 women riding well. We got some empty bottles on the back of Carolina. Still curious when these women are going to decide that they're thirsty. Probably that checkpoint where kind of everybody has to stop.
Yeah, I wonder if those the 2 riders, or if they're feeling the effects of not having stopped at that oasis. I wonder if that was a decision that may come back to haunt them. They've got to be pretty empty at this stage, and temperatures, as we said, are getting up there. You can see sort of the glisten of sweat and the humidity going to start to definitely play a role and impact these riders.
There you go. And got a note from Bill. He's listening to us. Chad doesn't have reception to get back to us on the horn. But kind of what we were talking about, he makes a great point, is that when you're that late in the race at an aid station, you're going to have to mix your own bottles, as we see some help of friends. Lauren Stevens helping Carolina with a bottle situation, who's about to lose a bottle. Is that you then would have to mix your own bottle to get that carbohydrate. So specifically, he was referring to carbohydrate
Right.
in bottles, where we know clearly the athletes can still continue to get carbohydrates
From
through a gel,
gels and snacks and
anything
chews
else,
and yeah.
anything else they need. But yeah, great point from Bill there. But again, we see these three women doing a great job. Two teammates and another athlete that is almost acting like a teammate. It's a kumbaya up there at those top three because they know they're going to be on that podium if they do everything well. And here's Adam Roberge taking a hard pull. We could see he had a bunch of water on board, so he didn't have to stop earlier in the race, where some others might have had to or had the pull to. It looks like one athlete is just off the back. Two athletes are just off the back of that group. Just getting yo-yoed at this point. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So yeah, that's our 8, 2 on the back. Pete's looking over to see if what they need to do about that. They need to just keep going, or if they need to wait around. I don't think Pete wants to wait around.
I was gonna say they're trying to figure out who it is, and if it's somebody that they need to / want to throw a bone to and sort of give them a little bit of a break. But it does look like people are starting to splinter off the back of this group.
Yeah, and it's a different situation now, right? It's like, man, we don't need strength in numbers.
Yeah, no. We don't want strength in numbers.
We've got as many people as we want. The people in back probably aren't going to catch us. But it's also one of those things where someone like Pete is like, man, I'm going to spend zero energy trying to get rid of the guy who's going to get 8th.
Yeah.
If you bros who are hoping to get a top 5, want to get a top 5, get up to the front and push the pace, and like those are the athletes that need to try to compensate and get rid. And we see Dax taking a pull. I don't think Dax wants to do anything right now. I think it just kind of is happening.
Well, it doesn't seem like any of them. The guy that just pulled off the front, he's been shaking out his legs for the last mile or so, and we saw sort of a big sigh, wondering if he's getting a little bit depleted there, and the legs are starting to give out, a little cramping going on perhaps. But yeah, we're starting to see the splinter effects of the effort on the day, both the distance covered and the really tough conditions. But it's a race of attrition at the moment.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. They're all kind of looking at each other. Pete's wanting folks to pull. Adam's saying he just pulled, kind of just got a little draft off the car and rolled through, and we'll count that as a pull. We see Chase up the front in this rolly section.
Chase, man, he's a little workhorse.
Dude, yeah, I don't want to go up against Chase.
So impressed with him. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like every time we've seen this group, he's been, on the front, always willing to take a pull. Just monster efforts from him today.
Yep. And Ethan up at the front taking his pull. And we're certainly going to have a lot of action here in the last 20 or so miles. Simon Svensson still up there doing what he can, pushing the pace. And, yeah, Trevor August, I think, is the athlete that was finally off the back of that group. But here we go. Lots more to come after this commercial break.
Back to our women's lead group here. We did get confirmation that Kylie Spearing, who we were all cheering for to make it across that timing mat to get that $500 bonus, she had to stop and fix her tire several miles before that checkpoint, and has gone through 5, 6, some historical number of CO2 canisters to keep air in that tire. She has had to pull back with she just can't keep air in the tire. So she has gone back to that hydration oasis and is going to get support back in. She is out of the race, unfortunately. Nobody likes to see a day end with a mechanical, but that's part of racing.
It certainly is. And let's not ignore how great a job she did. Like, if she went through 4 or 5 CO2s.
I mean, the effort, yeah.
To continue to get back to that group and be where she was and be up front of the men chasing behind is a pretty extraordinary performance. So hats off to Kylie. Right now on screen, though, we got Lauren Stevens in the U.S. National Champ kit for gravel, and Emily Newsom and Carolina. We going.
Yep, and they are organized. No sense of urgency there. They're sort of plotting their strategy. Lots of miles left to go for these women. So at the moment, they're just finding a rhythm, working together, staying on top of the fueling so that nobody makes any silly mistakes, and preserve what they have, which is a nice, sizable lead over this this group of 6 women chasers. That includes Izzy King, Crystal Anthony, Marissa Boat, Emma Grant in there, and Whitney Allison, I think, as well.
Yeah, I think I saw Whitney in there. I'd have to get another peek, but we will get that as soon as we can.
And again, so for this group, we knowing that there's 3 up the road, there's 2 left in this bunch that are going to earn paychecks on the day outside the $500 that each of these women has already earned by virtue of making it through that time check ahead of the age group amateur athletes. So $500 in the pockets of each of these women, but paychecks still to come for 2 of these women in this chase pack.
Yeah, no, plenty up for grabs still. And looks like we have word from Bill that we have some action happen at the front of the race, and there it is. There's the action. It's Eno going for a solo break. Word was just before that, Didi, the pace had really slowed. They were going 15 miles an hour. Bill said, quote unquote, it has gone tactical, and Eno is one to take advantage of it. And again, this is a super smart move because it then puts the favorites, the names, the Roberges, the Stetinas, it puts it kind of up to them to chase this back. But right now it looks like another one of our, not one of our favorites chasing, but it looked like Roberge in the back. And this is where the tactics happen, right? Like Pete's going to follow wheels. Roberge is probably going to follow some wheels for a little bit. Chase is going to follow wheels. And then it's who makes the moves after that. And in the crossfire, this group of 8 is going to become 5 like pretty quickly. But Eno, as Bill had said, is the one who's just been blowing this race apart on the flats and the downhills.
See, here's the thing. Right before we went to commercial break, he was the one that was sort of shaking out his legs and kind of putting out a big sigh. I thought, he's starting to show some cracks in the armor, but maybe he was just resting up for an attack.
Race is going apart. I believe that's Simmons Fenson bridging up, and we can see Eno looking over the shoulder. He's going to be happy to see him come back. But right now, surprise to me is Stetina is not in that chase group of 2 either. He's in the back.
Unless he's on, is he on the wheel?
No, that is, I believe that's Dax.
Okay.
I think Dax is sitting in 4th, and Stetina's in that group of 4. But let's not forget, if Stetina's feeling good, and the other part of that is, right now, Roberge, if Pete's with Roberge, he's going to work with Roberge. If Pete's behind Roberge, Roberge gets to hang out there, so to speak.
Yeah.
And if Pete's on a good day, he can bridge a 30-second gap in 2 rollers because he's just that strong on climbs and surprisingly very, very strong kind of in the rolly downhill gravel sections as well. Not like a pure climber that you would think would lose time in that. But right now, put it on Eno, an athlete that was in that kind of second break, that he really put the impetus on himself. His compatriot right now, Svensson, knows that this guy rolls on the flats and the downhills. So, like, Didi, we talked about earlier, we kind of know agreement, right? Like, Svensson, it's unspoken. He's like, okay, you take these downhills and flats because, like, I just cannot go as fast as you. And then when they get out of that, you're probably going to see Svensson try to pull around and do what he can to help out. But right now, Didi, what's surprising to me, here we go, he's just pulling on the opposite side that expected him, is that it's still, we don't have that group of 4 trying to bridge up with Roberge, and Roberge is kind of going on it just with him and Chase. So that group of 4 in the back that still has some firepower, most notably with Pete Stetina, is letting this gap open to an extent that's like a little bit too much. You got some athletes in that Chase group throwing their hands up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know, I can't tell because of all the dust if that's Roberge or Dax, but he definitely threw a hand up and looking for a little bit of help, but it doesn't look like he's gonna get it.
Yeah, I think that was Roberge there, but that group of 4 in the back doesn't look like they're hemorrhaging time yet. They're taking some pulls, and a smart athlete, whether it's Pete or it's another athlete in the back that has good energy, is going to be looking at everybody else and being like, okay, I'm doing calculations. If these guys keep me within 30 seconds, I'm fine. And I can use them up and not use as much energy. But if we let it go too far, then it's a gap that's not something I can bring back. And on these straightaways, it's starting to look like a lot. And, Pete still has, and he's also going to be doing calculations on the type of equipment the athlete he's with have, right? So if you're with Chase, I got to do with the disc wheel and aero bars.
Yeah.
I got Ethan, who's a big dude with aero bars. So he might be able to hide out and like ride a little bit less energy forward while chasing that group. But it's really blown up in that men's race where it looks like 2 groups of 2 and a group of 3 possibly, just with about 25 miles to go. We could see back at the women's race, and you're right, Dee, that is Whit Allison at the back of the group as she moves to the left side of the road, right behind Crystal Anthony. Emma Grant on the right. Crystal gets on Emma's wheel. So these athletes are moving around. Tactics, probably not so much yet, but just being comfortable. And, yeah, they're fighting for the last 2 paychecks.
Indeed, and let's back to men's action, which is getting a little bit furious here. So our 2 guys at the front, that's Eno and Simon Svensson, just drilling this here. Roberge and Dax. Dax doesn't look like he's doing much work, I think. Well, now he may be. Actually, I think Dax is now ahead of Roberge. But, yeah, so the men's race here at the front just absolutely blowing up.
Yeah, so right now it looks like it's report from Bill is we got Dax glued to Roberge, but right now it's Roberge glued to Dax. They both look pretty positive in their energy, right? Like you can see standing out of the saddle, he's trying to bridge that gap. Now he doesn't want to mess around. The only thing that could happen is that could possibly take some of the impetus out if those guys sit up like they've been caught, but it does look like it's just 2. It's just Pete and 1 other athlete on his, and that's Chase on Pete's wheel. There might be 1 other athlete in the group, but it seems like maybe that's a 75er. But right now we are on our leaders, and that's Svensson and Eno. A lot is happening, Didi, and
it's all happening.
I'm trying to make sure I'm not messing anything up. But I think we've got the athletes correct. That's number 55, Simon Svensson, as we thought it was. Eno in first place at this point, number 64. And then chasing again is Dax and Roberge. And it seems like we've got Stetina and Chase, that last Chase group of 2. And all these athletes are within about a minute at this point, Didi. But lots more action to come when we get back from this commercial break.
My name is Ben Canute. I live in Phoenix, Arizona, and I'm a professional triathlete over the middle and long distance triathlon. Having good quality ingredients is just easy yes to say to certified Piedmontese. Everything is just very top notch. So plus we like to cook and eat good food too. So it's nice that it tastes just as good as it is healthy for you. Favorite certified Piedmontese product. Just did some beef ribs that certified Piedmontese has, and those were really, really good and came out awesome.
My name is Hannah Otto, and I live in Salt Lake City, Utah. I am a professional mountain biker and professional gravel racer. Good Life is a brand that really cares, and you can see that in their products and what they make and produce because it is the highest of quality. And I think a brand that puts that amount of love and attention into their product, you know that they also put that amount of love and attention into their athletes and the people that they work with.
Again, you're back at Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. We've got Eno at the front with Svensson. And Eno knows what he's doing. He's put some effort in. And you know what? We had a chance to chat with him. Let's see what he had to say.
On Saturday, I'll be racing the 150-mile race in the Pro Men division. Very excited. This is my 4th Gravel Worlds. So yeah, great race. Happy to be back. Yeah, I like racing gravel. I think the most unique part of gravel is that you're self-sufficient. Like you're in charge of everything. So there's no team car. If anything goes wrong, it's your responsibility. And I think that gives a little more adventure to racing, and I really like that. Yeah. Today I'm volunteering at the number pickup. Yep, checking people in for the race. It's just a nice way to kind of hang out at the expo and still be productive. Yeah, I don't know, it's nice. You get to talk to people and get to talk to people that are not just like my competitors, but like all kinds of different racers. So get to meet a lot of cool people. You're just riding a bike, and it's not really super different than just riding by yourself. Like you can not be next to anybody. Like you can just ride kind of by yourself, but you get the cool atmosphere before the race and after the race, and there's kind of a party and just a really cool, cool experience. And it's motivating. So it's not just like riding by yourself, but you're really motivated by people around you and the finish line and the party afterwards. Yeah.
It's amazing. Love hearing from Eno. And if we didn't know it by his racing style, Eno's punk rock AF, as the kids would say. Yeah. We like it, Eno. You keep doing it and doing it with that light attitude, and he's out there for the experience, and love to see it. And he's experiencing.
And no doubt about it, he's from Minnesota.
I didn't notice.
You didn't notice?
No. But yeah, amazing effort from him out there today, and obviously great attitude as well as these 3 women on the right side of our screen. We've got Emily Newsom, Carolina Magone, and Lauren Stevens.
Yeah, they're working through it. They're making their way through. Again, no sense of urgency. I think they have clearly risen to the top as the cream of the crop, leaving the group of 6 now chasers well in their wake. So they are, racing strong, but also formulating a plan in their mind, knowing the strength of Lauren Stevens. So the 2 team riders trying to figure out how they can perhaps best her once we get to the finish, but they've got a tall task ahead of them with an athlete like Lauren Stevens.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be tough. I think we'll probably start seeing tactics at some point. I'd say maybe with 20 or 30 miles to go, where if they have any energy, they're gonna try to make either real attack moves or false attacks to see if Lauren will bridge or let athletes go. But it's possible they might all already have an agreement to just kind of take it to the line, and they're happy with whatever place they get. But we'll see. But yeah, tall order to beat Lauren Stevens, even if you've got the numbers on the team side.
But for now, certainly content to work it together as they have been for quite some time now. And we'll try to catch up with Amanda and see what's going on with the chasing women behind. But at last check, that was a group of 6 who was also pretty well organized and working together, making their way until it makes more sense to be a little bit more strategic. And here we are with that chase group of women.
There you go. We're going to see him take this left-hand corner and do so gingerly. And again, look at that. She did a big old run yesterday and a big old bike race the week before that at altitude. And she seems like she's got all the energy in the world.
It's like nothing doing.
No big deal.
No big deal. NBD.
Is I do cool things and I wear orange all the time.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Signature color.
That's her signature color.
Interesting. Do we know the story behind that?
Why you got to put me on the spot? I do not.
You know, here you are. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
That I get the big dollars. It's all getting paid in meat, and I am not complaining about it for 1 second. Here we go. We got our men's lead group now. So now it's a group of 4. We've got Simon Nordhall Svensson, and then we have Dax at the front, Daxton Mock, and we have Adam Roberge, and our punk rock superstar. Actually, he is the
from
athlete at the
Minnesota.
back. He's from Minnesota, and he's just cruising. And he's the one that used his effort and those tactics to get rid of basically half of the field. So the only rider left from the original break is Dax, who Bill called out as one to watch, and he was correct for sure.
How many? Let's be precise here. How many ponies do we have left? See, I'm getting a hang of it.
I appreciate that. He said Svensson, I believe he said Svensson has one that's kind of undercover. I don't know technically if Eno's is set up in a pony. It's certainly long, and it might be more of a mullet variation.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see when they get off the bike. But there's no Borselman. There's certainly capabilities of 2 ponies.
Does a mullet count as 2 ponies? You almost have to give credit to a mullet, right?
I think it's half a pony.
It's half a pony.
Yeah, you're kind of trying
If you
too
got
hard
the
with a mullet.
courage to sport the mullet, I think it's worth at least 2.
Yeah, but I don't think any mustaches. I don't think I saw Eno had a stash. So it's again, Gravel World upside down.
Clearly, no mustaches in this group.
No, there are not. That is again the Lauren Stevens sandwich with the 2 Pondemal riders. That is again Emily Newsom and Carolina Magon, with Lauren Stevens right in the middle there in her national champs kit. And again, all working really well. It looks like Emily's, if I had to pick someone that was maybe on the ropes, it would be Emily. I'm probably wrong because I often am, but it seems like her body language is starting to get a little bit tired. But look at that road behind. There ain't nobody back there.
Yeah, no, not at all. But what you are seeing is where you're getting 10,000 feet of vertical here in the cornfields of Nebraska.
Yeah.
It's deceiving. It's a tough little course. I think if you were to think Nebraska, that's not kind of the topography you would expect. But the deeper we get in, the more those little grinding rollers are definitely going to have an impact as we see a flick of the elbow here. And here comes through Lauren Stevens.
Yeah, doing the work when called upon, for sure. Kind of surprised we don't see, oh, there you go. You ever seen her in her aero bars off and on, but not all the time. Really love the coordination of the kit and the bar tape.
Of course.
It's kind of got candy cane vibes, but I like it. I'm here for it.
Yep.
And always classy.
Well, and the stripes on the kit too, right?
Oh, yeah.
It all ties in.
You got to match with the U.S. kit.
Yep.
Yeah, she's, I think she's trying to figure out where she's going. She's kind of scanning. There's a lot of scanning happening by Lauren.
Maybe crossing a little bit of a road here.
Oh, there
Looked
you
like
go.
it was a little right, left. See? What did I say?
Look at that. Look at that. You're catching on. Yeah, these 3 working super well together. We knew it was a matter of time till somebody broke. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that they went with that far to go.
Yeah.
I feel like that was a pretty long way, but they could probably sense that the rest in the group didn't have the energy to do too much.
Well, and you also want to keep yourself out of trouble, right? As people get tired, you don't want lapses in concentration to impact your race. And if this is the sort of elite group they chose to go with, again, no real surprises of anybody that was necessarily left behind. But certainly the women in the chasers are going to have to sort themselves out to figure out who's going to take home those 2 remaining paychecks once this podium has sorted itself out. But plenty of time left for that.
Yeah, they got some riding. They got some riding left to do. Not too much, but enough. Enough to keep occupied. The men a little bit less. We're going to see them cross the finish line in not too much longer. We've gotten through some of that hillier section, and in the next 5 miles, they're going to be kind of a net downhill back into the finish area, where these women are kind of coming up on kind of a tabletop section of the course, and then we'll have that longer section of climbing that we saw the men go through when the race kind of broke up. But it's still looking smooth, and no big stresses here at the front of the women's race.
So while we're fully entrenched in this race, Matt, where are we precisely inside the gravel season? Like, where do athletes go from here in terms of what major racing is left? What races, have happened? Are people thinking about starting to shut it down for the season as we get to the end of summer? Like, where are we in the season strategically?
Yeah, we're pretty close to the end. There's a few major races left, but pretty much all the iconic races that have been around for a long time have come and gone. There's still a few, races with decent kind of energy behind and promotion and marketing behind. Some of the Lifetime Series races will be coming up, but I think the peak of most people's seasons is kind of in this last month.
Yep.
So a good time to take advantage of others, but there'll be some later races down the road, more in the south. But for the West Coast and Colorado, as far as I can think off the top of my head, all the major races are kind of done and dusted, no pun intended.
So everyone here, peak fitness, like capping off the season, good energy, like let's finish it off. Maybe I'll pop one or two more depending on how I'm feeling, what the fatigue is from a long season of racing.
Yeah, it's definitely a spot in the middle end of the season where you can peak, have good opportunity to make a good paycheck here in Lincoln, Nebraska, and it's one of the most historic races and longest running real gravel races we've had in the U.S. So right now we see Dax kind of getting separated off the
a little
back.
bit.
Yep, he's the one that was there from the beginning. He's going off the back, and that's because there's an effort off the front, and I think that is from Eno.
Yeah.
Again, no surprise, using
What a
those aero
machine.
bars to just get himself away again. Had a report from Bill out on course that, just so we know, Dax is from Wisconsin, also a hockey player, so it's important we still have a hockey player in the top 4. And clarification from Bill again, I won't take credit for this, that Svensson and Eno more of a mullet, according to his research on YouTube.
Both of them.
Both of them
Are more of a mullet.
More mullet situation. So right now we got 2 mullets and a Canadian.
But does a mullet count as a pony?
No. Do you not understand how hair works, Dee Dee?
Not mullets. I will proudly say not really mullets.
You can put a mullet into a ponytail, but
Yes.
it's not requisite and doesn't look as cool. Where John Borselman has a very clear ponytail. If that thing's not tied up, then his hair's all over the place. So right now, 2 mullets at the front of the race at Garmin Gravel Worlds.
So we have 2
presented by
mullets,
Lauf.
no ponytails, and no mustaches.
No mustache. The Gravel World will have changed after today.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what to do.
So
with
not
it.
only are we crowning a new champion here,
The crown.
but we're crowning a new style too.
Well, Adam Roberge is a previous champion, so it's quite possible.
Oh, there we go.
He could be crowned a repeat champion. But yeah, these guys are fighting for a crown to be put on a mullet head, and which I'm sure has happened in gravel, but I have not seen it in my time.
Okay. See, it's always an education.
It really is. We see Svensson at the front trying to use that energy that Eno created, keeping that speed up. They don't really need to worry about Dax at all at this point. I think once he's gone, he's gone. If he comes back, he's going to be gone again at some point.
Yep.
But here's a great overhead shot. That is our chase. We just saw those leaders pass that truck, so Chase is a little bit behind. It looks like it's 3 athletes in the chase at this point. And they'll see, maybe if they see one more athlete come off, they'll be able to have a little bit more impetus to keep going. And Dee Dee, the thing at this point of the race with so little miles remaining is that you have to think, tactics can go one of 2 ways. You got people that's going off the front of the race, or you got people that are possibly just trying to hang on. And at a point, the tactics could cause that front group to look at each other a little bit. And you can see they're at the next clump of trees. It's not that far. So if they think they're gone, and then they're like, okay, I'm going to look at you, you're going to look at me, Pete Stetina is right back on them, right? So they need to keep this turning, nobody sitting in. As soon as one person sits in, or skips a pole, they're all going to either sit up or somebody's going to attack. And I think, yeah, it'll be interesting to see where this ends up. But again, that group behind not hemorrhaging time at this point. There's still obviously some good horsepower in that group.
Yeah, but the miles are closing down, and you have to think, you know, if you think about what Pete's strengths are, if we're a net downhill here, and you're up against that that firepower. Eno's been so strong on the descents and the flats that is time running out for Pete.
Time is certainly running out for Pete. Doesn't have any really to play with at this point. It looks like this might be this is the chase still, and you can still see like 2 roads up that front group. So
someone stopped.
Yeah, not a ton of time. Not a ton of time. Yeah, there's a bunch
of 75 milers. Yeah,
athletes that our elites are passing, but still, yeah, again within sight. And you know, if Pete was again with another aero barred athlete that had energy, they could probably get back up there.
He's with Chase, yeah?
Yeah. Last word was Chase was kind of just hanging on. So if he gets a second wind and can actually do some hard pulls, then Pete's back in the game. But right now it's hard to say that this race isn't really leaning up for Roberge, but I would not be surprised if Svensson was saving something here and had a little bit more for the end of this race than maybe he's leading on.
Well, and I'm not going to count Eno out either. He's been so super strong all day. I mean, I don't know what his sprinting's like, right?
Yeah, no, probably, you know, generally I like to think people with aero bars aren't the best sprinters. That served me well in my life on a bike to this point. Not to say that that's necessarily true, but we'll see. I know Adam knows his way around a sprint as well, but I think it's going to be kind of more the energy spent when we head into that, because 2 of those athletes, I'm sure, I don't know which 2 they are, don't want to sprint, and somebody's going to start making some moves to try to make sure that doesn't happen. But again, they need to keep the pace up, or on a rise like this, again, if Stetina had energy, he could pull back. I think the fact that when that gap was 20 seconds, it didn't seem like he was able to bridge across.
Yep.
That he might not have the energy, and it's going to be who has the ability to pace themselves the best the last few miles.
Yeah, we are definitely coming down to it as our athletes starting to think about that finish line. It's been a long grind. Men 6 hours 17 minutes in to racing, and we're pretty close to crowning the champion. Lead group of 3 up at the front. We're going to throw it down to Amanda, though, who's back with our women's race. Amanda, what do you got?
Hey guys, so we still have this group of 6, but Whitney Allison is getting dropped on these little punchy climbs that are coming up. The thing is, within like less than 3 miles, we have a really big highway crossing, so there is a chance that Whitney could just like reattach because they're all going to slow down for the highway crossing. So I hope she keeps an eye on it, but basically we're also about like 7 miles or so from that aid station, the second one and the last one before the finish. So that's another thing that'll come into play, is whether or not they all stop. Maybe Whitney's going to be able to reattach to whoever might slow down for that aid station as well. But the heat is kicking in, you know, it is just hot now, and it's 86 degrees where we're sitting. We're going to keep an eye on what they do as they head towards this aid station.
Yeah, certainly a lot can happen in that, and it seems like a lot is happening already. Amanda, do you think this is a time, you know, a distance to go where these athletes are ready to kind of be riding in 1s and 2s?
Do they want to? No. I mean, they probably will spread out that way, but they definitely don't want to. But I think whoever is looking for that 4th and 5th, you know, if Jason's doing a wide angle podium, I think these riders want to stand up there, and so these women aren't going to give up. Like I said, I'm really curious to see who stops at this second aid station, maybe if they have a conversation or not. If you guys have eyes on those front women, let me know if they end up stopping there as well. You know, if those pause riders don't stop, my mind is still going to be blown.
Yeah, I was going to say yours won't be the only one, that's for sure. They've got to be pretty dry because they didn't stop back at that Garmin Oasis. So they've got to be pretty dehydrated by now, I would think.
Yeah,
for sure. So we're still sitting here. You guys keep me posted if you see those front riders coming in the aid station, and back to you guys.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Amanda. Great work. Love it. Yeah, we see the 2 Pond Mall riders at the front. I wouldn't say they're pushing the pace at this point, but they're riding steady. And as we know, the gap is a pretty well and secure gap to those chasers behind, especially the effort that we can see them putting in. But yeah, the question is, are they human?
Are they human?
Do they need hydration?
No. They're nuclear. They're fine. They don't need any kind of nourishment whatsoever. Yeah, again, it would be surprising especially given the conditions on the day. It could, because they haven't stopped for quite some time. But yeah, we'll see how it pans out. Certainly, these athletes, they were so. Being a smaller group, they'll certainly be efficient through that aid station. So my suggestion would be, yes, that they stop. It would behoove them for the remainder of the miles left to ride as we check back in with our women's chase. Again, that is down to a group of 5. Whitney Allison off the back there a little bit, but she may climb back on either at the highway crossing or at the coming aid station.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of opportunities to get back. And again, at this late stage of a race, yes, you want to stay in the group. You'd rather be around other people. But if somebody's staying on and just hanging on, when they blow, they're going to absolutely blow. Yeah. So it's a smart athlete to be like, you know what? I ain't got this right now. If I don't got this right now, if I stay on this, I'm going to blow to smithereens. If I take something off the top of my pace, maybe hydrate, maybe get some new nutrition, it's possible I'll come back. But one thing I do know is if I stay with this pace, I will die 1,000 deaths.
I will die.
Right? So, like, that's some of the choices. And some are not a choice, and it's possible Whitney just cracked already, and that was it. But there's a lot of different scenarios that can come up when we're at this stage of a race.
Absolutely. Again, with our lead group of 3 women intact, have been this way for quite some time now. Yeah, making their way.
Doing it, and doing it well. And it's kind of one of those things, a matter of time. You know, do we see Lauren Stevens, does she feel like she needs to get away, or does she just wait for a sprint against these athletes, right? So, you know, it could be one of those things when they least expect it to just, she's going to jump across, not across to anybody, but jump ahead and get a 15-second gap, and then it's kind of 2 versus 1, 1 with the aero bars and a bunch of energy, and 2 maybe that don't like water.
Morally opposed.
Yeah, no. Why? The weakness. It shows weakness.
Yeah.
But no, love the.
I would rather die of thirst in the gravel.
We're gonna get so many messages after this. We're like, dude, I had 4 bottles, bro.
Yeah.
And they probably did, and I appreciate that. But I like the content of this chase group. I do think, and kind of what I was getting at with Amanda was that 3rd or 4th and 5th place position. You know, to get that, an athlete 25, 30 miles out could be like, okay, I'm just going to do this on my own to make sure I get this spot, right? If I can't, like if you're an Emma at the back of the group right now and you don't think you can out sprint these women, but if they let you get 5 seconds, you can make it 20, and then you can sit on that all day because maybe you haven't been pulling as hard as maybe some of the other athletes that will then cause the group behind to then blow up. So it's like you're actually kind of creating your own destiny to a certain extent, where you're tiring out everybody else. If you're the diesel engine that knows you got another 2 hours of riding hard in you, if you're the one who knows you can out sprint everybody, maybe you're Crystal and used to shorter efforts in cross races or have great experience with that. Maybe you wait for that sprint and just put it all on the line there. But I do think we're going to see some tactical racing happening here at some point.
Well, certainly to create some separation in this group, thin the proverbial herd a little bit, but athletes waiting for that moment. Certainly the highway crossing got to get across, and the aid station as well, so maybe biding their time until that. But now we are down to our men's leaders again. We are down to a group of 3.
Yeah, we are. It looks like Dax is definitely off the back of this group. So we've got Eno, Roberge. Oh, there you go. Eno with his little foot out, got a little bit tight there. So, yeah, making his way around that corner as well with Simon Svensson at the back of that group at this point. But those 3 athletes can see the barn. Horse at the barn. They're coming in. They're going to open it up, and I'm sure they're going to start looking over their shoulder a little bit to see how far back this chase group is. But right now, this podium is 3 athletes, all of which bridged across in that second kind of chase group that was chasing those first 3 riders off the front.
That's right, those 3 riders that led for so much of the day. Now all of them have been dispensed out the rear. Their time at the front is done. We still may see Dax, who was a part of that group, step up to one of the money spots here in the top 5. But right now, it looks like these 3 will be the ones fighting for the podium.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. If somebody made an effort and really tried to blow it apart in the next few miles, maybe that would open up for that chase group to catch a remaining athlete that's not in the draft. But right now, all these 3 seem like they all have great energy. It doesn't look like anybody's on the ropes per se. But we can see Adam Roberge in the back of the group taking some water, getting ready to take his next pull. But again, imagine that, Dee Dee, another roller. Who would have thought?
Again.
Not me.
And again. That's the story of the day, right? This course is pretty unforgiving in that way, in that you're never on a flat section, really. You're just going uphill or downhill. So while it doesn't seem like much, as we've been saying all along, by the end of the day, these athletes will have climbed over 10,000 feet, which is something.
It's more than something. That's a lot. It's a lot of things, I would say. And again, doing it in style, these 3 women working well together. I'd love to see a front group that we have, and again, all taking care of each other. And, I would be surprised if all 3 didn't stop at this next feed. I think they'll all probably take their time, look behind them, make sure there's nobody coming up, and then do what they can to get in and get hydrated and not kill each other over the last 30 miles of this bike course.
Yeah, definitely saving it, figuring out their strategy. But yeah, it would be shocking for them not to stop at that aid station. But time will tell. And then women's chase group behind was a group of 6. They had to conquer the highway crossing. It looks like some stuff happened.
It does look like some stuff happened, Dee Dee, and it looks like we've got a shot right now of that group, and things have broken up a little bit. Looks like a couple riders were dispatched from that. I'm still just trying to do a head count. It looks like that's 4 up front with 1 chasing. It could be 5 up front. Believe I see.
Well, it was only a group of 5 to begin with because Witt had gotten dropped. It doesn't look like she got back on at that highway crossing. Like, we were hoping for her sake that maybe that lead group got held up and she could get back on. So we'll sort that out and get you a head count on what's going on with women's chase as we come back to women's leaders making their way to the final aid station.
Yep, they certainly are. We see our men's leaders right there. Simon Nordhall Svensson on the left side of the screen. Adam Roberge pulling through to the front. And Eno, our punk rock gravel racer, is right in the middle of those 2 athletes. And is just kind of waiting to see who's going to make the move. And Dee Dee, it's, there's a lot of chatter about our Pond Mile rider in the back, getting a lot of messages saying he's a very well-respected athlete. He's actually going over to do Badlands super long race here pretty soon over in Spain, just in the next couple weeks. So a race that's double or more the distance. I think it's more. I think it's like several days of racing that he's going to be out there. So we know he's not going to be tired when he comes to this finish line. But for either of those athletes that's not Adam Roberge, as they do the polite thing and wave each other over to the right-hand side of the road as we have oncoming traffic, as this is an open course, getting one over Adam Roberge, especially while winning the Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf, would be a huge accomplishment and a jump up on the gravel scene for sure. Adam is known as a very winning racer and can win over a lot of different types of courses. So these athletes, if they can get one step in front of him in a race where a lot of great athletes showed up, will be a huge accomplishment. So they're going to start to dose their energy. And I would be surprised if we didn't see Svensson try something outside the finish, unless he knows he's got a gun sprint. Either he's going to get those guys in a sprint, or he's going to go in the next few miles. Is my call, which is a broad call that covers all my own bases. So not that impressive.
So if this doesn't happen, then it'll definitely be that.
Yes.
But it's either this
it's
or
gonna
that.
Be one of the things.
It's not both.
One of the things is going to happen.
Yeah.
That I can confirm.
Yeah.
As well as either a Panama rider will win this race or they won't.
There you go.
Yeah.
You figure that out all by yourself.
Yeah, I got odds on it all. If you want to talk about it later, it's pretty complicated.
Okay.
But,
You'll have to walk me through it. Flow charts?
We're getting there, though. It's always flow charts. There you go. On the front, again, looking smooth. They're not riding out of their skins right now, which they shouldn't have to. But Simon Nordholm Svensson is, at the front, pushing the pace. It's a pace that if there was somebody behind in that chase group that had consistent energy and just went through a small lull of energy when they broke away, that they could get back. But I doubt that that's the case right now. It seems like they're taking enough good pulls. You got Eno at the front and the aero bars. Their constant pace is a steady one.
Yeah, and we haven't seen that rear camera angle for quite some time, which to me just says that they're far enough back that it's probably there's nobody back there. That this group is safe as your podium. Although I don't know, but we haven't seen it. So if we haven't seen it, it can't be happening.
No, certainly not.
Yeah.
Either that is happening or something else is happening.
But it's one of the two.
It's one of those.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. I have to look at my notes, but here we go. Adam Roberge sitting second wheel behind Eno. Eno taking a long, strong pull, as we've seen him do many times today. And I'll tell you what, the highlight of Eno's day is probably, or maybe tomorrow, is probably going to be when he gets home and he's like, those guys were calling me Borselman for like 2 hours. Right? Like, you literally, like, seriously, like, you couldn't have a better compliment. Yeah, it's, aero bars.
That's on you,
hair.
by the way. I'm not taking ownership for that.
No, it's me for sure. I'll take all credit, and you're welcome, And they look over to see if there's anybody chasing, and there is a car there, and I can't see if there was a bike attached to the zone of that car, but they will definitely be paying attention to that.
Absolutely, on a bit of pavement here as our men are getting really close now to the finish line. They're trying to look over and assess what that distance is. We've got traffic control here, so our athletes be able to ride right through, roll on, and so not given any kind of nod to the athletes who are still chasing, so no hope there. But thanks to our local police for some traffic enforcement and keeping our athletes safe out there today.
Doing it all. Keeping it safe for sure. We appreciate all the staff and volunteers, obviously, that are out on course making this possible. 150 miles, it's a long way, and a lot of different things that we need to cover and logistify for all our athletes out there. So appreciate everybody's hard work in doing so. And again, appreciate Good Life for bringing this coverage to us all. We're all stoked to be here and stoked that you all are watching and hopefully enjoying the coverage that we have out here from Lincoln, Nebraska. But back here with our lead women's race, got Emily Newsom, Carolina Magon, and Lauren Stevens at the front of the race. And again, they dispatched their competitors a while ago now, 20 or 30 miles ago, and found some compatriots to hold steady pace and hopefully get across that line and secure a podium for all three.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt. And to me, it could just be the luck of the timing. But Lauren's still racing. I mean, she's gone to the front when called upon, but I feel like of the three riders, she has spent the least amount of time at the front.
It's possible. Yeah, it's certainly possible. technically, if you're a team of 2, you would have like, if you looked at the rule books on road racing per se, you would say maybe you got to do a little bit more work, but also the athlete with the aero bars sometimes is pushed through. So here we go, Didi. This is our aid stop. Certainly those 2 pound a mile riders stopping to get as much fluid as they can. We see Lauren Stevens get over to the big blue bucket, get some ice put over her shoulder there, getting hands off her bottles to get those filled up if possible. Getting some snacks, getting some more ice possibly. So Lauren's taking her time, as well as those pound a mile riders. We'll see who gets out first, but there definitely was a ceasefire, so to speak, coming into this aid station. As we can see, Carolina getting everything she needs. She's got that empty bottle in her pocket she hasn't dealt with yet. She's probably going to get rid of that if she hasn't filled up, but all while keeping an eye on your competitors, making sure somebody doesn't slip away.
Well, and there goes Lauren. She was certainly quick through the aid station. She is first out, but I think all 3 now rolling on their way. Does Lauren use this as an opportunity to get away? Let's see, as our camera is hidden behind the trees, as our athletes make their way back through the aid station. So we will check in and see whether those 3 go in as they went in together, if they come out as a group of 3, as we come back to our women's chase. Again, this group got a little bit tied up at that highway crossing, but it looks like it is a group of 5, I think. Yes, 5 athletes here still.
It does look like 5, and you've got certainly Emma Grant in there, is in there as well. Crystal Anthony is another athlete that's in there, and we will get eyes on all the other athletes. I'm going through.
I think it's Marissa Boats, maybe.
Yep. Back to our lead women. Again, all together, no dramas in the aid station, so all smooth sailing for these 3 women, and hydrated. They are mortal.
I know, they are. I was getting worried.
I was
getting worried.
Certainly.
They're like, oh, water.
And they've done it. They've taken care of themselves and doing a great job at the front of this race. As we get back to the men's leaders.
All right, call it right now. Who are you going to call?
Who am I going to call? Not the Ghostbusters.
Okay.
I'm going to call Simon Svensson.
There you go.
I think it's probably a good call.
Second?
Adam Roberge.
Okay.
No, I can't do that.
Okay.
No, I just want to. I think people thought I was hating on Adam, so I don't know what kind of Adam.
Oh.
But I mean, my heart clearly wants.
You said that out loud, you know.
Oh, did?
Yeah.
I thought it was mumbling.
No, you're good. No, that was okay.
I thought I kind of want Eno, punk rock Eno. I want everybody to win, but if I'm calling it, it's my heart says Eno. I changed my mind. It's Eno, then it's Svensson, and then it's Roberge.
Oh, that's a bold call.
Yeah, that's my heart.
Okay.
What are you calling?
Oh, I have no idea.
There's 3 people you get to call.
I'm gonna call Eno. Like my heart says Eno because I just feel like he's such a powerhouse all day, and really, of the 3 riders remaining, I feel like from what we've seen in our commentary booth, had the most impact on the race. Like he really has impacted the dynamics of the race in such a significant and material way that you'd like to see that happen.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. You've got to. And that dude is like, clearly, I believe him, because sometimes in the gravel scene, people are like, I'm all about the experience. You're like, dude, I know you're not all about the experience. Yeah. You're about winning races. I think is about the vibes, and he's about the experience. And I love to see someone with that attitude have success. And again, as you said, he's raced like a machine. No doubt about that. So much so that we thought he was John Borselman. So, I think that's a compliment. Coming up to a road crossing here, they're going to look right, they're going to look left, and they're going to have to stop because there's a car coming left. So just as everybody else does, they're going to play the rules of the road, let that car go, and then get right across that road and keep on moving. Not impacted by that car crossing at all.
And back to our lead 3 women, as they were now freshly hydrated with a couple of more K-Cals on board, making their way through the final, what do we have left for the women, 30-ish miles?
Yeah, I'd say 30-ish is about right. We've gone through that highway crossing not too long ago. That was yeah, just a few miles ago. There we go. There we go. Our leader's still rolling well.
Yeah, rolling really well, and as you can see, as it has been for quite some time, absolutely nothing in the rear view mirror for this lead group of 3 women. So they continue to roll, and seems like we'll see if we see any reindeer games out of that lead group of 3 women, whether or not they take it to the line in a sprint finish, or if they try to establish a little separation, what will be the individual or the team that comes out on top. Time will tell as we come back to our 5 female chasers. Again, the only change in the last sort of half hour or so, Whit Allison dropped on some of the climbs there, did not get back on at the highway crossing. These women have yet to go through the aid station, so depending on how far back Whit is, my guess is probably pretty far at the moment, given how she was leaking out the back and now she's been left all on her own. Maybe she gets back on at the aid station, but I don't think that seems like a strong possibility.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that's accurate. We see definitely pace is on. Eno is pushing the pace, and we've got. Oh, here we go. A distanced Adam Robert. So Eno, if he knew right now, and Adam's looking over his shoulder already, Didi, that means he's done. Eno doesn't know that he's put him in this trouble. He just soft pedaled. He's looking over for someone else to pull. He doesn't know that he's put the previous champion here on the ropes. Huge error of awareness from Eno right now. Eno needs to go again to try to get a gap.
Well, and it's funny because he went to the side to try to let Svensson go through, and Svensson didn't go. And if Svensson had gone, then Eno would have known, hey, we're down to 2.
Totally. He looked, and that was, so now the games are going to play, and they're like, okay, Roberts doesn't have it. So right now, clearly,
here we go. Here we go again.
Yeah, he's just getting on the wheel right now. But Eno's going, what Eno needs to do is wait for a time where it's this long, another one of these long downhills where he can put pressure on the pedals. If it's this fast where Adam can coast, Eno doesn't have an advantage. It needs to be in that in-between where you're going downhill at 32, 36 miles an hour. And he's going to be able to get rid of Roberge, and then the tactics open wide up, right? And, yeah, Roberge's not too worried about it. Spence looks over, knows that there's a weakness. I think we're going to see Svensson attack on this roller, and Roberge is not pedaling for a second because he's done, and he knows, right? Like, he knows Svensson is gonna try to come over the top and make an attack. Eno should probably not right now because he just put some effort in, but it would be picture perfect if Svensson goes on the climb and then Eno tries to go again over the descent, maybe lets the gap open. Tactically, you let Svensson go. You then, or you let Roberge see if he can pull it back on his own, and then you jump him. But these are all things played in a video game, not reality. So we'll see.
This is your video game version of how it's going to pan out.
We're only 2.5 miles out from the finish at this point, so it's all going to happen pretty quick.
And here we go up this roller.
So Eno gets himself in the back of these 3 on purpose because that's where your most effective attack is going to come. And just what I said too, is Svensson pushes the pace and creates a gap, then Eno just says, Roberge, you close it, and then when he tires himself out trying to, then you jump across with your aero bars and see what you can do. But Svensson doesn't do a hard attack. Maybe he doesn't have enough. He knows that Eno would go by him at a lot of miles an hour left. Eno gets the last little bit of hydration out of his bottle, and these guys are leaving it close. If you let Roberge get to the finish within 1.5 miles or so, like, he's going to be able to empty himself in the last 1.5 miles or 2 miles and maybe go above and beyond what he's capable of. They're still looking over their shoulder. There is an athlete back there in the distance, but a fair amount away. But again, Didi, I think this cat and mouse plays into Roberge's hands.
How many scenarios are they working through in their head? Like, they know the road that they have left. Have they plotted this? Like, if it comes down to this, then? Like, how many if-then scenarios do they have in their heads right now?
There's a few. And right now it's, Eno is just doing his, I'm strong on the flats and the downhills, and it seems to tire people out. So he's just going to do that. But I think you got to save your energy a little bit. This might be a little false tempo that he's trying right now, and he looks over. But yeah, there's there's 2 or 3 probably like realistic scenarios, and it changes dramatically based on, you know, if 2 miles ago they thought Roberge had all the energy in the world and they had to try to beat a good Roberge. They just saw, and Eno might not have actually seen it, but he just proved that that is not a good Roberge right now.
Yeah.
And he got gapped just on a false flat, fast downhill section with 2 other athletes. He either doesn't have the gearing or doesn't have the gas, and I don't think he has the gas. So if this goes into a long downhill, what Eno needs to do is consolidate his effort a little bit and go freaking hard and not leave an effort. Here we go.
Here we go.
Goes hard. He's in his hoods, so not a huge attack. Still kind of going up a little bit hill-wise, but that's enough. Roberge is dispatched. Here's the deal. He's going to try to go and make sure he gets to the point where Roberge is kind of given up, and then he's probably going to throw an elbow or two to see if he can get Svensson to pull through, because he's not going to be able to win the race if he does this all the way to the finish. But if he gets a gap, then he's like, okay, one guy I got to beat. One guy got to beat. And right now he thinks that's enough to force Svensson through, and Svensson's not playing any games, so this is great. So Roberge is out at this point. Because we have 2 athletes now working together. And I do think Svensson is probably the one with the sprint in this group. He's pulled, Eno's not coming around yet. That was too quick. Eno just did a much longer pull. He's going to come through, but not.
He complied, yeah. Well, he's not forcing it.
No, he's not going hard. He's like, okay, I know what we're trying to do here. I'm barely coming through, and that is all I've got. For you right now, we're going to keep the pace up. They're both going to keep looking over that shoulder to make sure Roberge isn't
coming back on him,
sneaking on. You know, maybe trying to get in the draft of the car to get himself up there. So they're going to keep an eye on that. But just a little over a mile to go, or just at a mile to go, and this finish is going to be full on Didi.
And then there were 2.
There certainly were, passing some of our athletes out on the shorter course. And again, it is Simon Nordhall Svensson in first place at this point, and then we had Eno, our punk rock superstar, in first place, or second place right now, but fighting for first was the one that drove our champion from 2022 out the back of this race. Adam Roberge no longer in the conversation for the win of Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf.
So we have a new champion. It will be a new champion.
And it's going to be a mullet champion.
Oh. See, now you're excited about the mullet. Before it was the ponies.
Yeah, dude, I was excited about any hair you bring to the table, but right now it's, you know, again, it's a tide change.
It's a battle of the mullets.
It is a battle of the mullets. I think Eno has an advantage in the mullet-only department, and it doesn't seem like he's tired at all. That's the only reason I think maybe he has the ability to beat Svensson, excuse me, in this sprint.
But you said guys with aero bars don't have good sprints.
I know. I still think it's probably Svensson, but the fact that he has not shown any time there's a time for him to pull through, he just goes.
Okay, they're back into the compound now. They're back into the compound.
Pavement for a second, into that corner, looks over his left-hand shoulder to see if Roberge is there. They're side to side, Didi. Long left-hand corner here. Svensson does the smart thing and gets on the wheel, kind of pushes Eno forward. Not in a malicious way at all, but that's how you bike race. You want to put the other person in the front. Now he's thinking, shoot, maybe there's not enough time. He's staying there. Great overhead shot. We have Eno at the front of this race. Simon Svensson in second place on the right side. They both know now Adam Roberge is out of it, but just a few hundred meters to go, Didi, before we get the full-on sprint and the tactics are in full swing. And it's still Eno at the front, kind of looking over his shoulder, gets in the aero bar still, just with a few hundred meters to go, trying to keep the pace up.
Svensson's got to figure out where he's going to make his move. He's trying to figure out what real estate he's got left.
Totally, and Eno is drag racing him. Right now, like, Svensson is going as hard as he can in his drops, while Eno is in the aero bars, goes in the aero bars all the way around this right-hand corner, cuts it tight with the grass, making sure Svensson can't cut him on the inside, still holding that position, not trying to push Svensson forward at all. Right-hand corner to the finish on the grass in the bumpy stuff. Sprint finish, and it is full on. Looking over, he's trying to push him forward again, Didi. But now it's on full sprint. Oh, and it is over. Simon Svensson has the beans to get across Eno at the finish. Still a little bit to go, but no doubt Simon Svensson bunny hops the finish line and gets the victory at Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. No doubt that dude had a sprint.
He had a sprint, but what I don't understand, and this is again my question, Eno looked like he had him, and he sort of paused and looked over at him, like waiting for the sprint to start. Like, why didn't he keep going?
Yeah, it's one of those. He's just hoping. I think he played, I'm going to aero bar as fast as I can into both these corners. He was very aggressive in how he took those corners. He went over the grass, didn't stay in the gravel, was able to hold a lot more speed because he was on the grass, not the gravel, and was hoping maybe that would be enough to make Simon have a mistake or make an error, and it wasn't. And I think he knew, as we all know, a dude with aero bars is never going to win a sprint. No offense, I'm kidding, everybody. No, that was a spectacular. They both played their cards. Just has a different set of cards. That was amazing. These guys can't be bummed. Cannot be bummed with that performance. But there he is, your champion, Simon Nordhall Svensson. Amazing, amazing sprint finish. Look at that dude. They're stoked.
Full credit, though, to Eno, man. Such a workhorse all day long, really changing the dynamic of this race from the chase group, right? He was the one that was really, really pushing things and closing down that gap to our original group of 3 guys and was such a big part of the dynamic.
And we didn't get a camera on it, but I do think it's possible Pete Stetina might have rolled across the line in 3rd place. Let me look. I just saw him come behind our camera. So we didn't see Roberge come across the line. We see Ethan back there. We're going to get our results link up and get confirmation because
Roberge was 3rd. Roberge was 3rd.
30 seconds
Pete
after Roberge.
4th,
yeah.
And Ethan Overson 5th.
So they all snuck right through. Just 6:48.48 for Eno, 6:49.24 for Roberge, and 6:50.06 for Stetina. So all within a minute and 20 seconds after 150 miles. That is hard racing to finish.
Absolutely. Just had another athlete. Actually, I think that was the 75-mile racer there, waiting still for Dax and Chase, 2 guys that did so much work in the early stages. Just couldn't hang on there to the end. But now the party starts, I tell you, from first to last.
And official, Didi, I don't know if you saw in that shot of those 2 in their embrace, but I know that's what everybody's been waiting for. Simon Svensson, definitely full mullet.
Okay.
Eno had his mullet in a pony.
Yes.
So
proving that it can be a versatile hairstyle.
And that is mullet over pony for today.
Yeah.
Because it default, it cancels it out if you go pony with your mullet.
Really?
It does.
It's no longer a mullet if you put it in a pony?
No, most people don't know that, but it's true.
See, now I'm an insider.
You certainly are. And man, amazing. That was a great sprint finish. And we've got Bill down with our winners and finishers. Bill, give us all the goods with these amazing athletes.
Simon Svensson. Got it. All right, we are here at the finish line with our Gravel Worlds men's champion, Simon Svensson. Chasing all day long, and then you finally make the catch. Eno goes, and you were alert enough to go after him. Was that it? Did you see that as a danger move?
Yeah, Eno was super strong all day. We were chasing together for most of the day. So I knew that when he went, I really wanted to follow because I thought that would be perhaps the decisive move. And it turned out to be, so yeah.
When it came down to just you 2, Dax and Mock dropped off the back. It seemed like y'all were still working together some. What was the strategy? Were you talking at all? And was it just waiting until the finish like we saw?
Yeah, I think we were all pretty tired at the end, but we just wanted to rotate and kind of keep it going. And I think both me and Eno were actually happy to go to the end together. And then the last little 500 meters or so before the finish, I waited a bit and then I opened the sprint and managed to grab the win. Very happy.
Can you talk a little bit about the beginning of the or beginning to the middle of the race? You had this group that seemed like it was working together. Once you kind of separated from the larger peloton, what was the conversation in there? Because it seemed like at times it was broken up, but then it almost seemed like Pete was coming back and kind of cajoling y'all to keep working together.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very dangerous breakaway, very good move. We were a little bit bummed I was bummed to not be there, but I think we were enough strong guys in the group behind to kind of keep it going a bit. And then I knew that 240K is a really long distance, so at some point I knew that when people got tired, we could try and make the move and then chase hard to catch the guys.
Yeah, well, Gravel Worlds 2025 registration is open soon. Now that you've done it, now that you've won it, can we see you back here next year as a defending champ?
Oh, for sure, I will back. Yeah, love it.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Simon. We're going to throw it back to Dee and Matt in the studio.
And a nice cold Coca-Cola to wash down all that gravel. So you heard it there. He was able to determine what the decisive moves were, cover those moves, and was happy to take it to the line there with his buddy Eno. What a great race.
Oh, dude. Yeah, that was amazing and great tactics. And I do love that we saw Eno, first off, put the move in that allowed them to get away and not have a 3-up sprint. That would have been pretty messy in that finish shoot.
But you kind of wanted that, didn't you?
I didn't actually. You'd think I would. But the fact he did that and then he played his card, like he was really aggressive in that section. He was riding the gutter.
Yep.
He was taking the grass corners really hard and putting himself at risk for crashing out.
Sure.
And hoping that he was forcing somebody else to make a mistake. So both those athletes played to their strengths, and that was an amazing finish. Great job by both of those athletes.
Surprising finish. Not one of our favorites at the start of the day, but that's often how it works out in racing. And this is our women's chase. We're going to throw it down to Amanda, who's got an update. Amanda, what's going on?
Hey guys, wow, that was an exciting finish. That was awesome to see. We are back with the women now, so a lot has happened in the past 20 minutes or so. Around 20 minutes ago, there were, sort of like a little bit of frustration. Was urging some of the other riders like Emma and Marissa to pull through, but sort of after that, a little bit of a gap, so I don't think some of the riders knew that Marissa had just like really close to get there. And then a few minutes later, the leaders, so Emily Newsom, Lauren Stevens, and Carolina Migon had just gotten to that aid station. So they came to aid station 2 at 12:29 p.m. and then our chase group got to that second aid station at 12:41 p.m. So they have about a 12-minute gap. Like I said, we're racing for the wide-angle podium back here on this camera angle, but basically King and Emma Grant decided to stop at that aid station. So they decided to stop and refill while Crystal, Justine, and Marissa rolled through. So we have 3 riders who are chasing for that those wide-angle podium spots. Here you can see right now, this is Emma Grant. She just gapped off King. So Emma is currently sitting in 7th. And then right up the road, you can probably see it in the distance, are those 3 riders, Crystal, Justine, and Marissa. They kept riding on through. So the interesting thing is, like, Crystal was the last person out of the Garmin Oasis, and I think she really took the time to make sure she had everything at that aid station instead of having to stop at aid station 2. So one of the things I'm going to be really excited to talk to all these women about at the finish is sort of all of those strategies and how they decided to really play the game of self-support here at Gravel Worlds, because it's so key. But yeah, you're looking back here at the chase for everybody just tuning in right now. The leaders are Lauren Stevens, and from the Pause Racing team, Emily Newsom and Carolina Migon.
There you go. Very, very well said. Looks like we've got a shot on, I believe this is Emma Grant, riding at the front, wide open roads for her.
Yeah, there were the 2 athletes, or the group of athletes up ahead. I think she said that Emma was one of the athletes that did choose to stop. at that aid station. It was Crystal and a couple of the other riders that forewent that second aid station too.
Right.
But back to our leaders here, and temperatures now in the 90s. So these women starting to really cook out there in the heat, and 100% humidity. So it's a little soupy out there.
100%.
100%.
That's all the percentages.
It's all of them, unless you go to 101, which is more than all.
That's too much. That's far too much. But if anybody can do it, it's these athletes out here. And man,
We've got 2 Texans, so they're used to it.
they certainly are. It is breezy and chilly for them, no doubt. But 91, 100% humidity. Oof. And for the athletes that are skipping aid stations, that's extra impressive. That they're able to still be out there at that high output. But these 3 women doesn't look like anything's hurting them, but you can kind of tell when it's this late into a race, Didi, and there's 3 athletes working this well together, one of them is going to have way more energy than the rest. At some point, something is going to happen, and one of these athletes or 2 of these athletes can be like, okay, now's the time for me to go. I got a lot more to go.
I don't know a lot, but I have a bet on who that's going to be, just based on observation alone. I'm pretty observant, and I got a hunch. I don't know. I got a hunch, but we're going to come back to it right after this quick break.
We're all quite alike, really. A bit odd in the things we share. The joy of suffering. The love or hate of hills. Raindrops. Tight corners. The shared memory of the best, worst day.
James was diagnosed at 3 months old with neuroblastoma. When your child is diagnosed with a serious disease, it's peace of mind to not have to worry about a bill for St. Jude. You just never know what your simple donation could mean to somebody. If you've ever had your own child, you just know how much of your heart that they have. So every single dollar is worth it.
Back here with our women's leaders, still the same 3 women as have been for the last, 87 hours. Just kidding.
That's an exaggeration. Oh, waving. Lauren's waving to maybe somebody she knows, just somebody out there. That's cool. And they're going to try to keep up.
Yeah, they're jumping on. They're jumping on the wheel.
Dude, I'd jump on that train for sure.
There is a bib number on that athlete, so that's a shorter distance. Yeah. I'm assuming that's not an elite male, so I shouldn't make such assumptions, but that is an athlete from a different race who's grabbing a little bit of a free ride. He's probably had a lonely go out there for the last couple hours, so he's glad to have some company.
Yeah, no doubt. And, yeah, well-deserved. But, yeah, just cruising along. These 3 women still about 15 miles to go, I think, is what we're saying at this point. So a lot of time for some tactics to play out, but again, I don't think there's a ton of different tactics up for grabs here at this point.
Well, I think everybody in this group knows what cards they each have. So I don't think they're, unlike the men's race, where we did see some sort of surprise attacks and some surprise tactics. I don't know that there's much left for an element of surprise here, but you never know.
Yeah, not too much. I think it won't be a surprise when Lauren kind of attacks and gets on the air bars and tries to ride in on her own. So I'm thinking what's probably going to happen, but...
Spoiler?
Dude, Bill started it. He said I can tell the future, so... She's going to keep trying. But they might get this other athlete to take some pulls, too. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job of keeping up. Another air bar athlete jumping on. Again, just an athlete from that 75-mile race.
Yeah, enjoying a bit of a ride. It gets lonely out there, so I think you're going to take full advantage of any wheel that goes by that you can jump onto for a bit of a reprieve.
Oh, no doubt. You got to take what you can get for sure. And no fault to that athlete at all. But again, yeah, it looks like they're riding tempo. It's funny because it doesn't look like they're like crushing it per se, but as Amanda said, it's like 12 minutes to the chase group.
Well, and it's also like 100
Just blown
degrees and
apart.
300% humidity. So I think this might not look like full throttle, but in those conditions, it might actually, like we're sitting in an air-conditioned studio.
Yeah, they're
so I think
literally-
it's a little bit different for them out there.
They're literally in soup.
Yeah.
Right now, hot soup.
With a face full of dirt.
Oh yeah,
I mean, how great is that? Like,
gravel
how
soup.
great is that?
Hey, they chose this life.
Yeah.
Didn't choose them. But there you go. And yeah, it sounds like racing is happening in that group behind. Still some blow ups and different things happening, but we'll see. Again, that long podium or that wide angle podium, as Amanda puts it, still up for grabs.
Yeah, and definitely some stuff happening back in the chase. Amanda is back there with our chase athletes. I think we're going to throw down to her in just a second. She's in a good spot with a couple of updates and with our chasing women. Again, I don't want to dismiss our lead 3 women because they have been absolutely brilliant, but right now not a lot of changes there, but the changes are happening down with women's chase. So we'll get down to Amanda in just a few seconds with an update from our chasers.
There you go. Still have Carolina taking her turn at the front. Lauren Stevens rolling through, and Emily Newsom coming around as well. So these 3 athletes working well together. Foster Miles sits behind, lets Lauren take a extra pull maybe. We'll get up over this little roller, and she'll be able to get in those aero bars again and just continue to ride away as she does.
Yeah, it's a good gap. As we said, 12-ish minutes. That was back at the last aid station there. So these women have a nice, healthy cushion. No real sense of urgency, just sort of in their mind playing out the games of when the moves are going to happen and how they want to play the cards they have remaining.
Yeah, and like just get to the stinking finish line, right? That's I think that's part of it. And again, we have no idea what these athletes are telling each other. There could be one of these athletes that's like, dude, I ain't got nothing. Or maybe 2 of the athletes, like there's a lot of agreements that go on like, hey, let's just get to the finish. Trust me, I'm not going to do anything. Don't worry about me. Let's just ride to the finish. I'll try when I can. But I think right now, I don't think we're quite to that point yet. But I think you make a great point with the conditions. I mean, that's stinking hot, dude. 90 degrees, 100% humidity. Like, as much as you want to think you've got a card to play, or you're like, oh, I'll just do a fake attack and see what happens. Like, you could just expire as soon as you try.
Or fall into a full body cramp.
Yeah, pretty much, man. We saw that happen in the men's race, and it's super, super easy for that to happen at this stage in the women's race.
So yeah, steady and strong here for our lead group of 3 women. We don't know what's left in the tank for each one of them, but yeah, exciting racing. These women have been so strong. Our chase group is a group of 5 behind, including Iz King, Marissa Boats, Emma Grant, Justine Barrow, and Crystal Anthony. And we're gonna get down to Amanda for an update on those chasers. But Whit Allison was off the back of that group a while ago, so she is riding sort of solo in no man's land. And then behind that, Leah Vanderlinden and Riley Swickard are together as well. So that rounds out your top 11 women so far.
Yeah, there you go. And again, all those 11 women are going to get $500 because they got to mile 85 before the men did. So that is better than a kick in the teeth. And I'm sure they're pretty stoked about that, as well as these women up here. So it'll be $5,500 to the winner of whoever gets the best of these other 2 athletes here at the end.
And just wrapping up your top 10 in the men. Behind our top 5, it was Chase Wark in 6th, Daxton Mock in 7th, Trevor August finished 8th, Russell Finsterwald finished 9th, and Andrew Dillman rounded out your top 10.
Dillman finished out in the top 10. That's solid results from all those athletes, obviously. And especially when things are that blown up on a course like this, it's hard to keep keep going, and a lot of kind of solo and two-person efforts out there to keep the pace up. Just to go back to what we were talking about with what I was referring to with our winner, Svensson, and his race that he has coming up. It's 500 miles with 50,000 feet of climbing. So no wonder he had a little pep at the end of 150. He's like, "What? Just getting started. I haven't even hit 8-1 yet."
Yeah, this is just a warm up. That 50,000 feet of climbing.
It's a lot.
That's mind blowing.
It's a lot.
Like, you can't see me right now, but I'm like that mind blown emoji right now. Like, my brain is exploding.
I can see you, and it does look just like that.
That's nuts. That's super mental.
It really is. Yeah, amazing. Clearly trained for some hard days and some big rides. So no surprise that he's able to put a great result in here today.
Interesting. Lauren Stevens looking over her shoulder there. I don't quite know what she's looking for. Maybe trying to see if there's a car coming, trying to pass them or something. But yeah, they've had a pretty clear shot out the back for quite some time now.
Here we go. Let's throw it down to Amanda and what's happening in that chase field.
All right, so we have Marissa Boaz. She's on the Mazda Orange Seal off-road team. Justine Barrow, who is Australian, she's here to kind of throw down. She had a DNF at SBT last weekend, so I'm sure she's like pretty excited to be in this group for the wide-angle podium. And then Crystal Anthony, who races for Live Racing Collective. These are your three chasers, and now the top six. Crystal Anthony, she finished third at Gravel National Championships for USAC last year in Nebraska. So, you know, if I'm going to pick anyone that kind of knows how to get on a podium in Nebraska, it's going to be Crystal. But you never know. I mean, Justine Barrow, I think, is definitely going to be the wild card in this group because she's from Australia. She didn't finish SBT last weekend. Who knows what she can throw together here. And then Marissa Boaz, you know, she finished 8th in 2021 at Garmin Gravel Worlds. She's a mom. She won the Unbound 100 in 2022. You know, it's pretty exciting to have these three women as the heavy hitters in this chase group, but you know, I also kind of wanted to know what you guys think Lauren Stevens does in a situation where she's riding with two teammates. Like, what do you do in that situation? Do you try to get away, or do you just like kind of keep the free speed until you get closer to the finish line?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think you're gonna. I would think she's gonna keep the free speed until she senses something and opportunity presents itself for her to kind of go away. And, you know, she's put a really big block in and a big block in at altitude before SBT to be able to win that race by, I think it was over 8 minutes. So she certainly isn't afraid of kind of going on her own, especially with that aero bar setup that she has. And I'll ask you, Amanda, I think, you know, Justine Barrows, you know, came out and she raced the race in Oregon Trail gravel 5-day stage race, and she actually had some pretty good results on a few days. Also, I think crashed at the end and didn't finish, but it seems like she needs a launch pad, and she's a very, very, very good climber. Do you think there's anything left on this course with her and those two athletes she's around where she can possibly get away? And one last extra question. Looked like there was somebody not that far behind.
Yeah, there was a fourth rider. Yeah, I was wondering if that was a
lap
female
rider, or was that someone from this chase group?
Oh, nice catch. Yeah, Emma's right behind us. So she's going to reattach right now. Emma Grant just clawed her way back after stopping at aid station 2. She's about to come into view on the camera, and there she is. We now have Emma Grant reattaching. So now this is your top 7, 4th through 7th right here in view. Yeah, I think that's a great question about Justine. I don't think so. Bill and I drove the last 60 miles of this course yesterday, and kind of our takeaway was like there were some really big rollers with about 50 miles to go, and then after that there's not much that's going to cause a huge separation. I mean, I think the only thing that could happen is somebody who can throw down Watts in the flats, kind of like Eno did to gap off Adam. That's probably going to be the same thing that happens in both of these women's groups that are left. You know, just who's willing to really like hammer it in the flats towards the end, because the climbing legs right now, there's not much left where they can actually like make a gap.
Amanda, did you see that quadruple take of Justine Barrows when she got to the back of the group? It was like, oh, crap, there's somebody else here again. I didn't know somebody else was here. She's a little surprised that Emma showed up.
Yeah, they probably thought she was done for, but I mean, Emma probably had a good strategy to make sure she had the stuff that she needs to get to the finish right now. We are at mile 126-ish, so, you know, they still have 25 miles left to go, and depending on the pace, that could be an hour and a half to 2 hours, depending on how much they want to just play around here, basically. But yeah, kind of exciting. We'll see if Emma Grant, you know, burned any matches to get here and how long she's going to hang on.
To that end, when you were talking about the group of three and who is going to be the Eno in the women's race with the topography that's left, if you had to assess the strengths of the lead three women, who's going to be the woman that does that the best?
That's a great question, because Carolina Migon, I mean, she won the Traca 360 this year, so she's like got that engine that can go on forever, but at the same time, like, Emily Newsom has all of this road racing experience, and so does Lauren. So the exciting thing is it's sort of like a diesel engine versus like two really tactical and smart racers that are probably watching for like any kind of cue they have to take advantage over the other person. So I think it's like best case scenario for those front three for us to see like a really exciting finish out of them.
Yeah, no, I think it's going to be an exciting finish for sure. And I get a question. Like, I think you make good points about Emma and being kind of tactical. Like, clearly, she now doesn't have to stop, right? And 24 miles, 25 miles, as you said, maybe up to an hour and a half. It's not, I mean, you tell us how hot it stinking feels out there. And if you're Emma, you're like, okay, I just did all the things to make sure I can get to that finish line. Not that these other women necessarily overlooked that. But it seems like, especially if she was able to bridge that gap back, if some efforts start going in the fight for this podium, it seems like she's got some of that time trial effort left in her. Would you think?
Oh yeah, for sure. And also, what could, you know, they might have had cold water, which at temperatures like this, if she got cold water from those coolers and is able to cool her core temp, she might have a serious advantage right now, even if she burns some matches to get here. But yes, it is roasting at the moment. 88 degrees probably feels closer to 97 is what the weather apps are saying. So it's toasty. I think every little hill, we're just going to see how these women either fall apart or keep turning the screws on each other. But yeah, I think watch out for Emma. She might have a cooler core temp than everyone else.
Yeah, there you go. Very, very good call. Amanda, appreciate the insight as always. Super, super helpful. And man, there's still a lot of racing. It's you know, obviously a race for first place and still a race for the podium. As it looks like around this corner, Lauren Steven got a little bit dispatched. Now's the opportunity. If the racing is full on, if you're a Pond Mile rider, you'd tell someone to go, go, go. But I think there's a truce in this group, Dee, where either these two athletes just really don't have it or they're content with getting second or third. Because right there, if you've got 10 meters and you got your teammate in front of you, say, go, 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 go.
I think there was a lack of awareness. Like, I don't think either one looked over their shoulders.
Oh, she saw it.
She
the
did
second one saw it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're right to make ask that question, but it's the split-second decisions. And if you don't have it, if you're not feeling good, you're just like, I won't say anything.
Yeah.
Because
I don't want her to go. I don't want her to go because I don't want to have to go.
Exactly. But now a lot more watching even now that Emma Grant pulled into this group. But we'll see how close they get to our leaders after this quick commercial break. And we're back at the Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf with our women's lead. We've got our two Panama riders and Lauren Stevens. And that, of course, is Emily Newsom and Carolina Magone. A little chat from the teammates. What's going on, man? You good? You tired? I'm kind of tired. No? You good?
Little pat on the shoulder. You'll be okay. It's only 100 degrees. It's not going to get any more humid because we're already at 100%. So look on the bright side.
Yep. No, exactly. And these athletes a little different. Definitely a little more paying attention. Again, I really just think Emma. She's got that big road racing experience. She's had great results at races like Cascade Classic, Gila. Raced for the 2024 team for a lot of years. I was actually able to work a car DS4 back in the day, and man, if she gets a gap, she can hurt herself. And I think when she gets within a distance to go that seems reasonable, we might see her try to make a move if Baez does not, or some of these other athletes. But I think she has more of the skill set to be able to stay away. And it just looks like the way she's carrying herself, she's got energy. But at the same time, I'm totally overlooking Crystal Anthony, who is used to humid races. She's also taking care of herself. We saw her take the most time of anybody at 85 miles and then bridge up. So certainly can't underestimate her. And not that its size has that much to do with it, but she is the smallest rider in this group, so she's actually been saving more energy than the rest of these riders sitting in the wheel, and that does over time, and 150 miles in 7 hours of racing, like that does have an effect.
Again, but when we look at the topography of where the women are and what is left, they're through they're sort of in the middle now of some of the bigger rollers, but they're going to get to a point where it is downhill, and that's where we saw certainly in our men's race, Pete Stetina not able to do much as, again, a smaller framed rider with the downhills, just struggling to keep up with some of the more sort of powerhouse riders. Not to say that she's not, powerful, but if you assess the terrain that's left for a smaller rider, that window of opportunity is definitely shutting down.
It is for sure. And I think you're right. For her to get away, so to speak, is going to be challenging. But for her to sit in the wheels, as long as she has the gearing to do so.
Correct. Yeah.
And I think if I had to bet on someone in this group for having the best sprint, it would probably be her. But we still have
a long ways to go.
A long ways to go, and these three athletes up the road. So the sprint finish, that's going to be the marquee one is going to be possibly, if they get to the finish with these three riders, is going to be from this group.
But a lot of racing still to go for these women, certainly more than an hour of ride time on the books, and things are only getting hotter out there for sure. So athletes having to look after themselves, and that's where we saw Emma Grant of that group of chasers, the one to stop at that aid station. That could work in her favor as well. Yes, Crystal stopped at the mile 85 aid station and took the most time there looking after herself, but that was quite a while ago. So conditions have changed pretty significantly since then. So at this point, it's the athletes, and it's such a challenge because as you get deeper and deeper into the level of fatigue, your brain is less and less able to sort of be aware and make good decisions. But at this stage of the race, the thing that's going to be to your best advantage is making good decisions in the right moment. And when you're that tired, that's a really, really hard thing to ask on your brain.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, it's, we need energy for the legs and the muscles and the output, but also just to, remember how to shift gears properly.
Make good choices.
Yeah. Just survival can be challenging at this point, but still a lot of work for these women to go. 7 hours and 13 minutes in at this point. That's a long day of racing, Dee.
It's a very, very long day of racing.
And we can see these times maybe a little bit slower than we have in years past. And I would say we definitely don't take anything away from the effort that these women are putting out there. Can't ignore the fact that this is that first year that they've had separate starts.
Yes.
So in the years past, it was who could hang on the longest with a larger men's field, and that obviously you can get pulled along quite a bit in that scenario.
Oh, no doubt. Makes a huge, huge difference And certainly, like we talked earlier in the show about how this surface, because of how the gravel lies, that when you're in those tire tracks, it actually rolls pretty quick. Like, it's a pretty quick course, but certainly the conditions on the day are making it a lot more challenging out there for the athletes as well. So that might be contributing to some of the slower times also.
Totally. And not having Lauren LDC out here.
Sure.
She is one that, when tactics are always different, and it's not a shoulda, coulda, woulda. I'm not saying she would be up here, but if she was, she'd be at the front in her aero bars riding as hard as she could, even if the people were sitting on her wheel, right? So like that dynamic change is different because, you just got to beat the athletes you're with. And I think these women are playing it pretty smart.
Playing it smart, up out of the saddle. Again, mindful of those potential muscle cramps. So any opportunity you get to stand up, stretch out, do something a little different, give those primary muscle groups a little bit of a break or a little refresher, certainly going to be a benefit.
Dude, no doubt. You got to do all the little things at this point. You got to make sure you're doing everything to put your best foot forward to be able to react quickly if somebody makes a move, because that's the hard part right now. And that's like part of the biggest, tactically thing that these women have is that if you have the energy and you make it somewhat of a surprise if you attack, man, people are so just tired out that they might not even be able to respond. And a second or two goes by and they're like, wait, brain, I should go. It's like,
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Totally.
The brain is, at this point, sort of one of your biggest handicaps, because you're just not able to process the information that the race course is giving you. As we are now through our lead three women through 136.3 miles, having climbed 7,981 feet by this point. So still a bit of climbing left to go. But it's the brain that sort of keeps you from thinking clearly and making good choices in the moment.
It certainly is. It's gotten me in trouble on and off the bike, Didi. Many times. See these athletes pointing out, being good, teammates, so to speak. At this point, we've seen Carolina point out some holes and making sure she's calling out other riders that they're passing and taking their time and again following the rules of the road to a T. So great job, all these women, making sure they're doing it right.
Doing it right, indeed. We've got 17 of our elite men across the finish line. So if you're down there, the party's just getting started. Get down there, support some of these tremendous athletes in their efforts today. Of course, we have all distances still rolling in. Our 75-mile and 50K races wrapped up a while ago, but some of our age group athletes, everybody out there going to celebrate their own finish. So party just getting started from first to last, first finisher across the line to the very last one late tonight. The party will go on, I believe, until 10 p.m. When sound ordinances make you shut down the music. So party's just getting started.
There you go. And this is our chase group, rolling along pretty well. 4 athletes doing a great job. It looks like John Borselman just came across the finish line. 16th place for him. Not the day he was looking for, but respected the race and got across the finish line. Always appreciate that. John's attitude. Great dude. We can see our 4 chase women doing the best as they can. Marissa Boaz at the front. Justine Barrows in there as well. Crystal Anthony on the left of the back of the group, and Emma Grant on the right of the back of the group.
So do we lose Marissa?
No, she's at the front.
Oh, she's at the front. So there's 5. Crystal, Marissa, Justine, 4.
Yep.
Yeah, my brain's not able to make good choices.
I know. It's
like adding. Adding is a choice.
It's adding and observational counting.
Yes.
I see 5 people on the screen. It's fine. It's been a long day for us too, everybody, but they're keeping it interesting for sure. Man, again, I do think Emma's.
You think she's got the goods?
She's just playing it right. She's just in the back as much as she can. She made that smart play before, still had the energy to bridge back up. I've just seen her grind at a high output late in hard races before, and I'm sure I'll be wrong, but it seems like she's putting herself in the position to do so again.
And Chasers at 132, so the gap our leaders through 135. So again, I think obviously I don't think we're going to see anybody bridge up, but see if the time gap that these two groups moving at the same pace now that we're deep into the race, and it's all about sort of strategy and the riders that you're with as opposed to necessarily getting to the finish line faster overall.
Yeah. No, it's nobody cares what their time is at this point, unless less times means you're drinking nice things and eating nice foods,
sitting in a tub of ice.
Yeah. No, that's that. It's what place you get at this point. These athletes and that paycheck associated with what place you get, right? So it's going to be, I believe it's $1,500 or $2,500, including that extra $500 they got for that bonus that these athletes are going to get when they cross the finish line. But there we go. That's Carolina Migon, Emily Newsom, and Lauren Stevens.
Extra bottle in the mouth there. Looks like she picked that one up from the last aid station and tucking it down the front of the jersey there for safekeeping. She had that squirreled away, saving it for a rainy day, so to speak, and topping off that hydration, getting some more electrolyte in for the miles left to come.
There you go. You see wide open road behind these athletes. Last we had check was over 12 minutes, so quite a gap these three women have on the chasers. And it's Lauren Stevens looking to make it a back-to-back big paycheck weekend or 2 weeks. That would be actually
I call that a successful race block.
7 days would separate it if she ended up getting two $5,000 or more paychecks at these races. So not a bad week's worth of racing if she's able to get across that finish line first. But no doubt that Pont de Mal riders are going to give her as much of a challenge as possible.
And how much strategy are these athletes talking about pre-race, like the two team riders talking about how things may play out?
Yeah, so different. Like these are the subtle moves that you make when you have a teammate in the race, right? So right now she's like, okay, I'm going to let this gap open nice and slow. It's not going to be anything huge. Maybe I whisper something to my athlete as I let this happen, and then I'm going to make Lauren Stevens jump across. And that makes Lauren Stevens bridge this gap. And that's the first sign, whether or not it was on purpose or not, that was the first sign of, okay, truce is over. We've got racing to do as we come into the finish. And that was Carolina, I believe, that let that gap open up and made Lauren chase. And now what you might see is Lauren be like, okay, well, I'm not pulling through.
Yeah.
Right? So like the whole dynamic of the race could change after that moment. And what you'll get is attack after attack after attack, theoretically.
Trying to dull the legs of Lauren.
By the Pont de Mal riders, but the chances of that backfiring where Lauren's just like, okay, well, maybe I'll just attack and ride by myself to the finish line. I think the chances of that are reasonably high. And again, I didn't see the initial. Sometimes there's like breaks that happen by mistake where a rider rolls through and you just let a gap. But it was clear once there was a small gap that Carolina let that gap open. So I would be surprised if Lauren continues to take strong pulls with these two athletes after that move.
Interesting to see the strategy unfold. I mean, obviously, we're not talking to the athletes as this is going on, but based on your years of experience, both racing and sort of observing these races, to guess how things might be playing out here. But to my point, or my original question is, how much do these riders chat before the race and say, hey, this is how we want this to unfold. This is what we think is going to happen. This is who we think is going to be with us. And how much they're following a script, and how much that puts Lauren at a different disadvantage?
Yeah, no, good question, and thanks for coming back to it. I think, before the race, the tactic that you would hope would be the two of you in a small group to finish, right? Whether or not like you couldn't write out the two of us and Lauren Stevens, like maybe you'd think that's going to happen for sure, but and then kind of once that happens, it's kind of textbook. You kind of know what options you have to play those numbers against Lauren. And it still has to come down to how you feel, how Lauren feels. At some point when Lauren's at the front taking a pull and an athlete's coming back, they might have a quick conversations like, how you feeling? Be like, dude, I am gone. And then you're the athlete that's going to maybe make these false attacks to then force Lauren to make moves, and then the other athlete attacks off of that. Or an athlete would say, dude, I'm really good. Can you do this for me? And these are, because the group is so small, it's really hard to have those communications, obviously, without Lauren knowing. You might just give a thumbs up or thumbs down or whatever, but good question. But I think there's
one grunt for yes, two grunts for no.
Totally. There's like a limited amount of tactics that are available, and I think it's kind of unspoken, and they probably know, hopefully, what those tactics are. And to be fair, the Panama team is a team per se, but not necessarily, right? So like, yes, they've spent time together. They're gonna probably work for each other. They're certainly not gonna do anything to hinder each other's race. But I don't know if that team is to the point where someone's going to like self-sacrifice their race for the other
They're
person's.
not pooling prize money and splitting it amongst the,
No, but if they're not feeling good and they're like, I'm going to get third anyways, I'll do something to make sure I put this person in the best opportunity to possibly win. And our tactics in here, there's a bunch more options, and there's, it's not
well, you don't have the team factor here, right? You don't have the team alliance here, or it's a less natural alliance. You might know your competitor's strengths and weaknesses and try to leverage that to your benefit, but there isn't the same allegiance in a group of individual riders. So it's a slightly different dynamic, yeah?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Very, very different, and, not comparable really to a certain extent, but here we go. We can see maybe a tiny bit of a crosswind coming from the right. These athletes, angled out, so they all get protection. But again, the Panama riders at the front doing their turn. It doesn't look like too much disruption has happened from that very subtle move to make Lauren do a little bit of work.
Yeah, maybe just a little test of a tactic, a little test of the legs, a little test of the focus. Is Lauren, paying attention? Is she out to lunch back there? But again, by observation, and this has been my observation for quite some time, of these three riders, again, just observing, Lauren has spent the least amount of time on the front.
Yeah, I'd say so. And, I think the other thing it could be, it's a test, but it's also a test of that rider in the back to actually see and visually see what Lauren looks like when she's bridging back up.
Yep.
Right? If it's quick and snappy and you're looking over your shoulder like she did, you're like, okay, well, us wearing her out probably isn't going to work because she looks pretty good still. Or if it's something else, you get back up to your teammate like, dude, she's not as good as we think. Let's go. Let's keep doing this, right? So, yeah, definitely a test of sorts, or just a chance to have an observation. But yeah, Emma Grant still just sitting at the back of the group, just as Lauren Stevens did. And it's funny, they're not really pushing her through at all. Like, she's being allowed to kind of sit at the back of this group and not really contribute in any way. I almost was confused whether or not they thought they were turning there. They went so slow through that intersection, but still definitely everybody's looking at each other.
Yeah, they're looking around. No one seems to want to be the instigator, especially Emma Grant, who's been very patient since she got back on this group, very patient at the back of the group, which to me, it doesn't symbolize the fact that she's tired from getting back on. I think she's being strategic. I think she's got a full tank. She's topped up all of her bottles more recently than the women around her, and I think she's saving energy, plotting a move.
Oh yeah, no, she's got the energy, she's got the wits, she knows what she's doing, and doing a great job of it, for sure. And I do think when it's ready, when it's time for her, she's going to make it known, the energy that she has left.
Crystal also not spending a whole lot of time on the front as well. So, again, with a group this small, you would think that there would be some orders being barked about and people saying, hey, take your turn.
Right, totally. Yeah, and there's really no like efficient in that group right now, or personality that I would expect to have that, right? Generally, there's like that little captain that's in there, maybe barking orders. As we said in the men's race, it was Pete Stetina for a period of time, but right now it doesn't look like there's anybody in this group. So kind of.
Yep. Stupid question, but coming from a sport where it's a non-draft format and you're not around people for this amount of time. You're sort of on your own.
Yeah.
How much chatter is going on? Like, how much are these women like chatting? Earlier, maybe more?
Maybe. It kind of depends on the vibe of the race and the personalities, but you wouldn't believe this, but I chat a lot in these races.
You don't say.
Imagine that. I've actually come home with laryngitis a few times after these races because I like to chat so much. But a lot of times, especially when you're in this state and it's that hot and you're just suffering, there's not that much to chat about, and you kind of can maybe get annoyed by somebody else chatting. As we see our chase group cruising down this descent, you know, we had a chance to catch up with one of our race leaders, Lauren Stevens, defending her current gravel national champion, and check out her bike setup and her bike check. And yeah, let's take a look.
All right, I'm here with Lauren Stevens. She just recently won SBT Gravel, and she's out here at Gravel Worlds. How's it going, Lauren?
Yeah, it's going good. Looking forward to tomorrow or today. Whatever's happening while y'all are seeing this.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so before we get into your bike check here, I want to ask you, what is your strategy with the aid stations?
Yeah, so I'm planning to start with 4 liters, so a pack with 2 liters and then 2 1-liter bottles on my bike. And then my plan is to only stop at the Oasis and have that as the one refill spot.
The Garmin Oasis at...
Yeah, the Garmin Oasis, I think it's around a mile 100, 104, I'm not sure. It's somewhere around there. I did the same strategy last year with distance-wise, and it worked out well. But you also have to be prepared for what the group's doing. So, you know, if my entire group stops at the first one, then it behooves me to go ahead and fill, because that means they're probably not stopping at the Oasis. So the majority rules at some point.
Okay, nice. So we will look out to see what Lauren does, and also kind of see what else the women are doing up to that point. The other interesting thing is that Garmin Oasis around 85 is going to be where those women's preems are. Do you anticipate sort of like racing for yourself to there, or has there been any talks of like racing together to get to that point?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens between the start and that Garmin Oasis at 85. We'll each get $500 if we're not caught by the amateurs behind us. So, yeah, I would expect there to be some group motivation.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, this is beautiful Venton bike. Tell us about it. Walk us through kind of your setup for today.
Yeah, so Ventum custom painted this frame for me because I'm the current U.S. national champ, so I really appreciate the extra work that they put in. My favorite thing about this bike is I've got this little logo here with my nickname, Lolly, so it's always going to be my bike. Yeah, the tires, I'm going to go with a wide tire. I'm actually going to run different tires than are on here right now. So if you're seeing this and seeing me out there, I'll be on some Vittoria Dries with tan walls, but also still the same width of a 47. So just a little more traction because these corners are loose. So you're going to want some traction there. I got some pretty awesome bar tape that I hear it took my husband quite some time to wrap. Apparently doing 2 colors is quite tedious, but Arundel has been a supporter of me since I began racing, so it's pretty stoked to have that. My number plate is going to be attached here on this SoPro mount, which allows me to have it down for everyone to see when they want to, and for me to flip it up when I want to be aerodynamic, which is most of the time. Underneath this tape here, I have a Tubolito tube, so super lightweight tube. Hopefully I don't need it, but it's always there in case I do need it. And I went with mountain bike pedals. I've been going with mountain bike pedals since I switched to the GRX shoes. They're quite stiffer than the mountain shoes, so I don't mind being on mountain bike pedals. Previously, I always rode road pedals unless there was going to be mud, but I've been pretty happy running mountain bike pedals this year. And yeah, that's about it.
There you go. Good stuff. I must say she's got a little bit of Jane Dirt vibes, if you know what I'm talking about. A little bit. Look at the denim. Joe Dirt? No? Nobody?
No.
Okay, good. Thanks for hanging me out there to dry there. That's cool.
I'm so not cool, Matt. You should know this about me by now.
I did know that. But if you all are enjoying watching at home, obviously great race, great course, great support, good vibes. We've got Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. Secure your spot today for the lowest prices. Registration begins November 24th. So don't secure your spot today. Secure it in November. But you can get here in 2025. It's going to be awesome.
And remember, it's not just the 150-mile course. There's something for everyone. You can run a 10K. You can run a 25K. You can bike a shorter distance. You can bike a 50K, a 75-mile. If you're super gnarly and epic, you want to do the 300-mile, that's open to you too. So many distances to choose from. So as we take a look at all of our race options, these are the ones here. And who knows, by next year we may be adding even more. Let's not forget the multi-sport event, the triathlon, happening tomorrow. So there really, truly is something for everyone. And when I say the vibes are so great, it's just been such a great weekend. People enjoying riding bikes, living active lifestyles, Good Life brands, that's what they're all about. You know, getting people out, getting them healthy, active, good food, good exercise, good vibes.
Good vibes all around. Good vibes for these ladies as well. They've gone through the 140-mile mark, so just less than 10 miles to go. A little bit more for these ladies, guesstimating they're probably 3 or 4 miles behind at this point.
Yeah, about 15 minutes back.
Yeah, so still a fair amount of work for these ladies to do. And again, it'll start coming down a little bit quicker if some of the, if an effort starts to occur and if we start to have infighting, so to speak, in this chase group.
We can only hope.
Yeah, it's, we want everybody to get across that finish line, and we want to do so with as much excitement as possible. But can these 4 women pull back anytime? Maybe, maybe not, but we certainly know there's going to be quite a battle for the top 3 spaces and then those final 2 podium places. Please stay with us after this quick commercial break.
I'm John Borstelman. I live in San Luis Obispo, California. I'm a cyclist, and I primarily compete in gravel. Even though I'm from Nebraska, I am a big seafood person. The individual portion fillets, to have the variety available on the website is amazing too. If I get excited about a certain recipe or something that I want to try, I can source the protein right from Good Life and know that it's going to be the highest quality and delicious.
I'm Sam Long. I live in Tucson, Arizona. I'm a professional triathlete. Yeah, certified Piedmontese, I mean, it's just the family staple at our house. Every night we're having certified Piedmontese products, and I just really do believe if you eat well, then you're gonna recover well. Not only am I eating this food as a sponsored athlete, but I'm also able to give that to my family, and we all enjoy it every night.
Back to the action here. Our women's chasers, some starting to sense the urgency. Looks like Crystal Anthony trying to get something done here, going off the front a little bit.
She is, testing the legs maybe of the athletes that are alongside her. Emma Grant got some food in her mouth, but
caught up in a little bit of a move. Up, just a little head fake.
Yeah, a little bit, just testing the legs, and we'll see if anybody responds out of that. Make sure we still have, we got Justine still there. And again, these efforts probably going to be tough for Justine, definitely more of a climber, but definitely has the strength to be able to keep up if she can get on the wheels. But if they keep doing this in these kind of faster downhill sections, it's going to be pretty hard for Justine. I think she might be tapping out here pretty soon. We can tell she's kind of on the edge. Long day, super hot. And when the other athletes are pushing where your maybe weakness lies, it's just a matter of time.
And back to our leaders here again, seeing if any change in activity here. Women getting down to it. So if someone's going to make a move and not leave it to the end, they're running out of real estate to do that. But so far, status quo among our lead 3 women.
Yep, still got that Lauren Stevens Sammy through there with the pound a mile bread, and still cruising along. We're just waiting for somebody
to do something,
to make a move. I think the 2 pound a mile riders are afraid of Lauren Stevens and poking the bear too early. Because then you got to race the rest of the time as hard as you can. If you wait to do anything till late, then at least maybe you don't
but
win.
do you? I mean, why not test it and see if you can, I guess because they don't think they can do.
They know.
Right?
You can tell how somebody's pulling, whether or not. And they might be holding some cards back too, but at this point, they know who's got the energy of these three. There's really no hiding, certainly in these conditions. And Lauren seems like she's in a good spot. There's a little bit of communication there from the pound a mile riders, maybe telling each other how they feel, what the energy is. But Lauren Stevens doesn't seem to be too stressed about getting to the front, taking a pole.
And they're going to leave her. If I were them, I would leave her on the front as long as possible, right? Let her, because again, by my observation, she has strategically spent less time at the front. But if you're the other two riders and you're trying to force something to happen, maybe your last strategy is, well, let's put her on the front and see if we can't save our legs and do something a little bit later.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I think that's fair call. But we'll see. We know the section of road. We've seen the pro men come through here not too long ago, so certainly know there's some fast riding sections. Still some some ups and some little crests of hills that they need to power over. But coming on one of the longer downhill sections, or sustained downhill sections, and just a couple little ramps into the last 5 miles of the race.
Coming up to the intersection here, no stopping necessary. We do have police support at this particular intersection, so all the athletes free and clear safely through that intersection. So thank you again to local police for their support out there today at some of these key intersections, keeping athletes safe.
Yeah, they certainly are. We appreciate their time and effort in doing so. Great overhead shot of those two pound a mile riders taking their turn, and letting Lauren Stevens do her work as well. Word on the course is we've got Crystal maybe making another move in that chase group. So Crystal Anthony again sounds like she's making a move in that chase group. Lots of action happening back there.
Yeah, she had tested once before. Didn't amount to anything, but looks like she's testing again.
Yeah.
And that's how you make things happen. You keep tapping at it, right? You keep cracking at it long enough. Eventually someone or something's going to crack through.
Oh, for sure.
And hopefully it's not you.
That's our only hope, can be that it's somebody else that cracks and not yourself. Here you go. Awesome shot of our leaders. We get Emily Newsom. They're getting a little bit barked at there. I think encouragement is what they're getting from our people out on the course.
I tell you, like, just looking at them, you can see why they're, I don't want to use the word afraid, respectful of Lauren Stevens. She looks cool and calm as a cucumber.
Jane Dirt, no stress.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't know Jane Dirt, dude.
You still haven't Googled Jane Dirt?
Ride dirt. But I think you could just see the look of fatigue on the other two riders, and to me, Lauren looks absolutely cool and calm. And she's probably not cool because it's bloody hot out there, but she looks calm and she looks she's wearing less fatigue on her face than the other two women.
Yeah, for sure. She's got game face. She's not playing any head games at all. Not trying to fake like she's hurting more than she is. She's letting those other athletes see that she's feeling pretty good. She's in a good spot. But just in that rotation, doing the best that she can, just chilling out, and again putting the effort in when she needs to, but not at any other time. So right now, still our leaders are two pound a mile riders. Emily Newsom at the front, it looks like at this point, and then Carolina McGowan, and then Lauren Stevens. Again, chase group behind of 4. It sounds like Crystal Anthony is making and or made a move not too long ago, and we'll get cameras on when we can, but there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Speak of the devil. and it shall appear. There's Crystal, just a little bit of gap, and that's Emma Grant pulling, and it looks like at this point pulling the other riders back up to Crystal to neutralize that effort of Crystal Grant.
And again, Emma had been sitting at the back, so she's sort of showing now that she's got the legs because she is the one that's covering that move.
Yeah, which is always like a little annoying when you're like, man, we've been trying to get you to pull all day long. I knew you had energy. But now they know, and they're probably not going to pull her around, especially knowing that they've probably got a gap on the athletes behind. They're not going to catch the athletes ahead, so they're kind of racing each other, and there's going to be no gifts in that space.
Well, and they know that only 50% of the athletes in that group are going to go home with more than the $500, right? There's only 2 more pay spots up for grabs, and they're certainly going to want one of them to be to themselves.
Yeah, and they might have been hoping that things would pop off here with this front group a little earlier, 10 or 15 miles ago, so that when somebody cracks, maybe they have a chance to move up, and there's some math that happens that allows the podium to go a little bit deeper if one of these athletes blows up, but not the case. These top 3 certainly out of reach for those chasers unless mechanical of some sort happens. And love these overhead drone shots. Crew's doing a great job out there today. It doesn't get any better than that. Great work. And again, Emily Newsom and Carolina Begone with Lauren Stevens in third wheel.
Where does Lauren make her move? When's it gonna happen?
I just don't know, Dee Dee.
I know, but I want to know. I want to know now.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to know quite now. Yeah. But you're going to know pretty soon because there's not much to go. And I don't think she's going to leave it for the sprint, especially seeing how – I wouldn't say that the lead-in is hectic, but it's not totally straightforward. Yeah. She's going to know. She's seen it before. But if you have 2 teammates, you could have somebody who's kind of blocking you into a certain section of the course. So I would be shocked if Lauren Stevens – went into the last 1,000 meters with these 2 athletes. I think that would be a huge error. But what we did see from our men's finish from Eno is that you can ride your air, like you could ride through that very, very quickly in your aero bars and still be fine. Yep. So I think she could do that and just hope that those athletes never get by. But I'd think she'd probably try to get away first. We got a quick shot of Emma Grant right there on screen. With the other 3 athletes that she's with as they chase as best they can our 3 leaders that are up the road.
Well, not to mention that finish chute, not the actual chute itself, but the entryway once you get to the compound, there's some dodgy corners there. I mean, we saw them cutting the gravel and taking the grass, but there's some slick corners there, and to have 3 through there might be a little chaotic and leaving something to chance, even if you're confident in your sprint ability. I think with some squirrely corners and some patches of gravel in there, if you take a corner tight, the last thing you want to do in the lead of a race is get out, 50 meters from the finish line.
Totally. And I mean, clearly the Pound of Mall riders are going to want to hit that last 100, 200 meters as a group of 3. That is that is their chance of beating Lauren Stevens. So if Lauren makes an attack, when she does, they're going to cover as best they can because of that confusion with all those corners and different terrain. There we go. And we've got Carolyn Megone going a little bit wide, but then getting right in front of the athletes that she's chasing. Not sure why she wants to get back on the left side of the road. Want to keep those athletes out of your draft as much as possible. Don't kind of gift that draft
back to them.
Yep. But Lauren Stevens right on it. And, if these guys are playing, we're going to have an attack from Emily Newsom. But not enough. There's just not enough gas. There's not pop. They're doing it.
Well, and this is a little bit of an uphill, too, I think. A little bit. You're just not going to get the velocity when you take off on that to stomp on the pedals to get away. Although it does look like they're leaving one. They're leaving one back, right? I mean, it looks like, I don't know who that second attack was.
Yeah, that was Emily Newsom in that second attack, for sure. And you're right. Going uphill, if you've got the energy, that's actually the place to do it. But she doesn't have that dynamic pop energy.
Yeah.
Right? So, then it's like, oh.
You can't generate the velocity with that amount of fatigue to make that stick. And she managed to get rid of her teammate there. but didn't have sort of the, so now she's looking around and she's like, oops, sorry.
Well, that was kind of, to be fair, to go back, that was kind of a self-sacrifice by her teammate.
Yep.
When you do a move at that point that she knew most likely wasn't going to stick, you're doing that to then force the competitor to try to bridge you back, to take something out of their legs so that then your teammate can capitalize. And now, if Lauren Stevens wants it to be 2, she has to stay on front. So right now, Newsom has no obligation. Or sorry, this is Carolina Magone. Sorry, I mistook these 2 athletes. That's Carolina.
Well, they're dressed the same, so I get it.
Yeah, it's true. If she wants it to be just those 2, she has to ride. Carolina says, like, no, my teammate's at back. So right now what she's doing, she's like, I'm going to wait for my teammate. And then as soon as her teammate comes, her teammate's going to roll past and make an attack, or vice versa. There is zero reason for Carolina to put any effort in. So right now she's at the front, but she's not pulling.
But then why is Lauren Leonard doing it? Why doesn't Lauren just ride straight to the finish?
Because that's her choice. She's deciding she'd rather not do an effort from here to the finish. And now the 3rd athlete is going to come back, and she should use her energy to go right past to the left, surprise Lauren. Exactly. Perfect. Textbook teammate tactics, but Lauren was waiting for it. She knew it was going to happen. And now Lauren should get on this wheel, and then if Carolina has the energy, she's going to attack again. And then Lauren will have to keep the pace up. So this is where that 2-on-1 can really be beneficial. Whether or not these 2 Pound Mile riders have enough gas to make it impactful is the other question, right? So it's just going to keep happening over and over again, and it's just 2.5 miles to go. And I will say, happening over and over again, as long as Emily can get back
on
again.
Yep.
But now that Carolina knows Lauren is with her, she's off the gas until Lauren now makes her own move. So that's the race. They did everything they could to try to double team Lauren, and Lauren attacks after the 3rd counter. And
enough is enough.
That's
you
your
can
race.
see she just has nothing left in the tank. That's it.
Yep, that's your race. And amazing textbook racing from those Pound Mile riders. They couldn't have done any better. They're just with an athlete that's in a better spot, and perfect tactics on how to respond to all those. Not too quickly, not overly exuberantly, by Lauren Stevens. And then when it mattered, you could tell someone didn't have the gas to do a real attack. You then come over the top, get in the aero bars, and go away. But it's stabilized to an extent, so it doesn't look like Carolina's too, completely out of it. But she's now chasing someone with aero bars in that situation, horse to the barn.
Net downhill.
Yes. It's going to be quite a challenge for them. And, she could wait for her teammate, but I think Emily's a bit gassed. But, dude, I think she's got more energy.
Yeah.
I think, unless we are, no.
Oh, no, that's,
sorry.
those are lapped athletes from different distances.
Yeah, so that's our car right next to Lauren Stevens. And then behind, we're going to have Carolina Magone doing her best to try to stabilize that gap.
Crazy the energy differential. I mean, I know it's the end of a 150-mile, really, really challenging, difficult race, but how quickly those gaps open up.
Oh, for sure. And what that is,
and how large they are in such a short amount of time.
And what that is when you're in a group of 3 and you see a group of 3 working together all day, there's an assumption that they're in a similar spot.
Yeah.
And there's an assumption that Lauren's taking, if everybody's taking pulls at 90%, that Lauren's taking pulls at 90%. She's taking pulls at 80%.
Yeah.
And then when it actually happens and the other athlete's tired, she's like, okay, now I'll start doing some 100% because I've been saving up my energy, right? And that's exactly your point. It just blows apart, especially if you're racing someone that lives in Austin and it's 90 degrees and 100% humidity.
Right.
Sorry.
This is where she lives her life. Yeah.
Thanks for coming out. I do this every weekend. This is a Saturday ride for me. But yeah, textbook, great tactics by all the women involved in that. Just the strongest athlete right now, Lauren Stevens, within about a mile and a half to go to the finish line here. We had a hunch she wouldn't go to the finish line with those 2 athletes, but they started it.
They did start it, and that was my that was what I was sort of curious about, is that, and maybe she knew they had to, right? She knew that they had to, so she was just waiting until they did and had that sort of poise to say, okay, I know they're going to attack, and when they attack, I just need to be ready. And she's absolutely capitalized on it. It looks like whoever this is still hasn't given up.
No, and I think this is Emily. I think this is the one that was doing the attacks and getting brought back. I can't really tell, but it looks like the mechanics of Emily, not Carolina, excuse me. But hard to tell from this angle, but she does seem like the athlete that's moving. It's hard to tell from this angle, but she might surprise Lauren Stevens.
Yeah.
And if she does it at the right time, close to the finish, and right now what you do if you're Emily Newsom, if that's Emily, not Carolina, you do your best to hide yourself in the view of that truck. Yeah. And if you can put yourself in a position where every time Lauren, and she probably won't even look over her shoulder, but if she looks over, she can't see you because you're behind the truck. Not that she's drafting, but just in the sight lines. Then you pounce with 500 meters to go when you're in that zone, right? But whether or not this downhill is going to take enough out of or put too much advantage into Lauren Stevens.
It looks like Lauren just did look over her shoulder, right? She did just turn around. I love the fight, whether that's Emily or Carolina, man. I love the fight because, we saw it play out and we're like, okay, that's it. Ride to the finish line, good try. But she has not given up.
That's why, again, this is a hunch, and just I kind of think it is, but it would almost make more sense if this is Emily, because that last attempt we saw to react was from Carolina, and you could tell she didn't quite have it, where it seemed like Emily had this diesel engine that she was still working with, and we'll be able to tell here in a moment. But this race is not over. She's looking over her shoulder again. She realizes that somebody's there and not too far behind, and she's got to keep an eye on that. And, dude, they are right. They're coming in to the final 1,000 meters.
Well, and to add a little bit of complexity, we've got some, I don't know if they're 75 milers or 50K athletes, but they're coming into the chute as well. So she's going to want to be clear of any kind of congestion. I mean, God forbid that any sort of athlete get tangled up in that, but she wants to have the real estate that she can navigate this with a degree of caution as she passes some of the other athletes. But there's quite a few turns left to go, and a couple of gnarly ones at that. So she's got to give herself the space.
Now she's got to keep it, and we'll see right here in this shot if we could see whether or not that Panama rider is within grasp right now of being able to just absolutely empty the tank to try to bring herself back to Lauren Stevens. But Lauren Stevens emptying the tank as well. Again, used to this humidity, used to these conditions, staying kind of on that well-ridden section of gravel where most of our men have gone through, trying to be as smooth as possible. Looking over her shoulder every now and then just to see if she's got enough time to get to this finish in front of that chasing Panama rider.
So she's got 2 right-hand turns left to go.
Hasn't looked over her shoulder yet. She's got to, she's got to keep the pace on, but has to be cautious around these corners. And I do think Eno's lines of the grass were the better lines because there's less loose over hard in that situation. It looks a little bit over her shoulder to see what's going on there. She knows she's got another right hand. She had to look pretty far, so I think now she's sitting up a little bit. Does not see that chasing rider. You can tell kind of on that gaze when it goes a little bit further back. But I think there's a little security now. Looks like the Panama rider might have tapped out, so to speak, Didi, or she's doing a great job hiding behind that truck. But I don't think she is. But here we go. Lauren Stevens into the final 100 meters of Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. And she is your 2024 champion, and she looks pretty excited about it. Got to bunny hop across that finish line when you win. Them the rules.
What a great couple of weeks of racing. Outstanding to back that up from a great performance just a week ago. Doing it again here today. So patient in the early going. Sat back, bided her time, covered the moves when they happened, and what a great race going up 2 against 1 against 2 team riders. She knew the attacks were going to come, had the presence of mind, and covered them all. Great performance out there today.
Yeah, and what do you win? You win champagne shower.
Yeah.
And it was Carolina Magone in second place, just 22 seconds behind. There we see her on screen. Great effort from her. And, man, she looks like she's in a pretty good energy spot, too. Just Lauren Stevens had the gas.
She's like, oh man, I smell really bad because it's really hot, and now I'm covered in champagne.
Champagne smell clears up everything.
I was gonna say the only thing that smells worse than champagne is hot champagne.
I think that's a reasonable observation. There we go, getting some cool water and some help from Hannah Shell out there giving some support to our athletes. We got our race director out there, Jason, as well, making sure everybody gets a champagne shower that is very appropriate and deserved. Emily Newsom coming across the finish line in 3rd place. And again, Didi, at the end there, they clearly were racing, but for the last 2 hours, and I think the vibe right now is that these 3 were a team. They did their best that they could. Only one gets a kiss from Matt Stevens. That is Lauren Stevens as she crosses the finish line.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I think Matt knows better.
If he was kissing Carolina, I might have some questions.
Yeah,
I might have some add-ons.
He's pulling himself out of the finish chute. No more making out. But great result from those 3. And here we go back to our chase group, where the action is now, and whether it's just gonna be a matter of who makes the right moves at the right time, who's got the energy to do any of those moves, and some real quick work. And we do have Amanda down at the finish line to have a chat with our women. Oh, sorry. Amanda's at the chase. What's going on at the chase, Amanda?
Yeah, I am still back here with the 4 riders that are racing for the 4th and 5th place positions, which is wide angle podium, but it's also in the prize money. So that's why I keep bringing it up. Like, they're still racing for money back here. It's pretty exciting, and they're also not settling. So Crystal is the one kind of animating and trying to make some stuff happen. We're sort of intercepting some riders. This is one of the 300-mile long voyage riders that has sort of like been in the play a little bit here, and they've been riding around, but basically Crystal tried to make some moves and they either got chased down by Marissa or Emma. So these are the riders right now, and like I said, they're not settling. They want that money for 4th and 5th as well.
Yeah, probably a dumb question, but am I wrong in thinking that Crystal should have maybe the best, like, quote-unquote sprint and, like, ability to move through that last couple 100 meters, maybe that's a few turns better than the other athletes? Am I naive in thinking that her cyclocross experience has her maybe in a better position? So I'm a little confused as why she's the one trying to make these moves further out.
Yeah, same. I mean, she could be sensing that they're all really tired and maybe she wants to try and get away ahead of time. I mean, I don't think she's as confident in her sprint probably, and she's like, well, if I can do it on some of these hills, I should. Right. But I think after trying that, I don't think she's going to try again. So she probably saw that everybody's going to be able to close it down and essentially is just looking.
Yeah, and also, I think, like, if looking at that group, it seems like Justine is actually, like, her energy's coming back around. She looks pretty peppy. And I do think Emily has a lot of energy, and she's one of maybe the stronger ones. It looks like now she's actually Emma Grant, making a move on the left. But I kind of feel like if she gets to 200 meters to go with these other athletes, she doesn't have kind of the acceleration to get those final 2 spots. So it looks like she now is all in with Crystal Anthony. If these 2 get away, that's probably it, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I think this is it. I think that just happened while we were talking about it. I have a feeling that Crystal might have sensed that Emma was the one strong enough because she closed that gap to Crystal when she went a few minutes ago. So maybe it happened, and then Crystal was like, okay, I'm going to go again. Emma's going to catch me, and maybe the other 2 will give up, and that's exactly what happened. So those 2 right now, Emma Grant and Crystal Anthony, they're racing for 4th and 5th. It looks like these 2 are going to kind of settle with being happy with 6th and 7th potentially, but we never know.
Yeah, you could kind of just tell Justine gave up a little bit, and smart moves by Crystal, because I think Emma's the one with the energy and she just doesn't have a pop, right? So, like, I think Crystal would be stoked to have someone to work with to get to the finish line. I'm pretty confident that she's gonna be able to get around Emma if they get into the last few hundred meters together.
Yeah, for sure. I think one thing I wanted to point out as these women are finishing, it's a pretty good international field from them. Like Emma Grant is a Brit, sort of a floating nomad all over the place, but she kind of lives in New Zealand. Justine Barrow, she's the Australian. Carolina Migon, she's Swiss. So kind of fun to have these top 7 women truly have an international field for Gravel Worlds.
Yeah, great observation. Yeah, you're right. Emma is all over. Isn't she in Colorado, Boulder at times too? I knew New Zealand too.
She's listed as Colorado.
Yeah, she really is. She kind of floats around.
That's amazing. Awesome, great stuff. And way to call that final kind of move from Crystal as we see them get over the road crossing there. But great stuff, Amanda. Really appreciate your insights.
Well, there you go. Crystal rewarded for sort of poking the bear in that group a little bit. She tested it a couple of times. It took a couple of more tries for it to stick, but found an ally there in Emma Grant, who had the strength and the good legs. We knew she was feeling strong because Emma was the only one out of those chasers that stopped at that final aid station and had the energy to pull back on, and then was very patient at the back of that group. But then every time Crystal tested, Emma answered, and so Crystal found her ally, and now these two will battle it out into the finish.
Oh.
But to your point, Crystal's probably the better sprinter, and Emma's a bit more of a diesel.
Yeah, and I think like, I wouldn't say, as Amanda said, like it's not like Crystal's like a phenomenal sprinter, but in cyclocross, she's in that situation a lot. So I would say that she is better, and no disrespect to Emma, but like she is like very much slow,
a one-speed wonder. Hey,
diesel. Yeah,
I'm one of those.
Totally,
I get it.
A lot of us are, but she's not gonna surprise anybody. But if she's given a couple meters, she's gonna make you work really, really hard. So she knows that too. So there might be a point in one of these downhills where she tries to get a gap on Crystal, or it's possible she's content just with that, not just with, but with the top 5 and that extra $1,000 to the 500 that she's got. But she would be naive to think that she's going to be able to get around Crystal at the end. The one move would be, and it would be hard to do with Crystal because she's cyclocross and has great handling abilities, but kind of what we saw do, where you're just like, okay, I'm just going to drive it as hard as possible,
Exactly,
take these corners as best I can, and maybe push somebody else into a position of making an error.
Well, and she does have a little bit of downhill coming, so that might be an opportunity for her to just get a couple of meters.
Yeah.
On Crystal being sort of the smaller, better hill climber, I'll say. And if Emma can carry some of that momentum on the downhills, maybe give herself a little bit of a cushion, and then wait and see if she can pull it off there in the chute. But it doesn't look like she's fixing to move, although we are at a stop sign here, so. Left-hand turn.
Taking a little left-hand turn. Yeah, we saw this is kind of the zone where the Panama riders were 1-2-ing. There we go. Little gap. Just even that corner was enough space for Emma to lose a bit. I don't think Crystal's going to be able to get away on that. I don't think she was trying to, but I think that shows you that if we get close to the finish and you've got those like 4 turns in the last 500 meters, Emma just doesn't have the skills that Crystal does to be able to do it. And here we go on the left side of our screen, our men's top 10, Didi. Simon Nordhaus Svensson getting the win in a pretty rad sprint finish, if you ask me. Eno in second, 2 seconds behind. Adam Roberge holding that podium spot after winning a few years ago. Pete Stetina doing California proud in 4th place. Ethan Overson was out there all day. He was the best finisher of our break from the beginning of the day. Chase Wark not far behind him. Daxon Mock in 7th. Trevor August put himself in a few moves, ended up 8th. Russell Finsterwald in 9th. And Andrew Dillman in 10th place.
There you go. Certainly some surprises. But now we see Crystal Anthony pushing the pace here, carrying some momentum. Emma Grant seemingly unable to answer. You could sort of tell on that last left-hand turn that Emma was sort of running out of juice. Could have been that she sort of spent her, although she is trying to come back a little bit here. There's a little bit of a hill here, so maybe Crystal trying to use that to her advantage. But Emma, she is what she is.
Dude,
She's
I told
a chugger.
you, she is a stinking diesel, man.
She is a chugger. Look at her. She's just like, yeah, I am going to mash these pedals.
It's a Cummins 24 valve with the farm rate diesel, just go. And she doesn't give up. She'll suffer all the way to the finish, but man, those changes of pace, not great for her. I mean, you could tell why she has done so well in the past on like really big mountain climbs and sustained high altitude road racing. And she's got the gearing and she's got the frame to be able to try to pull back Crystal Anthony, and it's just going to be how deep Crystal went.
Moshing
Dude, she's
those
gonna
pedals,
get
and
it.
Crystal's just a little hummingbird. She's like trying to get away,
Dude.
trying to get away. Emma's like, you will not get away from
No, dude,
me.
it's like a scene from like every 80s horror movie, right? Where you're running away from the axe murderer and they're walking, but they're somehow catching you still, right? That is Emma Grant for sure. But Crystal's fighting back. And again, this is kind of closer than they appear to a certain extent, but and that low RPM makes it even look more dramatic. But Crystal Anthony she's doing it.
It's so funny because you would tend to think of Crystal being able to maybe get away on some of these little rollers here at the end, but just Emma pushing that massive gear, not letting her go.
No, not at all, and making her work for every second of it. And every time Crystal looks over, she's like, "Come on, man! I just want to like pull off the gas a little bit. Come on, I don't want to go hard all the way to the finish."
Looks like it's gonna happen that way. I love the fight. I love it.
Dude, it's these are Emma Grant things. It's hilarious. And yeah, just a battle, and no wonder why those other two athletes kind of tapped out. They knew the effort that these two women are putting in, and they'll probably have a minute or more by the time they cross the finish line with the amount of effort that they're putting in right now.
Well, you could also see sort of, I don't want to say not giving up, but once they realized that this pair had gotten away, they both sort of rolled up next to each other, coasted a little bit. They're like, well, good try.
Thanks for coming out.
We did what we could.
And we don't know. It's possible there could be some fighting for the minor placing behind. Is King might still be around there. Most likely nothing's going to change. And as we said, the paycheck numbers don't change at all. But Crystal Anthony pushing the pace and trying to get across that finish line in fourth place. Looks like the gap might be opening a little bit unless Emma's in that left gutter, which she probably is. Just shake the head. Come on. Let me be done.
Just not getting away from her. Absolutely. Emma throwing everything she can back at Crystal. You can tell Crystal doesn't have much more to give. I mean, would like to be able to just say, okay, it's done, but Emma just stalking her.
Oh, she's on the rivet too, for sure. This is great. We see this great overhead shot, and we'll be able to see if Emma's finally kind of had to tap out a little bit. She's not within 3 or 4 seconds. It seems to be opening, and again, we're going to see that. I believe the next is that left hand turn kind of into those fairgrounds, so within the 1.5 miles to go to the finish.
Yeah, again, this overhead shot does give you a sense of, the gap is pretty comfortable, but I mean, Crystal made such an effort to get away. She's got to be running on fumes now, right? She just used every last bit she had to get away from Emma, who put up such a fight, but if she had to try to surge again, I'm not sure she's got it in her.
No. And it would take a while for that the diesel to get fired up again after all that work. But impressive racing. I mean, great. Obviously, incredible finish for our podium places, and then the wide angle podium again, as Amanda puts it, a great racing for that too. That's women's race has brought it all to us.
And you can see that finish line compound up at the top of your screen on the left-hand side. So our final intersection here before that last left-hand turn into our stadium finish for our 4th and 5th place finishers in our professional women's competition. Really exciting racing, both of the men and the women. Different vibes, different. The race played out entirely differently. Our podium for the women was, it's never a foregone conclusion, but has been pretty solid for quite some time. But how it all shook out in the end, and then the fight from the chasers has been pretty epic.
Oh, it certainly has. No doubt. We see Crystal getting close to that finish line. We're going to see that left-hand corner, and then the kind of the chicanes that we've seen the other athletes go through as they get near the finish line.
And you can see she's coming up to that left-hand turn, just taking a look over the shoulder to make sure she is free and clear, that Emma Grant isn't going to come back on her one more time, and getting ready to make that left-hand turn, and then just a couple of quick rights to make her way to the finish chute.
That's true. She's probably going to take another look over the shoulder as she goes through this left, but again, she's going to be pretty comfortable in this space. A couple turns, I think she knows that she's not going to see any explosive gap closing from Emma, so if she just stays on the gas a little bit, she should be good to go.
Well, it's nice to see Crystal rewarded for her efforts to try to shake things up there amongst the chase group. She really was the instigator in that group to try to create some distance, some separation through some attacks, covered by who would end up being her friend to separate that group. Emma became the foe in chasing her all the way to the finish line, but Crystal Anthony with the breakaway will secure herself 4th place.
Yeah, fourth place and a nice little paycheck in her pocket on top of that $500 that a lot of these women secured by getting across that 85-mile mark in front of our chase men. So good job to all those women, and what's going to be our podium and our wide podium here, unless Emma Grant gets surprised by a late charge, but we don't see that happening from the last kind of views we saw. But we have Crystal taking this nice right-hand bend, again, using that grass like most of the athletes we've seen. Again, more stable, less gravel over hard surface, less risk of maybe a little last-minute crash, taking inside on that last one too, and she's right in line with the finish chute.
Epic day after over 8 hours, 8 hours 15 right now on the clock, so it's going to end up being 8:16 and change for our 4th place woman here today. Conditions really, really hot, humid, really taking it out of the athletes there. But Crystal Anthony bringing home 4th place today at the Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf.
There you go. She's stoked. She's gets a high five from Jason at the finish, and it might be all out of champagne, but I'm sure she'll find some, and
finds a little piece of the ground to lie on.
I'm gonna stay here for a little bit. I'm gonna take a little
dirt nap.
She has not died. She has not
temporarily.
Died. It's a little gravel nap for her, enjoying herself, waiting for Emma Grant to come across the finish line, and I'm betting. Yeah, but she doesn't love Emma right now. She's like, man, could we have just let that one go a little bit?
A little bit earlier?
Yeah, did we really have to push that all the way to the finish line? But no, great racing by Crystal Anthony, and no doubt Emma Grant is going to be across that finish line right quick, and we're going to have some finish line interviews with our top finishers here when we can get Amanda back from the course so she can chat with these amazing individuals. And we are here, and we're ready with Amanda and our race winner.
Hey everyone, I'm here at the finish line with Lauren Stevens. Lauren, congratulations!
Thank you.
You did it!
Yeah, I did it 2 years in a row, Gravel World Champ, so pretty stoked.
Yeah, congratulations. So first question, how did you like the women's only start and riding with the women all day?
Yeah, I enjoyed the women's only start. You know, we got our own race, and it was definitely different than what I'm used to, but it was an exciting day, and we didn't get caught by one guy, so that's pretty cool.
I know, so one of the things we talked about was that you didn't think that you guys were going to stay away for the age event, and we did it.
Yeah, did not think we had a chance of staying away from the age group men. But yeah, like I said, we didn't even...
Tell me what...
Well, it looks like just a minor bit of technical issues there with Amanda in the finish shoot, but we'll get back to her and Lauren Stevens if we can. But we'll do that as soon as possible if we can do it. It's remote out here. There's a lot of stuff going on, so we'll do the best that we can. But as you can see, surprise from Lauren Stevens that they got. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a long way to go, and the fact that they didn't get caught not only by mile 80 whatever, but by the finish line by one guy. So recapping our top women across the line: Lauren Stevens, your champion; Carolina Mignon, Emily Newsom, Crystal Anthony, then Emma Grant, Marissa Boats finishing in 6th, and Justine Barrow there in 7th. So your top 7 women so far across the line.
Yeah, there you go. So they weren't too far back in the end, just about a minute and a half from Emma, and Emma just 10 seconds behind Crystal Anthony. So that's that's pretty close.
Good fight, man. That was great fight. Love to see it.
That's amazing. Look at Jason and how pumped he is for every rider that crosses the finish line, and that's Is King. She was out there on her own. Again, this woman ran real far yesterday and was able to ride solo and finished within 90 seconds of Justine Barrow, who, again, was in the fight for 4th place till just a few miles to go. So Izzy King, pretty strong. Let's go back to Amanda down with our winner.
All right, perfect. Okay, we're back. I was just talking to Lauren about what made that split. So, Lauren, walk us through kind of how that split happened.
Yeah, so it was probably about 120K in, and I definitely didn't want to go quite that early in the race, but we were going up this little hill, and the group slowed up quite a bit, and I was at the back, and I decided, all right, I'm going to give it a go, and Carolina was able to follow me, and I just drilled it for a while, and then we started working together. And then Emily Newsom came across to us, which was awesome because I was like, I really don't want to be 2 riders for over half the race. That would be a really long time, or I guess about half the race. So yeah, we were a group of 3, and we worked together super well all through the rest of the race until about 10K to go, and the 2 of them started 1-2ing me, and luckily I was able to get away from them with about 4.5K to go.
Yeah, it was awesome. So they kind of played you a little bit at the end, right, to make you do some work?
Yeah, they definitely played me a little bit, and I knew it was coming, and, all through the race, I was like, I can win this sprint. I can win this sprint. I knew I could win this sprint. Be patient, be patient. But I was pretty happy when they started 1-2ing me, and I was able to come in solo.
Yeah, they sort of like slingshotted you away. It was awesome. So nice job, Lauren.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
That's awesome. Great stuff. Great insight from Amanda and Lauren. Always fun to be able to see how the race actually happened, not how we kind of assumed maybe that it did happen. Great stuff. And, funny that, she didn't want to go alone. She wanted to get the sprint if possible. But at the end, she sounds like she was happy that she was forced to do so. So great stuff and great work and content that our team down on the ground had all day. Cannot be grateful enough to have Amanda and Bill out there with us and giving us insight on the race and kind of what has happened down there all day and kind of the inside information on exactly what's occurred on this race course. But so much happened. Dee, we can see our top 7 women there. Great results from those ladies pushing through. And let's go down to our co-commentators, Bill and Amanda, who did such a great job today. Guys, give us your observations on how great a day and how great both those races were up until the very, very final meters.
All right, yeah, hello, Bill. It's been a while.
Hey, Amanda, good to see you here at the finish.
Yeah, that was a really exciting day. We've been out here since like 5 a.m. There's so much chaos that has happened. How was the race for you?
Amazing day out there, and it was so much fun to cover, and then also to see the broadcast as well. Just so much action in our men's race. You know, Simon was able to take it in the end, but man, just all the way to the line, it was action, action, action. You cannot ask for anything better at Gravel Worlds. And that women's race, holy cow, those top three were so much fun to watch.
Yeah, super exciting racing all day. I hope you all enjoyed that, because that's probably some of the best coverage and the best racing I've ever seen at a gravel race. So thanks, Matt and Dee Dee. We'll see you at the next one.
Oh, that's so awesome. Thanks so much, guys. Again, you guys did a great job. Dee Dee, what a fantastic race, and just this Good Life Brands and the Garmin Gravel Worlds presented by Lauf. I mean, you can feel the spirit of gravel and the love that these people have for the sport.
Oh yeah, the energy out there all day. I mean, the excitement and the carnage, which is part of it, right? I mean, as you see some of these athletes continue to stream across the line, you see they left it absolutely all out there, and it has absolutely showcased the best of gravel racing and the best of these brands involved in creating this sort of community and this excitement and this sense of togetherness across all of the distances and all of the races that have happened so far.
Yeah, it's so awesome. And again, great races on the men's and women's side. Don't forget, if you want to be a part of the 2025 Gravel Worlds, make sure you get on those registration. It's a great event and great people that bring it to you. I can't say how lucky I feel to be alongside you, Dee Dee, as well as Amanda and Bill and the entire team in Lincoln, Nebraska, and all the positive energy they have and their commitment to keeping the spirit of gravel alive, and can't wait to see you all at the next race. For Dee Dee Griesbauer, I'm Matt Lieto. Can't wait to see you next time.